In the Dragon Ball universe, within a future timeline, lies the city of Bridge in the southwestern region of West City. At this moment, the city is marred by devastation, bearing the scars of relentless destruction, with rubble and debris strewn about in the aftermath of chaotic bombardment. The air is thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the charred remnants of lifeless bodies. Amidst this turmoil, the sole warrior of the future timeline, Trunks, finds himself ruthlessly trampled underfoot by the android 18 that his clothing is tattered and his vitality has waned, indicating a complete loss of combat ability. Teetering on the brink of death, a sharp pang of agony surges through every inch of his skin, jolting him awake with a gasp. As he slowly opens his eyes, a familiar figure comes into view. Android 17. What is happening? He wonders, questioning whether he is merely dreaming. The visage is too vivid, and the pain too real for it to be a mere illusion. Is it possible that he has traversed into another realm? This second thought surfaces, as he is no stranger to the concept of transmigration, being an avid reader of novels that explore such themes. The recollections of his last moments and the current scene align astonishingly well with the plots of those narratives. Suddenly, a torrent of memories floods his mind, playing out like frames from a motion picture. The Dragon Ball universe's future timeline? Trunks. Have I become Trunks of this future timeline? The realization dawns upon him. He has indeed transmigrated into the persona of Trunks. And not merely any version, but the one currently subjugated by the androids. Ding! The Supreme Sign-In system has been activated. The system detects a threat to the host's life. Would you like to claim the beginner survival gift package? As thoughts of survival against the androids swirl in his mind, an electronic synthetic voice resonates within him. A system? Upon hearing the voice, joy floods over him. As expected, a system is standard for any transmigrator. Claim it. Immediately, without a trace of hesitation, he mentally commands, for he is acutely aware of the imminent danger posed by the androids. He refuses to meet his end so soon after arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully claiming the beginner survival gift package. Rewards: 20 Senza beans, 3,000 X gravity chamber, in the form of Super Saiyan 4. Once again, the electronic voice reverberates. And upon hearing this heavenly announcement, Trunks is elated, his body trembling with exhilaration. While the Senza beans and gravity chamber are commendable rewards, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is the pièce de résistance, most coveted prize. To transform into Super Saiyan 4 would render the challenge posed by the androids trivial. However, just as Trunks revels in his newfound hope, a peculiar sensation stirs behind him, but a furry tail bursts forth, tearing through his trousers. 17. What is going on? Why has this brat suddenly grown a tail? Android 18 queries, astonished by the unexpected transformation. Could he have mutated from the beating he received? Interesting, remarked 17, a smirk gracing his lips. Has he awakened some arcane power? According to the memories implanted by Dr. Gero, the recently introduced Goku and Vegeta also possess such tails. His tone conveys a sense of disdain. Even with this alteration, Trunks remains inconsequential to them. Soon, this pesky brat would be nothing more than a corpse. Let's eliminate him thoroughly to prevent any unforeseen complications, 18 suggests, casting a glance at the battered Trunks. As she conjures an energy sphere in her palm, Trunks, already on the verge of death, faces certain doom. Sensing the searing energy approaching, Trunks commands within his mind, "System, use the Senza beans." With his physical form gravely injured, he realizes that the true Trunks may already be lost. Understood, host. Senza beans successfully utilized .at that instant. The excruciating pain dissipates entirely, replaced by a surge of vitality. Wounds heal in mere moments, and he feels rejuvenated, imbued with newfound strength. Ha! Trunks clenches his fists and roars, golden energy erupting from his being. In the next moment, he transforms into the Super Saiyan form, sending both Android 18 and 17 hurtling away. Rising to his feet, he addresses them. What is happening? This brat was barely able to stand moments ago. How has he suddenly unleashed such formidable power? 18 exclaims in disbelief, astonished by the transformation of Trunks, who had previously appeared utterly defeated. Perhaps he consumed that Senza bean, 17 speculates nonchalantly. but it matters little, we shall only be delayed for a few minutes. He regards Trunks with indifference, dismissing any threat he may pose. No matter how many times Trunks stands, he will ultimately be subdued again and again until the pesky brat is no more. Chapter 2, Transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Awaken, for I shall vanquish you in an instant. Is this the power possessed by a Super Saiyan? It is truly astonishing. Rosh looked at his hands and the golden aura swirling around his body, overwhelmed with excitement. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, who hasn't he fantasized about becoming a Saiyan one day? Now Rosh's dream has come true. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and become Trunks, he resolved to embody Trunks from that moment onward. Soon, Rosh firmly solidified this conviction, since he had arrived in the Dragon Ball world, a place he had long yearned for, and assumed the identity of his admired warrior, Trunks. He vowed to transform Trunks into the most formidable Saiyan. You little brat. How dare you still stand? This will only make your demise more excruciating. Number 18 declared disdainfully, arms crossed over her chest. Number 17, you need not assist this time. I shall utterly eliminate this little pest, ensuring he can no longer impede us. Trunks had repeatedly thwarted their plans, much like the bothersome Gohan of the past. Thus, it was imperative to send him to join the others in the afterlife. Do as you wish, but make it quick, for we must move to the next location. Number 17 replied with a sinister grin, his tone indifferent. The city had already been nearly obliterated, devoid of any entertainment, and the once delightful sounds of despair had faded. They needed to proceed to the next city to relish those exquisite cries. Understood. This little brat, should I take him seriously, I could dispatch him in mere seconds. Number 18 remarked coldly, clearly dismissing Trunks as an insignificant foe. To her, such a child could be easily dealt with. In an instant, she lunged toward Trunks with remarkable speed. However, Trunks had now fully integrated all his past memories and combat techniques. Springing off the ground, he effortlessly evaded number 18's assault and remarked coldly, in another timeline, you two were not malevolent, yet in this reality, you are nothing short of demons. Therefore, I shall eradicate you completely. In an alternate timeline of Dragon Ball, the original Trunks had encountered number 17 and number 18, who were not evil. Yet, the present versions were devoid of emotion and acted as merciless killing machines. While he did not consider himself a saint, he deemed such fiends unworthy of existence. If cities were destroyed excessively, there might soon be no place left to dine. Did you hear that? Number 17. It seems this little brat has been rendered foolish by our previous encounter, spouting such arrogant nonsense. Number 18 laughed mockingly, convinced Trunks was merely dazed. With his meager strength, he could not possibly rival the deceased Gohan, so how could he possess the power to defeat them? It appears to be true. Let us end this swiftly. Number 17 chuckled derisively as well. In midair, Trunks clenched his fists. Such irritating laughter, let you both experience despair akin to that of hell, he declared. With a firm grip, his expression turned grave. The golden aura surged dramatically, causing the ground to tremble violently. Boom. As the earth quaked, debris seemed to levitate. Controlled by an unseen force, while Trunks' energy intensified, the golden aura swelling even further. With a deep, resonant roar, the golden aura shattered like glass, revealing a figure utterly unfamiliar to number 17 and number 18. Covered in crimson fur, with a red tail, his hair transformed into a light purple hue, appearing more rugged. His pupils shifted to a soft blue, framed by an alluring red outline. This transformation was undeniably Super Saiyan 4. What is happening? Number 17. Is that truly Trunks? Number 18's face displayed sheer astonishment as she beheld the transformed Trunks, her heart racing with tumultuous waves of disbelief. They had never encountered this version of Trunks before, not even in the past with Gohan. It seemed he had undergone a different transformation, akin to the previous Super Saiyan. Do not be overzealous, number 18. This individual exudes a sense of danger. Let us confront him together. Number 17's previous confidence evaporated, replaced by a serious expression. Although androids could not sense energy, they could still perceive an innate sense of peril emanating from Trunks' transformation. Indeed, even the proud number 18 nodded in agreement, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger enveloping her. This disquieting feeling would dissipate once they eliminated Trunks. Awaken. I will obliterate you both in an instant, Trunks proclaimed with utmost seriousness, his gaze mirroring that of the original Trunks when he defeated number 17 and number 18. Do not let your newfound power inflate your ego, you reckless brat. Do not presume that a mere change grants you the right to challenge us. This time, I shall ensure you vanish from this world. Number 17 seethed with rage upon hearing Trunks' words. Since his inception, he had never encountered such foolishness. This little pest, who had been beaten by them multiple times, dared to utter such ignorant declarations. Today, they would send him straight to hell. Chapter 3. The Artificial Humans and Bulma's shock as the furious voice of Android 17 echoed. The two figures flickered into motion almost simultaneously, their synergy evident. They rushed towards Trunks from both sides, each confident in their ability to eliminate him. However, the earlier sense of danger kept them on high alert. This time, they were determined to witness Trunks' demise firsthand. Unfazed by the approaching threats, Trunks coldly remarked as he observed androids 17 and 18 closing in from opposite directions. He swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch that struck 18 squarely. In an instant, her body exploded into a fine mist. Before 17 could comprehend the situation, Trunks executed a dazzling spinning kick, causing 17 to meet a similar fate, leaving only 2 plumes of black smoke to dissipate into the air. The wind gently swept by, erasing the remnants of the androids. They were utterly vanquished. Was this the power of Super Saiyan 4? It was indeed vastly superior to that of the androids. Yet, Trunks realized that despite transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his foundational combat strength was lacking. He understood that each transformation for a Saiyan enhances their power based on their base strength. Should that base strength be insufficient? Even ascending to Super Saiyan 5 or beyond would yield little benefit. Trunks' base power was evidently too weak, making it impossible to compare himself to Goku or Vegeta from Dragon Ball GT, even after his transformation. Fortunately, he had been reborn into the future of the Dragon Ball universe. This meant that, regardless of his inadequate base strength, no one in this phase could rival him. Elevating his foundational combat strength was now his most pressing task, for only then would he become stronger upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Time to return home. Trunks glanced at the ravaged city of West City, now devoid of life. The devastation indicated that its inhabitants had been completely annihilated by androids 17 and 18. With a swift motion, Trunks vanished from sight, only to reappear at Capsule Corporation in West City. However, the once thriving company was now a shadow of its former self. Although the androids had yet to wreak havoc here, the surrounding cities had suffered severe destruction, directly impacting this area. Standing at the entrance, Trunks hesitated briefly. He had fully accepted his identity, but the thought of addressing Bulma as his mother felt surreal. Having watched Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, he had always admired Bulma for her beauty and wealth, lamenting her eventual marriage to Vegeta. Now, however, she was his mother. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. After a moment of inner conflict, Trunks steeled himself and stepped inside. This was an undeniable reality. Upon entering his home, he immediately sensed Bulma's tension. She had vehemently opposed Trunks confronting the androids alone, knowing full well that he stood no chance against them. Since his departure, she had been in a state of constant worry. The door creaked open, and Trunks entered, seemingly unscathed, save for a few tears in his battle attire. "Trunks, are you all right? You returned unhurt. This is wonderful," Bulma exclaimed, her initial anxiety transforming into sheer joy upon seeing Trunks safe and sound. "I'm fine," Trunks replied awkwardly, nodding as he observed Bulma's excitement. Although she still possessed exquisite features, time had etched many wrinkles upon her face, and strands of white had begun to intermingle with her turquoise hair. This version of Bulma had indeed aged. "How did you manage to escape? Did you encounter the androids?" Bulma inquired with keen curiosity. She recalled how Gohan had been far stronger than Trunks now, and if he had fallen to the androids, Trunks stood little chance in a direct confrontation, with a survival probability of merely 10. Escape? Trunks paused momentarily before regaining his composure. It was evident that Bulma understood him well. Given the former Trunks' power, he would have been no match for the androids, destined only for defeat or demise. "No. I fought the androids, and I have completely eradicated them," Trunks declared earnestly. Despite some unforeseen events, the androids had indeed been vanquished. However, the previous Trunks had perished in the process. "Really? Is that true?" Bulma exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. "You must be joking, Trunks. How could you possibly possess the strength to defeat those 2 androids? If you did, you wouldn't have returned so battered over the past 3 years. I am not jesting. The androids have been destroyed. In my past state, I could not have defeated them. However, during the most perilous moment, I seemed to awaken my pure Saiyan lineage, surpassing my limits to reach a higher level of Super Saiyan transformation. That is why I was able to eliminate the androids," Trunks explained, shaking his head with sincerity. He then revealed his furry tail, a remnant of that transformation. Of course, some aspects of his story were fabricated to assuage Bulma's concerns. After all, he could hardly admit that her son had been slain and that he had merely taken possession of his body. Chapter 4. System Tasks. Signing in at the main timeline. This signifies that we will no longer have to live in fear, correct? How wonderful. Truly, my Trunks has defeated the androids. Bulma's expression transformed from skepticism to sheer joy in an instant. She then embraced Trunks tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. At this moment, she had waited a full 17 years. No, this wait had been endured by all the survivors on Earth for 17 long years. The days of trepidation were finally over. As for Trunks sprouting a tail, Bulma was not the least bit surprised. After all, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan had all possessed tails in the past. Trunks' sudden transformation signified that he had indeed awakened the pure lineage of a scion. What mattered most to him was that the androids had been completely eradicated, and his son Trunks had come to no harm. Being tightly embraced by Bulma, Trunks felt an awkward sensation in his chest, realizing that he was no longer the same Trunks he once was, but rather a vessel for another soul. This soul had previously held a certain fondness for Bulma, making the situation rather awkward. After a full 3 minutes, Bulma finally released Trunks, her face still radiant with joy. Just days ago, humanity on Earth had nearly lost all hope, as no one had been able to thwart the androids. The national military had been utterly powerless against them, easily obliterated with a mere wave of their hand. Yet now, they had been vanquished, and it was her own son who had achieved this feat. This realization filled her with pride and elation. If your father Vegeta knew of your greatness, he would surely rejoice for you, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears once more. She wondered if the deceased Vegeta could witness this moment. Vegeta? That man would likely not be pleased to discover that his son surpassed him. Trunks remained silent, but he understood Vegeta well enough. That man's jealousy knew no bounds. Even towards his own son, if he were to possess power beyond Vegeta's own, jealousy would undoubtedly ensue at least. That was the nature of Vegeta as portrayed in Dragon Ball Z. Trunks, you should sit and rest for a moment. I'll prepare something for you to eat. After defeating the androids, you must be famished, Bulma said cheerfully before heading to the kitchen. To be honest, due to the devastation wrought by the androids over the years, acquiring food had become quite challenging. However, now that the androids had been entirely dealt with, their future days would surely improve. With united efforts, they could restore Earth to its former glory. Ding. System sign-in task has been issued. Please proceed to the main timeline within 24 hours to sign in. Sign-in reward. Ultra Instinct. Just as Bulma entered the kitchen, the synthetic electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind. A new task already? And it required signing in at the main timeline. Furthermore, the reward was none other than Ultra Instinct, an unprecedentedly formidable reward. Trunks muttered to himself. The main timeline referred to the very one Trunks had visited in the original Dragon Ball series. However, the requirement to sign in within 24 hours seemed rather pressing. He pondered whether Bulma had made any progress on the time machine's energy source. To reach the main timeline, they would indeed need to rely on the time machine. Bulma had begun her research on the time machine long ago, fearing that Trunks would not be able to handle the androids. She hoped he could seek Goku's assistance in the past timeline. In truth, the time machine had already been successfully developed. However, sourcing the necessary materials for its energy proved to be quite troublesome and complex. Yet, with the sign-in reward being Ultra Instinct, no matter how difficult it might be, he had to sign in. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Half an hour later, Bulma emerged, carrying a plethora of food. Trunks devoured it ravenously, as a Scion's body naturally demanded a substantial appetite. Moreover, the battle with the androids had drained much of his energy. Take your time eating. There is more in the pot, Bulma gently remarked, observing Trunks' voraciousness. Mom, has the energy source for the time machine been completed? I plan to visit the past timeline, Trunks inquired between mouthfuls. Admittedly, uttering the word Mom felt rather awkward. Yet he could not deny their blood relation now that he had become Trunks. To the past timeline? But the reason we researched the time machine was so you could seek help from Goku to deal with the androids, now that they have been defeated. Is there still a need to go? Bulma questioned, clearly puzzled. With the androids no longer a threat, their timeline was secure. There was absolutely no necessity to seek Goku's aid. Yes, I still need to go. If I do not, the calamities we faced might recur in other timelines, creating a vicious cycle of suffering. I do not wish to see others endure the same agony, Trunks affirmed solemnly. However, this was merely a pretext to placate Bulma. His true purpose for going was primarily to sign in. Chapter 5. Arise, Cell was taken aback, while Trunks' words brought immeasurable comfort and joy to Bulma, who stood nearby. With a contented expression, she remarked, Trunks, what you just said fills your mother with immense pride. Your kindness is my greatest treasure. Well, since you wish to journey to the past, then by all means, go ahead. You might even have the chance to meet your father. Bulma understood that Trunks had longed to see his father, Vegeta, with his own eyes. However, Vegeta had fallen to the androids when Trunks was merely a year old, leaving him with no opportunity to encounter this version of his father. Now that the time machine had been developed, Trunks could potentially meet Vegeta in another timeline. Nevertheless, Bulma recalled Vegeta's notoriously proud demeanor. Just remember, don't harbor too many illusions about Vegeta, she cautioned. He is quite different from other fathers. Understood. I wanted to get my hopes up too high, Trunks nodded. He was well aware of Vegeta's character, particularly during the early days of Dragon Ball Z when Vegeta was insufferably arrogant, lacking in true strength, yet brimming with self-importance. His true purpose in this journey was not merely to meet Vegeta, but to sign in and acquire the Ultra Instinct technique. Once he mastered this skill and honed his foundational combat abilities, he would face little opposition in the future universe, save for the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. However, the energy source for the time machine I've currently developed only allows travel to the year the androids first appeared, Bulma added. This means that you cannot reach an earlier timeline. I wonder if there's a way to save Goku, if given more time. She was confident that she could create a more potent energy source for the time machine. Yet, time was of the essence, and she hoped to rescue Goku. That's fine. It's best this way. I can also help them deal with the android crisis, Trunks replied with a smile. After all, the signing period was limited to 24 hours. Beyond that, returning to the primary timeline would be futile. He needed to depart within that time frame. My Trunks has truly grown up and taken on responsibilities. I am so proud of you. When do you plan to leave? Bulma asked, her heart swelling with pride as she placed her hands on Trunks' shoulders. I should leave immediately, Trunks responded. He was uncertain what unexpected events might occur within the time tunnel to the primary timeline, so the sooner he left, the better. Then follow me, Bulma declared, turning toward the laboratory with Trunks closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the lab, they were greeted by the sight of the time machine, emblazoned with the word hope. Bulma proceeded to fuel the machine, then continued to advise, Trunks, this energy will only suffice for your journey to the past. It won't sustain your return. I will now provide you with the formula for the time machine's energy source. You can give it to my past self. Those resources should be easier to find. In the past, the androids had not yet emerged, and the Earth remained largely intact. Understood, Trunks nodded. Bulma then handed him the formula. And the time machine was stored in a capsule. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Trunks exited the courtyard, only to sense a presence nearby. Is that Cell? He pondered, surprised at Cell's audacity to pursue him. You'll be sent back to hell, where you truly belong. Although the aura was faint, Trunks could clearly feel it. His current strength far surpassed that of Cell, making it effortless to eliminate him. What astonished him was that Cell dared to show himself after witnessing Trunks effortlessly dispatch androids 17 and 18. It seemed Cell possessed a certain audacity, or perhaps an obsession with achieving his perfect form. With a slight smile, Trunks leaped into the air, swiftly departing West City. He was reluctant to cause any destruction in this area, as it was one of the few remaining intact cities. When he reappeared, he found himself atop a mountain. And the aura he sensed had followed him. Come forth, Cell. Stop hiding. I have sensed you for quite some time, Trunks said with a light smile, his tone teasing. Cell believed he was concealed well, unaware that Trunks' strength was beyond his comprehension. Even if he suppressed his energy, it would not escape Trunks' perception. Meanwhile, hiding behind a rock, Cell's face displayed shock. What? How did he find me? Was I not hidden well enough? Cell thought, bewildered. He had believed he massed his energy to the utmost limit. Even if Trunks were stronger, he should have remained undetectable. However, having been discovered, Cell reluctantly emerged. You little brat. I didn't expect you could kill androids 17 and 18. You've truly surprised me. But since you've robbed me of my chance to achieve my perfect form, you must die today, Cell declared coldly, his expression grim. With the cells of Piccolo within him, Cell possessed superior hearing. He had overheard Trunks' conversation with Bulma about the time machine and his intention to journey to the future. Since androids 17 and 18 were already dead in this timeline, Cell needed to absorb them from another timeline to become perfect. The only shortcut to the future was through the time machine in Trunks' possession. By eliminating Trunks and using the time machine to travel to the past, Cell would have the opportunity to achieve his perfect form and dominate the world. Chapter 6. The decimation of Cell. The arrogant Vegeta. Enough of your boastful words, Cell. Do you truly believe your meager skills grant you the right to end my life? You have failed to defeat androids 17 and 18, yet you dare to provoke me. I must say, your foolishness is astounding. Trunks, with a mocking gaze directed at Cell, stated each word deliberately. The androids have roamed free for years, and Cell has refrained from confronting them, clearly wary of their power. If he cannot vanquish the 17 and 18 from this timeline, how can he muster the audacity to declare his intent to kill me? After all, he possesses the cells of Piccolo and Vegeta. It is bewildering how he can be so naive. Upon witnessing Trunks' disdainful expression, Cell's countenance shifted. He understood well that Trunks had grown immensely stronger, capable of annihilating the androids in an instant. This suggested that Trunks' power far surpassed his own. However, his only chance lay in eliminating Trunks to seize the time machine and return to the past. If he could not achieve his complete form, he would remain a pitiful creature lurking in the shadows, unworthy of world domination. Thus, he had to gamble everything on this encounter to eradicate Trunks once and for all. Even if it proved challenging, my time is limited. I must act swiftly. Rest assured, my speed is unparalleled, and I shall dispatch you in an instant. Just as I did with 17 and 18. You won't feel a trace of pain. Trunks spoke lazily, his tone dismissive. The current Cell was simply too weak. Even the complete form of Cell would seem insignificant before Super Saiyan 4, let alone this initial stage. There should be a limit to your arrogance, you wretched child. Do not presume that defeating 17 and 18 grants you the right to boast. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, and this world is meant to be ruled by me. Cell erupted in fury, akin to Frieza with his tail stepped on. Not long ago, he dismissed a mere child like Trunks entirely. Now, however, he dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was utterly intolerable. After acquiring the cells of Frieza and Vegeta, he inherited their arrogance. To be belittled and scorned by a mere Trunks was insufferable. Ha ha ha. No sooner had he shouted than Cell unleashed a golden aura. It was evident that he was transforming into a Super Saiyan, with the cells of Goku and Vegeta. Cell too could achieve this form, albeit without the golden hair. Whoosh. The moment he transformed, Cell charged at Trunks, who, in turn, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He had no intention of wasting time on such a weakling. Die. As Cell rushed forward, Trunks casually waved his hand. A ball of energy erupted from his palm. Boom. Cell had no opportunity to respond, let alone scream in agony, as his body was obliterated. In less than a second, Cell was utterly defeated. While this version of Cell had been vanquished, the existence of other timeline cells remained uncertain. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Z, there were multiple timelines featuring Cell. Even if he had slain this version, it did not guarantee that others would not emerge in the main timeline. As long as Trunks from other timelines harbored intentions to visit the main timeline, Cell could reappear. However, it mattered little. Even the complete form of Cell would be no match for him. Having effortlessly dispatched Cell, Trunks activated the Universal Capsule and boarded the time machine, departing the future timeline. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, in a canyon located in the northwest of West City, Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with Android 19. However, due to his heart condition, Goku was steadily falling behind. Within mere minutes, 19 had absorbed all of Goku's energy and subsequently defeated him. Fortunately, he was ultimately rescued by Vegeta and returned home by Yamcha. Thus, the ensuing battle naturally shifted to Vegeta against Android 19. Vegeta. This man had disappeared for 3 years and suddenly reappeared. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged worried glances. Their brows furrowed as they observed Vegeta's sinister demeanor. Although their relationship had slightly improved, and Vegeta had not launched an attack on Earth, they were well aware of his aggressive nature. His initial purpose upon arriving on Earth was to seek the Dragon Balls to destroy it. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin. Didn't Uncle Vegeta save Dad earlier? I believe Uncle Vegeta has turned over a new leaf. To confront these two androids, we must rely on Uncle Vegeta. Gohan, with his kind heart, was convinced that Vegeta had indeed changed for the better, reasoning that he would not have saved his father otherwise. Let us hope so. But do not be overly optimistic, Gohan. Piccolo's expression remained grave. If Vegeta had genuinely reformed, that would be ideal. However, if he remained as he once was, the ensuing dilemma would be quite troublesome. Oh, so it is Vegeta. How utterly naive. Android 20, or Dr. Gero, cast a contemptuous glance at Vegeta. Their database contained information on all warriors on Earth. Based solely on Vegeta's power, he stood no chance against 19. With Goku already defeated, though not dead, it was merely a matter of time. Once these minor nuisances were dealt with, Goku would be next. Saving the most delectable morsel for last is always a delight. Huh, you actually know my name? Excellent. It saves me the trouble of explaining. Now, allow me to inform you that I am not as weak as Kakarot. I shall personally dismantle you 2 heaps of scrap metal. Vegeta declared with his signature arrogance, pointing his thumb at his own nose, brimming with confidence. Though he was unaware of the identities of these foes, he was certain they were machines crafted by technology. Thus, he would obliterate them, ensuring everyone recognized that his strength had long surpassed Kakarot's. Chapter 7. The Arrival of Trunks. Shocking everyone, Vegeta remarked, those 2 androids are incredibly powerful. Even Goku, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, is no match for them. Perhaps if we join forces, we might stand a chance. Krillin immediately interjected. Although he was somewhat timid and apprehensive of combat, he recognized that avoiding battle would lead them to certain doom. The 2 unknown adversaries before them possessed an outrageous level of strength, rendering even the transformed Goku nearly powerless against them. Their hope was almost non-existent. Yet if they united their efforts, they might still have a glimmer of possibility. Fighting alone would only lead to demise. Stop overestimating yourself, you little bald-headed fool, Vegeta scoffed. I alone am more than adequate to deal with these 2 piles of scrap metal. With your pathetic fighting abilities, I suggest you head home, drink milk, and watch television instead of being a burden here. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled into his signature smirk as he coldly addressed Krillin. His words caused Krillin and Tien to furrow their brows in discomfort. Although Vegeta spoke the truth that they were indeed of little assistance, his delivery felt somewhat humiliating. The gathered information proved accurate. Vegeta was indeed arrogant. However, soon he would pay for his hubris. Number 19. Eliminate Vegeta. Dr. Gero coldly chuckled, dismissing Vegeta as a threat. According to his database, Vegeta's combat power was weak, and number 19 could easily defeat him. Hey, I will take good care of him. Number 20. I can sense that Vegeta harbors a formidable energy within him. Number 19, resembling a zombie, smirked and licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing across his countenance. That sound sent chills down Krillin's spine. Vegeta remained silent, proudly crossing his arms over his chest, his smug confidence unwavering. In an instant, number 19 dashed forward. If he could absorb Vegeta's energy, he would undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe. However, as the android lunged, Vegeta initiated his own moment of grandeur. Clenching his fists, a golden aura erupted from his being. The earth trembled, and debris flew about. Amidst the brilliant golden flames and the astonished expressions of onlookers, Vegeta transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, effortlessly overpowering number 19, who was soon dismantled. As everyone marveled at Vegeta's might, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air broke the tension. A brilliant white light materialized out of nowhere, and soon after, it vanished, revealing a peculiar 3-legged machine. What? Is that the machine that boy used 3 years ago? How did it suddenly appear? Has he returned? Piccolo and Krillin exchanged astonished glances, having sensed no prior energy in the vicinity. Nanny. Both Vegeta and Dr. Gero displayed expressions of surprise, for even Vegeta himself had not sensed the machine's arrival. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, their gazes fixated on the time machine, its top hatch opened. Suddenly, a figure leaped out and landed gracefully on the ground. It was none other than Trunks, who had just traveled from the future. It seemed the androids had indeed emerged, yet without Trunks' warning. How could they have known the androids would appear here? Trunks pondered, perplexed by the situation. This was his first visit to this timeline, and he had not informed the Z-Fighters about the androids. Meanwhile, the others looked at Trunks with expressions that swiftly transformed from shock to delight. It's the boy from 3 years ago. He has returned. They noted a difference. However, look, he has a tail. But I distinctly remember that the boy from 3 years ago did not have a tail. Krillin, Tien, and Gohan were filled with astonishment and curiosity. They knew this boy was no villain, as he had single-handedly vanquished Frieza and his father 3 years prior, saving them all. Yet, the Trunks they knew had been a Saiyan without a tail. Why had it suddenly appeared? Perhaps they were not the same person. Piccolo furrowed his brow and spoke. Although this boy looks identical to the Trunks from 3 years ago, it appears they are 2 different individuals. The presence of a tail is one distinction, but more importantly, their eyes convey entirely different emotions. The Trunks from 3 years ago was gentle and somewhat shy, while the Trunks before us lacks those qualities. Do these people recognize me? What is happening? Trunks was equally bewildered, observing the looks exchanged between Piccolo and Krillin. Neither he nor the deceased Trunks had ever visited this timeline, yet it was apparent that Krillin and the others recognized him. Could it be that another Trunks from an alternate future had come here? He contemplated silently. According to the trajectory of his own timeline, the Trunks he had reincarnated from had already perished. Therefore, the Trunks present here must be from a different parallel future, explaining why Piccolo and the others recognized him. How is this possible? Krillin remarked, staring at Piccolo in confusion. Their clothes, appearance, and even the long sword they carry are identical, save for the addition of a tail. No, he is not the same. Piccolo resolutely shook his head. The Trunks before us and the one from 3 years ago are undoubtedly two different individuals. Hey, how is it going? Trunks smiled and greeted Piccolo and the others. Having reached an understanding, he had initially expected to feel excitement upon meeting the protagonists of the Dragon Ball saga, yet he found it rather underwhelming. Why, hello? The others quickly returned his greeting. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression had darkened considerably. Damn it, that wretched little brat again. How infuriating. After 3 years, he has grown a tail. Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Trunks, filled with anger and jealousy. It seemed only he and Kakarot remained as full-blooded Saiyans, alongside Gohan and Trunks. The two half-breeds. To his dismay, that brat had sprouted a tail. Who is that? I don't recall ever seeing him, Dr. Gero remarked, equally astonished, as he had gathered no information on this Saiyan before him. Chapter 8. Successful Check-In. Reward of perfect freedom and ultimate skill. Are you the boy who told us about the emergence of artificial beings 3 years ago? Krillin could not contain his curiosity and took a few steps forward to inquire of Trunks. He sensed that this boy before him was not malevolent and posed no threat to them, thus emboldening him slightly. Beside him, Gohan and Piccolo also awaited Trunks' response with anticipation. No, this is our first meeting, Trunks replied candidly. The person you encountered 3 years ago was not me. Really, it's not him. Krillin's face lit up with astonishment upon hearing Trunks' answer. Although Piccolo had already hinted at this, the boy's own admission still surprised him greatly, for their resemblance was uncanny indeed. They appeared to be the very same individual. Wait, what? How can that be? Young Gohan echoed, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. This is impossible. They are completely identical, even their voices are the same. You need not be so astonished. It seems this fellow has come from another timeline. Essentially, he is the same person as the boy from 3 years ago, Piccolo interjected, observing the astonished and perplexed faces surrounding him. He had overheard the conversation between Goku and Trunks 3 years prior, confirming that Trunks hailed from a future timeline. The existence of multiple timelines implied that the Trunks before them was not the same as the one from 3 years ago, rendering the situation less surprising. Are you serious? That little brat is not the same as the one from 3 years ago? That is utterly impossible. There are so few surviving Saiyans. How can there be more? Vegeta felt utterly bewildered. He had firmly believed that only he and Kakarot remained as pure-blooded Saiyans. Now, there was an additional young Saiyan, Gohan, and even a younger Trunks in his household. Yet, the presence of the boy before him, alongside the Trunks of 3 years past, left him utterly confounded. Listen here, brat. You'd better clarify who you are. There's no place for you among Saiyans. If you don't explain yourself, once I deal with these scrap heaps, you'll be next. Vegeta threatened, his fists clenched, his tone a mixture of menace and command directed at Trunks. He had already attained the power to transform into a Super Saiyan. Though the boy could also transform, he was convinced of his own supremacy. Neither Kakarot nor this brat could ever hope to rival him. The realm of pure, unleashed fury he could achieve was beyond their comprehension. Just you? Don't be delusional. Vegeta, with your caliber, even if you faced 100 of me, you would still fall short, Trunks retorted, his anger ignited by Vegeta's haughty and dismissive demeanor. Although Vegeta was Trunks' father, that connection felt distant now. Had Vegeta approached him with a more amiable tone, perhaps Trunks would have shown him respect. But this arrogance warranted no courtesy. You presumptuous little brat. You think that just because you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you can speak so boldly before me? You seem quite confident in your abilities. Well then, you shall wait your turn after I dispose of these 2 heaps of junk, Vegeta scoffed, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. This audacious boy seemed more Saiyan than Kakarot, for he dared to speak to him in such a manner, indicating that he possessed a greater measure of the proud Saiyan spirit. What is going on? Why is Trunks speaking to Vegeta like that? Isn't Vegeta his father? Is this Trunks not Vegeta's son, or does he not know who Vegeta is? Piccolo pondered, his brow furrowing in confusion. He had clearly heard the conversation between Trunks and Goku 3 years ago, confirming that Trunks was indeed the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Yet, this Trunks appeared to show no deference to Vegeta. Of course, only he and Goku were privy to the full story. Soon, Vegeta engaged in battle with Android 19, effortlessly defeating the foe. Upon witnessing this, Android 20 immediately opted for flight. There was no other choice. The energy radiating from Vegeta far exceeded their estimations. The ability to easily eliminate Android 19, who had absorbed Goku's energy, indicated that Vegeta's strength surpassed their calculations. Remaining here would only lead to their demise. "Brat, have you seen my power? Now it's your turn," Vegeta declared, a smug smirk gracing his lips after dispatching Android 19. He then turned to Trunks. "Vegeta, our primary adversaries are the androids. This boy is not our enemy. There is no need for conflict," Piccolo interjected hastily. One of the androids had already escaped, and if they did not eliminate him, further troubles could arise. While the Trunks before them spoke with bravado, it was evident he had no intention of harming them. "Shut your mouth, Namekian. My affairs do not concern you. If you have the ability, see to the androids yourself," Vegeta dismissed Piccolo with disdain. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, he no longer regarded someone of Piccolo's caliber as a worthy opponent. Currently, the only individuals who piqued his interest in battle were Kakarot and the arrogant boy standing before him. "TCH, that bastard. I truly wish my son would teach him a lesson," Piccolo muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Vegeta's arrogance had reached new heights since attaining his Super Saiyan form. "Vegeta, I advise you not to engage me in battle. Should you do so, you will discover that you are far weaker than you imagine. I fear your fragile pride may not withstand the truth," Trunks cautioned, his tone earnest. He held no interest in fighting Vegeta. The strength of a mere Super Saiyan was worlds apart from his current capabilities. Moreover, regardless of their past, Vegeta was the father of the original Trunks, and using this body to destroy him seemed inappropriate. "How dare you utter such brazen words? Let us see how you will shatter my pride," Vegeta hissed through gritted teeth, his face contorted with fury. He clenched his fist once more, golden energy erupting from his body as his hair spiked upward, his eyes turning a vibrant green. Veins bulged on his forehead, a clear indication of his wrath. The system detected that the host had arrived at the primary timeline, fulfilling the conditions for check-in. At that moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. "Is it possible to check in?" Trunks paused momentarily. Subsequently, without hesitation, he mentally affirmed, "Check-in." After all, he had come specifically for this purpose. Now that the conditions for check-in were met, it was only natural to proceed. Following this, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed once more. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. Reward, perfect freedom technique." Chapter 9, The Ultimate Mastery of Free Movement. Vegeta's fury upon hearing the synthetic electronic voice of the system, Trunks. Despite having mentally prepared himself for this moment and knowing that the reward was the ultimate mastery of free movement, could not suppress the overwhelming excitement that surged within him. Simultaneously, he felt a torrent of vast information flooding into his mind, all pertaining to the mastery of free movement. It was as if his body had seamlessly merged with the surrounding space, an exhilarating sensation enveloping him. However, Trunks' perfected mastery was akin to that of the angels, such as Whis, but unlike Goku, there was no silver aura swirling around him, nor did his hair change in any way. This was the true mastery of free movement, a divine state. Yet, those around him remained oblivious to the transformation taking place within Trunks, unable to sense the power of a god. After all, ordinary humans are inherently incapable of perceiving the aura of divinity. "Listen here, brat. Just lie down obediently on the ground. Never utter such foolish and ignorant words again," Vegeta sneered, then leaped into action with astonishing speed, leaving Krillin and the others unable to discern his movements. Only Piccolo, whose combat power had long surpassed 100 million, could perceive Vegeta's speed. He was, after all, one of the strongest among them, second only to Goku and Vegeta. "Piccolo, what is happening? Why isn't that young man transforming into a Super Saiyan? Didn't the other boy from the battle with Frieza have the ability to do so?" Krillin asked, bewildered. If the young man could not transform into a Super Saiyan, he stood no chance against Vegeta, who might easily eliminate him. In their minds, Vegeta was notoriously ruthless, having killed numerous Namekians on planet Namek for years prior. "I don't know. Perhaps he is unable to transform into a Super Saiyan," Piccolo speculated, furrowing his brow. "Or maybe he believes he can defeat Vegeta without the transformation." Piccolo's intuition was based on Trunks' previous arrogance, which suggested that he did not regard Vegeta as a threat. Although Saiyans are known for their pride, Piccolo sensed that Trunks might possess the confidence to back it up. Are you kidding me? He thinks he can defeat a Super Saiyan Vegeta without transforming? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. In their subjective view, a Super Saiyan was nearly invincible, possessing the might to conquer the universe. Even the cosmic Emperor Frieza was no match for them. Yet, this young man, regardless of his strength, could not possibly rival Super Saiyan Vegeta. Just watch. I believe Trunks has a significant chance of winning, Piccolo asserted, having trained closely with Gohan since his youth. Piccolo understood better than anyone that hybrid Saiyans often possessed extraordinary potential. Gohan, at merely 8 years of age, already exhibited a combat power in the millions, while Goku at that age barely reached 100 points. Such a comparison may seem unfair, but it undeniably highlighted the remarkable talents of hybrid Saiyans. In the midst of their conversation, Vegeta's fist appeared before Trunks, who instinctively dodged, not through conscious effort, but rather the passive effect of the mastery of free movement, which allowed him to sense danger and evade it. Nanny, what nonsense is this? That little brat actually dodged. Vegeta was taken aback as his charged attack was effortlessly evaded by Trunks, igniting a furious rage within him. He had anticipated that this strike would leave Trunks incapacitated. Yet the boy's evasion was astonishingly simple. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire attacks, his fists raining down like bullets. The air crackled with the sound of his strikes, yet Trunks stood his ground, evading every single blow with ease. The disparity in their abilities resembled that of a university student playing with a preschooler, a one-sided display of superiority. That damn brat. There must be limits to this joke. After dozens of attacks that failed to graze Trunks, Vegeta's face darkened. He was now a Super Saiyan, boasting what could be described as the greatest power in the universe, and yet he could not even touch this pesky child. This reality severely bruised Vegeta's pride, while Piccolo and Krillin were swept up in a storm of astonishment. Though Piccolo had suspected Trunks possessed strength surpassing Vegeta, witnessing him evade all attacks so effortlessly was mind-boggling. Few in the universe could achieve such a feat, especially without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Impressive. How has he trained so intensely? As a Saiyan, he possesses such formidable power without transformation. No wonder he could obliterate Frieza and his father in an instant 3 years ago. They swallowed hard, relieved that this young man was not their adversary. Otherwise, they would be facing true despair. As Vegeta continued his relentless assault, the outcome remained unchanged. Not only did he fail to land a hit on Trunks, but he could not even graze the boy's clothing. Infuriated, Vegeta seethed. Damn it, you little brat. Are you just going to rely on your speed? How about you show me your true strength and face me head on? This constant evasion is a disgrace to the Saiyan warrior race. Trunks, observing the enraged Vegeta, replied with a calm demeanor. I fear that if I unleash my full power, I might inadvertently end your existence with a single blow. However, since you insist, I shall indulge you just a little. If Trunks truly unleashed all his strength, he could obliterate Vegeta in an instant, whether in Super Saiyan form or through perfected mastery of free movement. This mastery was not merely about speed and evasion. It encompassed far more. If it were merely that, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly be incapable of defeating Jiren in the power tournament. Thus, in addition to speed and evasion capabilities, the Ultra Instinct technique has achieved a qualitative breakthrough in strength, physical resilience, and the energy within the body. Chapter 10. Another Trunks appears, leaving everyone bewildered. Little brat. I never imagined you could be even more arrogant than I am, Vegeta remarked with a cold smirk. In this regard, you surpass that cockroach fellow by a great margin. However, it is regrettable that your hubris is misplaced against the wrong opponent. There was a hint of appreciation in his tone. This young man's audacious words indeed echoed the spirit of a Saiyan far more than cockroaches ever could. Were he not an adversary, and had he not provoked Vegeta's ire, he might have considered taking this boy under his wing. After all, since the demise of Raditz and Nappa, he had lacked any subordinates. Yet now, that was impossible. Today, he was determined to teach this insolent brat a lesson, making him aware of the foolishness of being boastful before a prince. With that, Vegeta leapt into action once more, unleashing his full strength. His speed and power had undeniably intensified. In an instant, he appeared before Trunks with a whoosh, delivering a punch imbued with all his might. Your power is painfully inadequate, Trunks declared, shaking his head. He effortlessly raised his right palm to block Vegeta's attack, standing firm as if he were a mountain. It was evident that such force could not possibly affect him. Nanny. Vegeta was utterly stunned. If earlier Trunks had evaded his every strike due to speed, now he had poured forth all his strength, only to find it effortlessly countered. The boy stood resolute, and despite Vegeta's arrogance and pride, he recognized the formidable power that this brat possessed. No wonder he had exuded such confidence. He indeed had the capability to back it up. Although Vegeta was loath to admit it, it was undeniable. How can this be? The ease with which Trunks had parried his full-force attack was nothing short of astounding. It was worth noting that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Krillin and Tianjinhan were equally astonished, observing the calm demeanor of the young man. It appeared that he had hardly exerted himself to withstand Vegeta's might, as his body remained perfectly still. In that moment of confrontation, everyone recognized the vast chasm separating Vegeta from Trunks. Though he had previously anticipated Trunks to be strong, it was clear he had underestimated him. This young man was exponentially more powerful than the Trunks of 3 years prior. Piccolo gasped at the scene before him, realizing that such strength meant that collectively, they would not stand a chance against Trunks. Even if Goku's injuries healed, they would still be no match for him. Damn it, this is impossible. Vegeta's pride was evidently crushed. After enduring 3 grueling years of torment, he had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to face such humiliation in his first battle. This was utterly unacceptable. He had always believed that achieving Super Saiyan status would make him the strongest warrior in the universe, dismissing Kakarot entirely. Yet here was this insolent boy, exhibiting strength beyond reason. However, the proud Vegeta had no intention of conceding defeat. He withdrew his fist and launched another attack. Do you not yet realize, Vegeta? The gulf between us is insurmountable. Bridging this divide is no simple task. Trunks seized Vegeta's fist once more, his voice cool and detached. With a gentle tug, he drew Vegeta closer, driving his right knee upward. A heavy thud echoed as Vegeta's pupils dilated, instinctively clutching his abdomen, agony etched across his face. Ugh, damn it. In an instant, Vegeta's body bent like a shrimp, the pain evident in his expression. Trunks had barely exerted himself. Otherwise, Vegeta would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Indeed, he could have met the same fate as Yamcha, Android 17, and Android 18, with not even a body left behind. Unbelievable. Perhaps even my father would struggle against him, little Gohan murmured, wide-eyed in astonishment. Vegeta was now on his knees, his face a mask of torment. Just as Piccolo and Krillin contemplated approaching Trunks, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Once more, a silvery light illuminated the sky, and another time machine, identical to the one Trunks had arrived in, materialized before them. What? Another one? They surmised it must be the Trunks from 3 years ago. Gazing at the familiar time machine, the crowd expressed their astonishment. Is this yet another Trunks? How intriguing. Trunks, too, found himself intrigued by the unexpected arrival. Just as everyone's gaze converged, the cockpit burst open, and another Trunks leaped into view. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, donning the same attire and carrying the same sword. The only distinction lay in their expressions. Trunks. Piccolo whispered, his voice laced with disbelief. Though he was the only one aware of Trunks' true identity. Everyone is here. You are? The other Trunks was equally taken aback upon seeing Trunks, though he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the Trunks before him might be a counterpart from a parallel universe. Yes, Trunks nodded, as their eyes met. Apart from their differing expressions, they mirrored one another completely. Height, build, attire, and appearance, all identical. Are you also here seeking assistance? The other Trunks inquired, maintaining his look of surprise. Indeed, he had come in search of help, as he was ill-equipped to confront the androids of his future timeline, hoping to enlist his father or Uncle Goku's aid. Alternatively, he sought to train rigorously to enhance his abilities before returning to confront the androids of his own time. I am not here seeking assistance. Rather, I have come to aid this timeline, Trunks replied coolly. After all, the crisis in his future had been thoroughly resolved. It seemed this timeline was primarily for the purpose of signing in. Furthermore, it could also assist them in dealing with the androids. The empty androids, numbered 17 and 18, are harmless. However, the 18 from the main timeline is revered as the goddess of the Dragon Ball universe. Therefore, it is essential to engage in a profound dialogue with her. Chapter 11, Trunks 2, can you guide me in my training? A look of astonishment crossed the face of another Trunks, who quickly inquired, What? In your timeline, did no androids appear? If they did, given Trunks' strength, it would be impossible for him to defeat them. Before he traversed to this timeline, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of androids 17 and 18. If not for his tenacious vitality, he would have surely perished. However, from the tone of this other Trunks, it seemed their timeline was devoid of danger. In fact, he had come to assist in dealing with the androids. This left him bewildered and perplexed. Piccolo and the others were equally baffled. They have appeared. However, just yesterday, I completely eradicated androids 17 and 18. I must say, their combat prowess was rather underwhelming, Trunks stated nonchalantly. After all, by that time, he had already attained the power of Super Saiyan 4, making the defeat of 17 and 18 a trivial task. Even Cell was dispatched in the blink of an eye. What? You mean to say that the androids, 17 and 18 from your timeline, have all been defeated by you? Goodness. Does that mean you possess strength surpassing that of a Super Saiyan? The other Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. It was known that in their timeline, he and Gohan had all achieved Super Saiyan transformations, yet they were no match for the androids. In fact, Gohan had been killed by the androids 3 years prior. The assertion from this alternate Trunks that he could single-handedly eliminate 17 and 18 was indeed shocking, for he understood better than anyone the formidable power of the androids. Defeating them alone seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, in my timeline, I have utterly annihilated 17 and 18. Did you not notice the tail behind me? I have surpassed my limits and transformed into a higher form of Super Saiyan. To me, 17 and 18 are as feeble as insects, Trunks declared. His words were devoid of exaggeration. Whether it was the Super Saiyan 4 form he previously mastered or his current perfected Ultra Instinct, eliminating the androids was a task of utmost ease. Even Majin Buu would now be but a trivial opponent in his eyes. How impressive. The other Trunks gazed at him with admiration, akin to that of a devoted fan. Despite being the same individual, the disparity in their strength was astonishing. If you train diligently, you too can achieve such power. Oh, by the way, it is difficult to distinguish between us. So I propose we refer to you as Trunks 2 from now on. Trunks continued. It was indeed challenging to differentiate between the two identical Trunks. So the designation of Trunks 2 would simplify matters considerably. Yes, that sounds good. Trunks 2 had no objections to this, for his kind heart and amiable nature rendered him indifferent to such matters of nomenclature. What intrigued him the most was the extent of the Trunks before him, who could easily vanquish 17 and 18. And judging by his words, those androids appeared to him as weak as insects. He wondered if he could ever reach such a level. You possess the ability to eradicate the androids. Please, guide me in my training. I fervently wish for my timeline to restore peace soon. I implore you. After a moment of hesitation, Trunks 2 earnestly requested. Should Trunks agree to assist him in his training, he would be willing to pay any price. He could no longer bear the despair brought forth by the androids in his future timeline. If he could obliterate them entirely, he would gladly sacrifice himself for that cause. At least then, his timeline would attain peace, allowing the unfortunate survivors to live on. Seeing the genuine plea in Trunks 2's eyes, Trunks nodded and replied, "No problem. I can help you enhance your strength." After all, they were both Trunks, and more importantly, he held a deep admiration for the character of Trunks, a true warrior of despair who valiantly protected the Earth in the face of a bleak future. The warriors of this timeline had never known such despair. Even in the face of overwhelming challenges, they had each other and numerous allies. In contrast, Trunks fought alone in the future timeline, utterly outmatched by the androids. The depth of that despair was unimaginable. Thus, Trunks was more than willing to aid Trunks 2. Thank you. I am incredibly grateful, Trunks 2 exclaimed with excitement. However, the priority remained to eliminate the androids first. In truth, merely entering the hyperbolic time chamber for a day would suffice to elevate Trunks 2's strength beyond that of the androids in his future timeline. Yes, of course. Trunks 2 nodded eagerly. As long as they could eradicate the androids, he was unconcerned about a day or two. After all, the androids had wreaked havoc in the future for a full 17 years. Each day, the inhabitants of Earth in that timeline lived in despair and fear. Did you injure my father? Trunks 2 finally asked, glancing at the writhing Vegeta on the ground. He knew that the only one capable of defeating his father was likely Trunks' eye. Yes, this fellow has quite the foul mouth. He lacks strength, yet is so self-important. Had he encountered anyone else, he would have surely met his end. Moreover, I do not acknowledge him as my father, Trunks remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta before speaking indifferently. Although he had assumed Trunks' body, the current Vegeta's arrogance was utterly intolerable. Perhaps the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super could be reluctantly accepted, but this version was simply unacceptable. Trunks 2 was left dumbfounded. However, it was true that this timeline's Vegeta could not be considered their true father. It was merely a parallel timeline. Furthermore, as his mother had said. His father was far too self-important. He shouldn't harbor any grand illusions about him. At that moment, Piccolo and the others approached. Trunks, although I am uncertain about the specifics of your situation, one of the androids has already fled. I believe we should immediately pursue and eliminate it, Piccolo stated. Observing the two. To completely eradicate the androids, they might need the combined strength of both Trunks. Indeed, let's go see what we can do. Trunks nodded. He held no expectations for that old fool, Dr. Gero. His true curiosity lay with Android 18. Chapter 12. Dr. Gero releases Androids 17 and 18. What about Mr. Vegeta? Trunks too inquired, glancing at the still pained Vegeta sprawled on the ground. With the emergence of the androids, it was clearly unwise to leave his injured father here. Especially considering that if the androids spotted him, they would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. Turning to Krillin, Trunks too asked, Uncle Krillin, could you perhaps give Mr. Vegeta a senzu-bean? He had yet to confess his identity as Trunks. He needed to find the right moment to reveal this truth. After all, they had disclosed their identities 3 years ago, which would likely discomfort his father. Krillin hesitated, clearly reluctant to waste a senzu-bean on Vegeta, as they were unsure if he was friend or foe. Despite residing on Earth for 4 years, this did not equate to him being an Earthling. The blood of the Scion race, known for its aggression and malevolence, coursed through Vegeta's veins. In Krillin's and Tien's eyes, Vegeta's nature was unlikely to change. Casting a glance at Piccolo, the group acknowledged that with Goku absent, the decision fell to him. As he was the strongest among them and possessed superior intellect, a consensus among the group. Give it to him, Krillin, Piccolo stated after surveying Trunks. Regardless of Vegeta's demeanor, he was still Trunks' father. All right. With Piccolo's approval, Krillin promptly handed a senzu-bean to Vegeta. In an instant, the group vanished, racing towards the direction where Dr. Gero had disappeared. Damn it. That wretched scoundrel. I am Super Vegeta. Vegeta growled, his hands clenched into the earth, his expression one of sheer agony. He had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to be bested by that insufferable brat. More critically, the disparity in their power levels was staggering. That brat hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet he had easily defeated him. Did this imply that the other brat could do the same? Cursed androids. I must eliminate them myself. I am the most powerful Saiyan. Releasing his grip, Vegeta devoured the senzu-bean, instantaneously regaining his strength and erasing all pain. He then dashed after Trunks and the others, furious that after 3 years of effort to achieve Super Saiyan status, he would allow those two brats to overshadow him. He would ensure that everyone witnessed him, Prince Vegeta, vanquishing the androids. A few minutes later, Trunks and the others discovered a desolate valley surrounded by a labyrinth of mountains and towering cliffs. This location was indeed ideal for research, serving as a hidden underground refuge. Dr. Gero had chosen this place with remarkable cunning. It was nearly impossible to find without deliberate searching. Look over there. There's a cave. Could it be Dr. Gero's laboratory? Piccolo pointed towards a mountain with a cave nestled in its center, while the other peaks bore no such openings. Clearly, this was an excellent hiding spot. Let us go check it out, Trunks suggested, as it bore a striking resemblance to the original Dragon Ball Z series. However, determining its authenticity was challenging since androids emitted no energy signatures, making them undetectable by their heightened sensing abilities. With that, Trunks swiftly darted towards the cave entrance, followed closely by the others. After advancing approximately 50 meters, they encountered a large, ancient iron door. Looks like we found it, Piccolo declared, affirming that this was indeed Dr. Gero's laboratory. Everyone, be cautious. Androids 17 and 18 are exceptionally powerful. The corpse we encountered earlier was not from the future timeline, Trunks too warned. Casting a glance at Trunks. Only Trunks might be capable of handling the androids. Piccolo and Krillin stood no chance against them, given the vast difference in their power levels. If a confrontation ensued, they could be killed in an instant. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, while Krillin's face turned pale with fear. Instinctively inching closer to the two Trunks, aware that it was the safest position to be in. It was human nature to fear death, especially when facing formidable opponents. And that fear intensified in the face of such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, Dr. Gero appeared to have sensed Trunks and his companion's presence. He was torn. The thought of releasing androids 17 and 18 filled him with dread. These two were exceedingly dangerous, and he lacked absolute confidence in controlling them. Yet, in this dire situation, he had no choice. If those intruders forced their way in, it would spell doom for him. The only viable option was to unleash androids 17 and 18. He was uncertain if they had been successfully repaired, but if they had, it would be ideal. Even if they had not been fully restored, they could at least provide temporary assistance in fending off Piccolo and Vegeta. After all, he held the remote control that could trigger their self-destruction. If they were not operational, he could simply destroy them. With a silent prayer, Dr. Gero opened the incubation chamber for Android 17. With a crisp sound, the chamber door fully opened, revealing a young boy clad in a black long-sleeve shirt and an orange scarf before Dr. Gero. His eyes snapped open, gleaming with a cold, emotionless intensity. However, upon noticing the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand, a brief smile flickered across his icy visage. "Hello, Dr. Gero." Android 17 greeted politely, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Well, you're initiating conversation with me, 17. This is quite a surprise." Dr. Gero responded, astonished. The last time he had awakened the androids, he had nearly lost his life to them. Had he not urgently halted their energy, he might have perished at the hands of his own creations. But now, 17 was smiling and greeting him, indicating that he had likely been successfully repaired. "Of course, you are our progenitor, after all. We owe our existence to you." Android 17 replied, still wearing a gentle smile. However, the corner of his eye discreetly glanced at the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand. "How marvelous. It appears that the two of you have successfully restored everything. In that case, let us release Android 18 as well." Observing the remarkably obedient Android 17, Dr. Gero was prepared to unleash Android 18 immediately. With both of them at his disposal, he could effortlessly deal with those troublesome characters, Vegeta and Piccolo. Afterward, he would turn his attention to Goku, and then he would have complete dominion over this world. He pressed the activation button, and the chamber containing Android 18 smoothly opened. A striking figure suddenly emerged into view. Shoulder-length golden hair, a deep blue vest paired with black stockings, and adorned with orange thigh-high boots. It was clear that this was Android 18. Chapter 13. The two androids, also victims upon awakening. Android 18 stepped out of the incubation chamber and exchanged a fleeting glance with Android 17. Her gaze then flickered to the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand, and a hint of a smile broke through her previously icy demeanor. Turning to Dr. Gero, she greeted, "Good morning, Dr. Gero." Despite the smile, her tone remained chillingly indifferent. "Well, even 18 acknowledges my presence. It seems you have truly been restored. This is simply marvelous," Dr. Gero exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Astonished that both 17 and 18 were indeed fixed. With this development, he could not only exact revenge on Son Goku, but also soon dominate the entire world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the mountain to tremble. The massive iron door crashed to the ground. Trunks maintained his stance, having just unleashed an energy sphere, while 17 and 18 merely cast a cold glance, showing no regard for him. "Is that 18? Truly exquisite." Trunks' gaze lingered on her, as this was his primary concern. Android 18's beauty and figure certainly rated above 95, with the only flaw being her slight stature. However, her other attributes more than compensated for this shortcoming, and in reality, she appeared even more stunning than in the anime. "Those bastards!" Dr. Gero clenched his teeth as he watched Trunks and the others breach the door. Immediately, he commanded 17 and 18, quickly dispose of these pesky insects. With their power, they were more than capable of handling these nuisances. "All right," 17 replied, a cold smile creeping across his face. He stepped forward, his eyes turning icy, and then vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he was standing right before Dr. Gero, seizing the remote from his grasp before the doctor could react. "Nanny, what are you doing, 17? Return the remote to me at once." Dr. Gero's panic surged. This was the sole device that could control both 17 and 18, and with it snatched away, his situation was dire. It dawned on him that 17 and 18 had feigned their greeting to lower his guard, only to seize the remote. "This is the device that can immediately halt our energy, correct?" 17 asked with a mocking laugh. "No, it isn't. Give it back, 17. And perhaps I can forgive your earlier ignorance," Dr. Gero pleaded, his face a mask of fear. "Then why are you so anxious, old man? Whether you forgive me or not is inconsequential. I certainly won't forgive you, you foul old fool." At that instant, 17's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. As the words left his lips, he vanished once more, reappearing right before Dr. Gero. With a swift kick, he beheaded the doctor, whose eyes widened in shock. Unable to fathom that he had been slain by his own creation, crimson oil gushed forth from the ruptured conduits, and soon, Dr. Gero met his demise. 17 crushed the remote in his hand and then stomped on Dr. Gero's head, relishing the feeling of vengeance. Without the remote, they were free to soar without constraints, unbound by any force. Watching 17 so effortlessly eliminate Drive Gero, Trunks and Krillin were engulfed in terror. They are the androids I spoke of, 17 and 18. How infuriating. They had killed Dr. Gero, revealing their ruthlessness akin to that of the future timeline. Fear gripped Trunks, perhaps a dread long buried within him, not easily overcome. Even though Trunks had claimed earlier that he could easily defeat 17 and 18, the reality proved far more brutal. How cruel. They have slain their own creator. Krillin trembled, his fear palpable as he recognized the overwhelming strength of these androids. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Piccolo's expression was grave, aware that Dr. Gero had wielded considerable power, yet was vanquished in an instant by the androids. This alone spoke volumes of their terrifying capabilities. Cruelty? You may be misunderstanding the term. Trunks interjected. 17 and 18 were once ordinary humans, forcibly transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. None can fathom the torment they endured. In my view, Dr. Gero was 1,000 times more cruel than they. Trunks cast a glance at Krillin before continuing. This isn't directed at you, Krillin. It is merely the truth. Both the present 17 and 18, as well as those from the future, are victims, tools of Dr. Gero's revenge against Goku and his quest for world domination. Two ordinary humans who once enjoyed blissful lives, now stripped of everything. That is the true cruelty. Trunks' voice was unrestrained, and 17 and 18 understood his words clearly. They exchanged incredulous glances, surprised that someone recognized their plight, and appeared to express sympathy for their circumstances. Krillin was momentarily speechless, unaware that 17 and 18 had been captured and transformed against their will. Contemplating their situation, he felt a surge of pity for them, especially for the girl, who appeared so charming and beautiful. It was indeed a tragedy. 17, there seems to be another incubation chamber here. Could it be 16? I don't recall that old man mentioning him before. Why not release him as well? 18 suggested, glancing at Trunks, seemingly unconcerned with the presence of him and his companions. Let him out. Remaining in this contraption is unbearable. 17 nodded in agreement, fully aware of the torment of being confined in the chamber. Without hesitation, 18 pressed the activation button. However, beads of sweat began to form on Trunks' forehead, realizing that the androids in this timeline were entirely different from those in his own. In his timeline, there was number 16. This cannot be allowed. I must not permit them to escape, or this world will plunge into endless chaos. I will not allow this world to mirror my own. Trunks' brow furrowed as he felt his anger surge. In the moment when the golden aura erupted from his body, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Subsequently, he cupped his hands together, and azure energy swiftly coalesced within his palms. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the energy towards androids 17 and 18. At the instant of the explosion, a shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The ground beneath began to crumble rapidly. Everyone hurriedly exited the cave at the utmost speed. The earth trembled violently. Floating in midair, they watched helplessly as the mountain collapsed. The research facility was utterly annihilated. Chapter 14. Vegeta stands up again. Your actions are utterly meaningless. They will only deplete your energy. I trust you are acutely aware that such attacks will inflict no harm upon the androids, Trunks remarked, observing the movements of Android 2. In the original theatrical version, Trunks engaged in such grandiose assaults, yet his accuracy was dismally low, and energy consumption was alarmingly rapid. What you just said mirrors the words spoken by Android 18. Android 2 admitted with a hint of shame, recalling the time he had been nearly defeated by an android, when 18 had imparted similar wisdom. Despite possessing considerable strength, his energy attacks had proven to be woefully ineffective, leading to an exhausting depletion of his own power without causing a shred of damage to the androids. Those fiends remain unscathed. Tianjin and Piccolo exchanged concerned glances. At that very moment, as their words echoed, the smoke from the explosions began to dissipate, revealing two shadowy figures gradually coming into focus. It was none other than androids 17 and 18, the latter dragging along the incubation chamber of android 16. How infuriating. Android 2 clenched his fists tightly. Although he knew such attacks couldn't harm androids 17 and 18, their apparent invulnerability was undeniable. It seems that at this juncture, both 17 and 18 possess formidable strength. What shall we do now? These two are exceedingly powerful. I doubt even our combined efforts would suffice, Piccolo stated grimly. After all, That young android had effortlessly dispatched Dr. Gero with a single kick, a testament to his might. Krillin and the others hung their heads, clearly at a loss. Compared to these psions and androids, they felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air. Vegeta soared into the midst of the group, making a dazzling entrance. Father, Vegeta, Android 2, and Piccolo gasped in astonishment. They had presumed Vegeta, humiliated moments ago, would sulk in a corner, consumed by rage. Yet, after consuming a Senza bean to restore his strength, he had returned. Humph. Is this what you refer to as those puppet dolls? You can all go home to watch television and drink milk, for I alone shall annihilate them. With his injuries healed, Vegeta regained his haughty demeanor. Feeling a surge in his power, seemingly forgetting the earlier humiliation at the hands of Trunks. This guy, Vegeta, Krillin thought, exasperated. He had just been bested by the very youth before him, yet now he strutted with arrogance. One must admit, aside from his immense pride and strength, his memory seems remarkably short. Vegeta, sir, Androids 17 and 18 are exceedingly powerful. With your strength alone, you cannot hope to defeat them. Perhaps if we all joined forces, we might stand a chance, Android 2 interjected, eager to protect his father from the androids. Get lost, you brat. Do you think I, Vegeta, require your guidance? Vegeta bellowed at Android 2, fully aware of his son's more docile nature. Even a reprimand would elicit no retort from him, unlike another Trunks, who might respond with a fierce comeback. Though proud and arrogant, Vegeta is not foolish enough to seek unnecessary punishment unless he feels an overwhelming shift in power. He is utterly confident in his ability to best Trunks. After berating Android 2, Vegeta dashed toward Androids 17 and 18, who had just released Android 16. This fool is far too self-assured, believing that merely transforming into a Super Saiyan renders him invincible. Do not intervene, Trunks. Allowing him to learn a lesson is not a bad notion, Piccolo advised Trunks, recognizing that without a taste of defeat, Vegeta would never learn. Trunks. Piccolo. Did you just say their name is Trunks? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Before their arrival, Bulma had cradled an infant in her arms, the child of Bulma and Vegeta. If he remembered correctly, that child was indeed named Trunks. He then glanced back at the two Trunks, noting the striking resemblance in their eyes to Vegeta and their hair, identical to Bulma's. In that moment, realization dawned on Krillin. My word, so Trunks is the child of Vegeta and Bulma? The thought struck him with astonishment. Tangent and Gohan, standing nearby, appeared to have connected the dots as well, for they were astute individuals. It was clear that this revelation could no longer be concealed. Android 2 had no choice but to confess. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his identity, fearing it might impact the timeline of his future existence. However, now that he was indeed born, such concerns were irrelevant. Indeed, we are named Trunks, the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma from a future timeline. Android 2 explained to the astonished group. Indeed, Vegeta had mentioned that only a few Saiyans remained. It is no wonder you are also Saiyans. And your hair is not black. While they had surmised it, hearing it confirmed by Android 2 still left everyone in shock. So you are Trunks, all grown up. I never imagined you would become so powerful. Young Gohan exclaimed, admiration evident on his face. As half Saiyans, they seemed to pale in comparison, yet Gohan was still young. With diligent training, he could certainly attain Super Saiyan status by the time he reached Trunks' age. After a moment of astonishment, their gazes shifted once more to Vegeta and the androids. Vegeta had now positioned himself before the trio. Oh, so it is Vegeta? I see you're eager to stir up trouble with us. Android 17 cast a dismissive glance at Vegeta and spoke coolly, showing no regard for him. The others didn't even bother to look his way. Trouble? You overestimate yourselves, puppet dolls. I, Vegeta, shall annihilate this heap of scrap metal today. A confident smile graced Vegeta's lips. He subsequently clenched his fist and fixed his gaze upon the three individuals of Team 17. Chapter 15, Number 17, My interest was piqued. This time, he was determined to single-handedly obliterate all the androids, making these insufferable beings aware that he was the mightiest Saiyan. How foolish and absurd. To think that they could even hope to defeat us. Dream on, Vegeta. Number 17's expression shifted, and he replied coldly. He had no intention of engaging in combat with Vegeta, as he held him in utter disdain. However, Vegeta's earlier remarks ignited a flicker of anger within him. After all, they were once ordinary humans, merely transformed by that old fool, Dr. Gero. Now, Vegeta dared to label them as scrap. This was a profound insult to both number 17 and number 18. As for number 16, his expression remained unchanged, for he was a pure robot, created solely with the purpose of eliminating Goku. Vegeta's derision was of no concern to him. Oh, is that so? It seems you scrap metal are quite confident. I hope you maintain that confidence when I reduce you to pieces. Vegeta boasted, his arrogance palpable, his chin almost reaching the heavens. 17. Allow me to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, number 18 declared through gritted teeth, her tone icy. Initially, they did not wish to confront these individuals, but Vegeta's egotism was insufferable, and his taunts demanded a response. It would be a disservice to their formidable power to let such insolence go unpunished. Ah, whatever. We're not in a hurry, right? Isn't that so, number 16? Number 17 replied with a nonchalant smile. Truth be told, they were uncertain of their destination, lacking any clear objective. Since Vegeta was so dismissive, they might as well let number 18 teach him a lesson while also alleviating their boredom. Huh, a woman, Vegeta scoffed. Yet, just as a smirk was about to form on his lips, number 18 vanished, appearing before him like a specter. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. The force was overwhelming, causing turmoil within him, and he expelled bile and frustration. Damn it, that cursed puppet. Vegeta seethed, furious at the revelation of her strength. He had not anticipated that this woman could strike him down so effortlessly, further bruising his pride. With a roar, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Trunks leaped into the fray, standing before number 17 and number 16. Number 16 regarded Trunks with a surprised glance, a hint of caution in his eyes. What's this? Do you wish to exchange blows with me? Number 17 asked, casting a sideways glance at Trunks, intrigued. He would not mind bringing this youth to the ground. Despite harboring a slight fondness for him, perhaps due to Trunks' previous remarks about the androids being victims too. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Trunks could never match his power. Trunks chuckled, responding, although number 17's strength is notable, it pales in comparison to my own. There exists an insurmountable gap between us. Oh, is arrogance and self-importance the defining trait of Science? I never expected you to be more presumptuous than Vegeta. Number 17 retorted coldly, unfazed by the insult. As he believed himself to possess the greatest power in the universe, unmatched by anyone, not even Science or other androids could rival him. Perhaps, Trunks nodded, maintaining his smile. He was not keen on battling number 17, fearing he might inadvertently harm him, as this young man would eventually become his brother-in-law. Number 17. Within you resides an immense power that far surpasses our own. Thus, if possible, I advise against engaging in combat. Number 16 suddenly spoke up, breaking his silence. Huh? Number 17 was taken aback, surprised that the usually taciturn number 16 had chosen to speak. Yet, the absurdity of his statement made him laugh. The notion that this scion could possess power beyond theirs was laughable. Number 16. That joke is hardly amusing. There is no one in this world who possesses power exceeding mine. I am the strongest being in the universe, number 17 proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Convinced of his supremacy over all, be they scions or other androids. Since you say so, I find myself intrigued. Watching number 18 fight is rather monotonous. It would be refreshing to stretch my limbs, number 17 remarked, preparing for a confrontation. Do you truly wish to spar with me? You ought to think carefully, number 17. For the energy I harbor within is beyond your imagination, Trunks responded, his tone still calm. To be honest, number 17's strength did not pique his interest much. Yet he was willing to indulge him for amusement's sake. Such arrogance. Very well, I shall allow you to experience the might of the androids, number 17 said. His smile fading as seriousness washed over him. He was aware that Trunks would not be his equal, but being a scion, Trunks would provide an entertaining challenge. Then let me experience the strength of this time-traveling number 17. Trunks nodded, perhaps hoping to foster a bond with his future brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Trunks number 2 observed with curiosity and anticipation, wondering how Trunks' strength would measure against that of android number 17. I'm not entirely sure, Trunks number 2 replied, shaking his head. This is my first encounter with him. If the other Trunks manage to defeat the androids in the future, then surely this Trunks can handle android number 17, right? I hope he can triumph over the android, Krillin prayed, hoping that such a victory could lead to their salvation. Chapter 16. Number 17 surrendered. You may call me Lapis. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta had evidently fallen behind number 18. The power that number 18 now possessed far surpassed that of the early Super Saiyan Vegeta. Vegeta pushed his strength to its limits, employing various cunning offensive maneuvers. Yet none posed any threat to number 18. Throughout the encounter, he failed to inflict any substantial damage upon her, while she appeared utterly relaxed. This only fueled Vegeta's frustration. To think that his inaugural battle as a Super Saiyan would be met with such adversity, his overflowing pride could hardly bear it. On the other side, number 17 assumed a combat stance. Hey, you're also a Saiyan. You should be able to transform like Vegeta. Hurry up and transform, otherwise, the fight will be exceedingly dull. He remarked to Trunks. After all, this young man before him was certainly younger than Vegeta, and thus his combat prowess must be inferior. Given that number 18 could easily suppress Vegeta, and considering that number 17's strength surpassed hers, it was reasonable to conclude that this young man could not possibly be his opponent. Number 17 held this belief firmly. There is no need, even in my base form. I can defeat you, Trunks replied, maintaining a warm smile and an exceptionally calm demeanor. None of the opponents present stirred any unrest within him. TCH, it seems you are even more arrogant than Vegeta. But soon, I shall show you that your arrogance is unwarranted. As he spoke, number 17's body suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Trunks. It was evident that number 17 possessed a speed greater than that of Super Saiyan Vegeta. Following this, he unleashed a punch, exerting merely 60% of his power, as he had no intention of killing Trunks. Trunks smiled faintly, instinctively sidestepping. This was the passive effect of Ultra Instinct, allowing him to anticipate danger and react reflexively without conscious thought. Number 17's fist grazed past Trunks' ear, but failed to make contact. What? He actually dodged it? It seems I have underestimated his strength. He is more formidable than I imagined, number 17 exclaimed, taken aback. He had initially believed that this punch would decisively conclude the battle. However, it became clear that he had underestimated this young man's abilities. Yet, merely dodging one attack surprised him only slightly, for he intended to fight with all his might from that point onward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Number 17 continuously shifted his position, launching 5 or 6 full-force attacks with each change. Each punch sent shockwaves through the air, yet after dozens of assaults, he still failed to land a hit on Trunks. Impossible. How can this be happening? What a joke. This guy has evaded all my attacks, and it seems so effortless. Number 17's expression grew serious. If the first attack had been a mere probe, the subsequent ones were executed with full intensity. Yet even so, he could not touch his opponent. Though he was reluctant to admit it, it was clear that this young man's speed far exceeded his own. There is nothing impossible, number 17. I have already stated that my strength surpasses yours by a considerable margin, reaching a level you cannot fathom. Observing number 17's increasingly grim countenance, Trunks remained composed. Super Saiyan 4 and perfected Ultra Instinct were heights that number 17 would never attain, not just for him, but for everyone present. This was an existence beyond their comprehension. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Do you think victory is assured? Number 17 gritted his teeth, extending both hands as 2 energy spheres swiftly coalesced in his palms. Whoosh, whoosh. He released them. His and number 18's greatest strength lay in their unlimited energy, meaning their bodies housed an inexhaustible supply of power, a natural advantage. Trunks did not flinch or evade, allowing the energy spheres to strike him. Boom, boom. The spheres detonated in rapid succession, engulfing Trunks in a thick cloud of smoke. Unbelievable. Number 17's energy attacks failed to inflict any harm on Trunks. Piccolo gaped, clearly astonished. They could all sense that number 17's energy waves were formidable, capable of severely injuring them. Yet Trunks remained unscathed, his aura unchanged. After bombarding Trunks for a full 3 minutes, number 17 finally ceased his onslaught. The smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing Trunks once more, surrounded by a silvery aura that had completely shielded him from the explosions, leaving him untouched. Not even a speck of dust clinging to him. Is this a joke? Is this guy truly a Saiyan? Number 17 questioned his own reality. Not only was this individual exceptionally fast, but he could also entirely disregard his energy attacks. This implied that no matter what, he could never win this battle. Stand down. Number 17, you cannot compete with him. If you provoke him further, we may face dire consequences, number 16 urged number 17 once more. Although his own strength exceeded that of number 17, he understood through the analysis of their earlier confrontation that even their combined might would be insufficient against the young man before them. There was no glimmer of hope. Sighing deeply, number 17 turned to the serious-faced number 16 and took a long breath, apparently having made a decision. He realized that no matter what, he could not defeat this individual. It seemed that his earlier words were not mere arrogance, but rather a reflection of undeniable strength. He then turned to Trunks and stated, "I concede, you are far stronger than I anticipated. Continuing this fight would yield no chance of victory." Number 17's straightforward nature led him to acknowledge his defeat. At this moment, Trunks slowly descended from the air. He surrendered? The android number 17 has surrendered? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, the boastful number 17 had so confidently declared his prowess, yet he now surrendered so easily and gracefully. The most astonished of all was undoubtedly Trunks. Due to his understanding of androids, he believed they were inherently arrogant. Even in the face of death, they would never concede. They would certainly not surrender with such nonchalance. No, it cannot be. Android 17 actually chose to forfeit voluntarily. Moreover, it seemed he was not even angry. This was utterly inconceivable. Trunks felt as though his perceptions had been fundamentally altered. This Android 17 appeared to be markedly different from the one in his timeline. However, Trunks did not dwell on this distinction. As a time traveler, he was well aware that this timeline's Android 17 was an entirely different entity from the one in his future. This Android 17 never indiscriminately harmed the innocent and possessed a profound love for nature. By the time of Dragon Ball Super, he had even become a guardian of the forest. In stark contrast, the Android 17 from the future was a ruthless killing machine, devoid of any emotions or humanity. There was simply no basis for comparison between the two. "I am Android 17. He began. That is the name I was given post-reconstruction. Of course, you may also refer to me as Lapis, which was my name before." Android 17 seemed to harbor a favorable impression of Trunks as he initiated his self-introduction. This scene left Trunks and his companions in a state of bewilderment once again. Piccolo remarked, "Is this truly the android notorious for his merciless killings? He hardly appears to fit that description." He then cast a skeptical glance at Trunks. "I am Trunks, though I prefer to address you as Android 17. Trunks introduced himself as well. Although he knew 17's true name was Lapis, it just did not roll off the tongue as smoothly as Android 17. Chapter 17. If you want to be my brother-in-law, you must put in more effort. It matters not. It is merely a title. Number 17 shrugged nonchalantly, expressing that, for him, a name was simply a label, devoid of significance. Moreover, it was likely that few still addressed him by that name. Number 16. Observing that the two had ceased their conflict and appeared to maintain a cordial relationship, silently breathed a sigh of relief. Instinctively, he sensed that had the battle continued, all three might have perished here. Thankfully, Number 17 made a remarkably astute decision. On the other side, however, Vegeta was far less fortunate. He had initiated the provocation and, throughout his skirmish with Number 18, had continually hurled insults that proved intolerable for her. Consequently, she unleashed her full power, swiftly bringing Vegeta to his knees. The disparity between him and Number 18 was glaringly evident. Trunks too, and Piccolo could no longer bear to watch. Although Piccolo harbored no affection for Vegeta, his demise would deprive Earth of a warrior, leaving it vulnerable to the whims of the androids. While another Trunks had bested Android 17, it was clear he had no intention of confronting the androids. Piccolo had sensed a difference. Despite their identical appearances, the two Trunks exuded entirely different auras. The other Trunks was inscrutable, evoking a profound sense of depth. Witnessing Vegeta's defeat, with one arm broken, Trunks too could no longer restrain himself. "Father," he called out, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then drew his sword and swung it at Number 18. With effortless precision, she deflected his attack with 2 fingers, following up with a well-aimed energy wave that sent Trunks flying. Piccolo and Tianjinhan were similarly dispatched with ease. Fortunately, Number 18 refrained from lethal force, otherwise, they would likely have become lifeless corpses. Only Krillin stood trembling in fear. Incredible! Trunks' sword can cleave Frieza in two, yet it was effortlessly countered by the android. Krillin recognized that his own abilities were insufficient to assist. Advancing now would be tantamount to a death wish, so he remained frozen in place. At that moment, Vegeta realized that Trunks was his son, the future version who had grown up in a different timeline. This revelation struck him profoundly, especially upon seeing Trunks. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had never anticipated being defeated by his own son so effortlessly. This humiliation was far more unbearable than being vanquished by Kakarot. "Why is that other fellow, who looks just like you, so weak?" Number 17 inquired, glancing at Trunks too with a hint of perplexity. He had just experienced Trunks' formidable strength, which was almost unfathomable. It seemed improbable that even the three androids combined could rival him. So, why was this identical-looking individual so easily defeated by number 18? We come from different origins, and thus our strengths vary, Trunks responded evasively. After all, his body housed a system. Without it, he might have been as feeble as the other Trunks, easily vanquished by the androids, potentially even facing death at their hands. Whoosh. At that moment, number 18 returned to number 17's side, her expression unwavering. However, the battle with Vegeta had left her attire somewhat tattered. She gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and regarded Trunks with mild interest. It was undeniable that Trunks was quite handsome, with striking features and sharp contours. Trunks, in turn, scrutinized number 18 with sincerity. To be frank, aside from her slightly petite frame, she was nearly perfect. Yet, such attributes could be significantly enhanced through subsequent artificial modifications. It was indeed peculiar how two identical individuals could possess such a vast disparity in power. Number 18, equally curious, fixed her gaze on Trunks. She had noted his battle with number 17, where he displayed strength far exceeding that of his counterpart. Yet, the other Trunks, whom she had effortlessly defeated in an instant, seemed remarkably weak. Curious, are we? Trunks chuckled, then turned his gaze toward number 18. Humph. Number 18 scoffed, her prideful demeanor evident. She would never admit to such a sentiment. Curiosity was often the precursor to a woman's downfall. Once a woman becomes intrigued by a man, she will undoubtedly seek to uncover more. Trunks continued, his smile unwavering. Women are such tenacious creatures, he added, observing number 18's evident curiosity towards him, likely sparked by the contrast in strength between the two Trunks. Stop being so presumptuous. I have no interest in you, number 18 retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Trunks. Even if her curiosity ran deep, she would never voice it. Number 18, I find this Trunks quite fascinating. He is handsome and possesses remarkable strength. If you harbor any interest, as your brother, I wouldn't object. Number 17 chimed in with a grin. He held no ill will towards Trunks. His prior assertion that the androids were also victims had significantly enhanced his regard for him. Furthermore, Trunks's gaze towards them was not one of contempt, unlike how others viewed monsters. Ultimately, despite possessing the power to annihilate all androids, he showed no inclination to do so. Thus, number 17 harbored a considerable fondness for Trunks. If he could become his brother-in-law, it would indeed be a splendid prospect. After all, finding a young man who could rival their strength and had such a charming appearance was a rarity in this world. Number 16, bewildered, observed the three with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend their discourse. Be quiet, number 17. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall not hesitate to silence you. Number 18 admonished sharply, taken aback by her brother's unexpected behavior. While the current Trunks was undeniably handsome and powerful, she was not the type to fall for someone at first sight. Accompany me to find a suitable outfit, number 18 commanded, her tone still frosty. After speaking, she couldn't help but cast one last glance at Trunks before leaping away, vanishing like a fleeting light. Trunks gazed in the direction she had disappeared. Yet he made no move to pursue her. Sometimes, matters of the heart require a gentle approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Patience is essential. Number 17 cast a sly glance towards Trunks, a mischievous glimmer evident in his eyes. With a playful smirk, he remarked, my sister has quite discerning tastes. If you aspire to be her brother-in-law, you must exert yourself further. With that, number 17 sprang into action, darting towards number 18. Number 16 nodded in acknowledgement to Trunks before following suit. After all, the three of them were artificial beings, and it was likely that others held them in disdain. Thus, they naturally banded together, ensuring that at least two companions would alleviate their solitude. Observing their departure, Trunks offered a faint smile. Sensing that number 18 harbored a genuine curiosity about him, it was evident that their paths would cross again, perhaps sooner than expected. Chapter 18, Vegeta. You lack the authority to command me. Once the artificial beings departed, Krillin, who had been paralyzed with fear, exhaled a sigh of relief. He hurried to the injured individuals, distributing the sins of beans to them. His presence proved to be invaluable. At least, in the absence of lethal intent from the androids, he could still offer aid. After consuming the beans, the wounds of several were swiftly mended, yet their visages remained grim. The overwhelming power of the androids had surpassed their wildest imaginations, effortlessly defeating them in a mere instant, a feat beyond their capacity to counter. At that moment, both Vegeta and Piccolo turned their gazes towards Trunks. for he was the sole individual capable of vanquishing the androids. The earlier confrontation between Trunks and Android 17 had revealed his potential to dominate the androids. Without delay, Vegeta flashed before Trunks, his voice laced with cold ire. "You insolent brat. You had the chance to eliminate the androids. Why did you let them escape?" His heart brimmed with frustration, being bested by this insufferable youth and subsequently vanquished by a female android was an indignity too great for the proud prince of all scions to bear. Moreover, the revelation that Trunks was indeed his son from a future timeline only intensified his fury. How could his own offspring possess greater strength than he? Trunks, with an expression devoid of warmth, regarded Vegeta coolly and replied, "Mind your tone when addressing me, Mr. Vegeta. You have no right to issue commands." He was not the true Trunks, thus their connection was tenuous at best. Vegeta's condescending demeanor had long been a source of his distaste. The fact that Vegeta still stood to speak was a testament to his benevolence. Seething with rage, Vegeta's teeth clenched. He yearned to retort, incredulous that this boy would dare to speak to him in such a manner. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The Trunks before him did not acknowledge him as his father. And truthfully, his bond with the future Trunks was minimal. After a moment of silence, Vegeta turned away, the weight of his defeat pressing heavily upon him. He needed solitude to vent his frustrations. At this juncture, Piccolo interjected, "Trunks, you hail from a future timeline and are undoubtedly aware of the terror the androids embody. Their very creation was intended to eradicate humanity and obliterate the Earth. Allowing them to escape was, indeed, a questionable decision." Piccolo's words were couched in subtlety. Yet his disapproval of Trunks' recent actions was palpable. He was the only one capable of slaying the androids, but ultimately, it was Trunks' decision, and they could not interfere without inciting his wrath. Provoking an entity of unimaginable strength was an unwise course of action, a path Piccolo would not tread. "The androids of this timeline differ from those of the future," he continued. "Had they been the same, they would have unhesitatingly slaughtered you all. Their restraint suggests they are not as ruthless. Let us not dwell on this matter further, nor provoke them again. The outcome may not be in your favor next time." Trunks' tone softened considerably. His character was such that kindness begets kindness. If treated with respect, he reciprocated. However, any attempt to belittle him was met with resistance. "Very well. I understand." Piccolo nodded, choosing to remain silent as he too departed, his spirit dampened by the day's revelations. The chasm between their hard-earned strength and that of the androids was staggering, a gulf that left them feeling insignificant in comparison to Trunks' prowess. They had to elevate their abilities once more to safeguard Earth. Lost in his thoughts, Piccolo had long forgotten his original aspirations. He too turned away, leaving only Trunks and Trunks 2 in their wake. After a brief exchange, Gohan and Krillin took their leave as well, leaving the two Trunks alone. Trunks 2, displaying wisdom beyond his years, refrained from questioning Trunks' decision to spare the androids. Perhaps Trunks had his reasons, as he suggested, that the androids of this timeline were not as formidable as those of the future. More importantly, he sought to learn from Trunks the secrets of Scion strength. "You are truly remarkable. Please, instruct me in my training. If I could possess even half your might, I could confront the crises of my own timeline." Trunks too bowed deeply, demonstrating utmost respect. He understood that to seek knowledge, one must adopt a humble stance. Trunks, more than anyone, recognized this truth. While Scions may be proud, such pride would not save his timeline. It could only exacerbate their dire situation. "Very well, I shall train you for a few days. As I have little else to occupy my time," Trunks conceded with a nod. Though he had successfully signed in, returning to his timeline remained impossible. The time machine's energy was sufficient for only one round trip, necessitating the creation of a new power source by Bulma in this timeline for his return. In the interim, he might as well train alongside Trunks too. Despite his ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and mastery of the perfected Ultra Instinct, his foundational combat prowess required significant enhancement. This opportunity would allow him to fortify his base strength. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful," Trunks 2 exclaimed, hope gleaming in his eyes. "Let us proceed to Capsule Corporation." "I assume you lack the energy to return in your time machine," Trunks remarked, as resources had become exceedingly scarce in the future due to the android's devastation. Chapter 19. The Emergence of Cell. Goku and Vegeta enter the hyperbolic time chamber upon their return to Capsule Corporation. Bulma swiftly embraced the presence of the two Trunks. After all, upon first encountering Trunks 3 years prior, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Now, learning that these sons from a future timeline are not only strikingly handsome, but also immensely powerful. Her joy was palpable. She promptly commenced the creation of energy sources for the time machines. With the design blueprints at hand, the task was a mere trifle for Bulma, the technological genius. She estimated that within a month, she would have completed the energy sources for both time machines. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having endured the humiliation of 2 consecutive defeats, had seemingly retreated to an undisclosed location to vent his frustration. Piccolo, on the other hand, returned to the sacred world of the Kais, fervently requesting to fuse with the old Kai. He felt his current strength was woefully inadequate, and the innate abilities of Namekians were indeed inferior to those of the Saiyans. Despite training alongside Goku and others, the disparity in outcomes remained significant. In such circumstances, only by merging with the old Kai could he transform into the true Piccolo and unlock the potential power he was destined to wield. To this, the old Kai firmly disagreed, not out of fear for his life, but simply due to a perceived lack of necessity. However, 3 days later, an unforeseen catastrophe on Earth prompted a reconsideration of his stance. Just an hour earlier, an entire city had been annihilated, its inhabitants slaughtered without a trace. While the people of Earth were oblivious to the perpetrator, the old Kai had witnessed it all too clearly, a grotesque creature, resembling a mutated mantis, its body marred with dark spots. From this being, he sensed an unprecedented aura of malevolence. "Hey, old man, what are you waiting for? I've told you time and again, Earth no longer needs a cowardly Kai. It requires a formidable Namekian warrior." Piccolo spoke impatiently, having tirelessly urged the old Kai for 3 days, only to find him obstinately resistant to change. "Fine, I agree to the fusion." The old Kai finally conceded with a long sigh, turning to Piccolo. "What?" Piccolo gasped, astonished by the old Kai's sudden shift in attitude. Just moments ago, the old Kai had been resolute in his refusal to merge. What had caused this abrupt willingness? Do not be surprised. A great calamity may soon befall Earth. A terrifying monster is taking shape. As you have said, Earth does not require a weak and ineffectual Kai. It needs a warrior capable of confronting the impending crisis. Come, Piccolo. My only hope is that after our fusion, you will safeguard Earth diligently, the old Kai stated with grave seriousness. Once merged, the old Kai would continue to exist, and the Dragon Balls of Earth would remain intact. In this dire situation, the old Kai realized he could not assist Earth in any meaningful way. Piccolo readily agreed, and the fusion ensued. Post-fusion, Piccolo felt a profound enhancement in his strength. It was no exaggeration to assert that he now possessed power that surpassed even Goku and Vegeta. He was confident that he could vanquish the previous androids 17 and 18 with ease. Even he was astonished by the extent of his newfound prowess following the fusion with the old Kai. Having inherited the old Kai's memories, Piccolo departed the sacred world. Fully aware of the events that had transpired in those cities, the entire population absorbed by the green monstrosity overnight. Thus, his foremost task was to eliminate this creature to prevent further harm to innocent lives. As days passed, 3 more days elapsed. After consuming the miraculous medicine brought by Trunks II, Goku's heart condition improved markedly. Upon learning of the androids, he immediately summoned Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber. With his current strength, defeating the androids and the recently emerged monster was an insurmountable challenge. The only viable solution to rapidly enhance their abilities lay in entering the hyperbolic time chamber for intensive training. Within that space, a year of training equated to merely a day outside, providing them the opportunity for substantial growth. Thus, Goku and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Cell, having absorbed countless ordinary humans, experienced a significant amplification of his power. Yet, mere absorption of human energy would not suffice to achieve his perfect form. The only path to true completion lay in absorbing androids 17 and 18, the very objective that had driven him to kill the future Trunks and traverse to this timeline. At Capsule Corporation, the 2 Trunks diligently trained in the gravity chamber. After 6 days of rigorous training, both had significantly elevated their foundational combat abilities. Trunks, your base power level has improved tremendously. At this rate, if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you will undoubtedly possess the capability to eliminate the 2 androids from the future, Trunks remarked to Trunks II, acknowledging the benefits of training under 3,000 times the normal gravity. Coupled with his guidance, Trunks II, now possessing the strength equivalent to the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan, felt confident in his ability to defeat both future androids. I too sense a substantial enhancement in my power. With my current strength, I can indeed eliminate androids 17 and 18. Thank you once again for your guidance. He expressed appreciatively, reflecting his naturally courteous demeanor. All right, we can take a break now. There exists another training sanctum on Earth where a year of training equates to just a day outside. Spending a day or two there would greatly bolster our strength. Trunks continued. Given their presence in this timeline, training in the hyperbolic time chamber for a couple of days was essential. Although he could achieve the form of Super Saiyan 4, the magnitude of power increase was contingent upon the strength of his base combat abilities. The stronger the foundation, the greater the ultimate potential. Chapter 20. In a critical moment, Cell, it seems I've disturbed your beautiful dream. Trunks 2 nodded eagerly. Since the time machine's energy source had yet to be created, he resolved to enhance his strength as much as possible during this interval. The adversaries in the future timeline would undoubtedly extend beyond just androids 17 and 18. More formidable foes were likely to emerge. Thus, seizing every opportunity to grow stronger was imperative to safeguard the future timeline. Let us venture outside and assess the situation. Trunks continued. Given your presence in this timeline, the principal antagonist must have also made an appearance. He elaborated that if his timeline were the only one, he would have already dealt with Cell, rendering the likelihood of its emergence slim. However, with the arrival of another Trunks from a different future, the probability of Cell's appearance had escalated. To achieve its perfect form, Cell needed to absorb androids 17 and 18, a scenario Trunks could not permit. After all, Android 18 was destined to become his partner. How could he allow her to be consumed by Cell? The thought of the depictions in certain materials only intensified his resolve against such an outcome. The principal antagonist? Trunks 2 inquired, a look of bewilderment gracing his features, as he was unaware of what the term entailed. To him, the most formidable opponents were androids 17 and 18. Yet, in this timeline, they seemed devoid of their murderous instincts, a stark contrast to the future timeline. You shall soon discover, Trunks replied, stepping out of the gravity chamber. After a brief refreshment, they partook in lunch, and the Bulma of this timeline treated them with great care. Following their meal, Trunks suddenly sensed a powerful aura. I detect an overwhelming energy. Could it be the principal antagonist you mentioned? Trunks 2 exclaimed, recognizing the strength of the presence. Had it not been for their training in the gravity chamber, that aura could have easily been lethal. Indeed, it appears so. I can feel its energy, Trunks affirmed. Cell's malevolent aura was unmistakable, compounded by the myriad of warrior cells contained within him, including those of the tyrant Frieza and his father. Thus, whenever Cell unleashed his energy, it was readily identifiable. Let us investigate, he urged. In an instant, the two Trunks vanished from Capsule Corporation, only to reappear on a small island in the East Sea. There, a figure loomed in the sky. Cell, having completed a transformation. What manner of creature is that? I have never encountered such a being before, Trunks 2 remarked, astonished by the monstrous sight above. In his future, such a creature had never manifested. This entity is Cell, a creation of Dr. Gero. After Dr. Gero's demise, the project was continued via the computer he had utilized. The Cell of this timeline has yet to mature. It remains in an embryonic state. The creature before us likely eliminated other parallel future versions of me and utilized his time machine to arrive here. Judging by its appearance, it has already absorbed one android. Trunks elucidated, as he was well versed in the storylines of such time travelers. Trunks 2, however, appeared utterly perplexed. Yet he grasped the essential point. This creature was indeed a product of Dr. Gero and had traversed from another future timeline. Trunks began searching for Android 18. With Cell having achieved a transformation, he was expected to have absorbed Android 17. Meanwhile, Cell was on the hunt for Android 18, for upon absorbing her, he would attain his coveted perfect form, allowing him to conquer the world without opposition. Around them, several islands had already succumbed to Cell's devastation. 18. I have found you, Cell exclaimed, diving toward the last remaining island. Although 18 and 16 had concealed themselves well, it did not take long for Cell to discover them. Oh no. 18, run. I will distract this monster. We must not allow him to achieve his perfect form, or the Earth will plunge into chaos. 16 declared, his head severely damaged. Yet he was resolute in confronting Cell, determined to prevent the creature from becoming complete. 18's expression was one of sheer terror. Having already witnessed the absorption of 17, she was acutely aware that fighting back would only lead to her own demise. That grotesque creature, that repulsive monster. Absolutely not, she thought, swiftly fleeing in the opposite direction as 16 charged towards Cell, only to be flung aside with a single kick. Cell, having completed a transformation, far surpassed 16 in strength. And with 16 gravely injured, he swiftly approached Android 18. Do not resist. 18. It is your fate. You were created for the purpose of facilitating my perfection. To become a part of my perfect form is your utmost honor, and you should embrace it. Greed glimmered in Cell's eyes as he envisioned the perfection he had long awaited. You hideous monster, even in death, I will never allow you to absorb me. 18. Realizing her inevitable fate, unleashed a barrage of energy spheres. However, such attacks were futile against the now formidable Cell, who absorbed the onslaught without flinching and advanced toward her. With a single hand, Cell seized 18 by the throat, his tail morphing into a gaping maw that sought to consume her. It's over. 18 recognized her grim fate, destined to meet the same end as 17, with no chance for escape. Who could save her? It seemed that aside from 16, no one would come to her aid, for they were the despised creations of humanity. I am on the brink of achieving my perfect form. Cell rejoiced, exhilarated as he awaited this long-anticipated moment. In this realm of time and space, for long years have already passed in slumber. How fortunate. Number 18. Upon uttering this, the gaping maw lunged directly toward number 18. However, just as the monstrous mouth was about to make contact with her, a sudden sound of air being torn apart echoed through the atmosphere. Whoosh! In the next instant, a hand seized Cell's arm, and a figure materialized before number 18. It was Trunks. Both number 18 and Cell displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Trunks at this critical moment. My sincerest apologies. Cell, it seems I have interrupted your pleasant dream. A faint smile graced Trunks' lips as he effortlessly twisted Cell's arm back. The look of surprise on Cell's face swiftly transformed into one of sheer terror, clearly shaken by the immense power wielded by Trunks. Chapter 21. Sun Wukong, that Trunks might be stronger than all of us. How? How can it be you? The expression of Android 18 behind him clearly reflected her astonishment. Just moments ago, she had succumbed to despair, for in this world, apart from Androids 17 and 16, she had no relatives or friends left. As a being loathed by many, it was inconceivable that anyone would come to her aid. She had believed she was about to be absorbed by that grotesque monster. Yet, to her utter disbelief, it was Trunks who intervened at the critical moment. Am I really that surprising? Do you think anyone else harbors any fondness for you? Trunks turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. To be honest, the other warriors on Earth held a significant fear of Android 18 and her companion, and they would never attempt to save them. 18 did not utter a word, silently acknowledging this truth. Indeed, no one else would dare to rescue them. Trunks had previously possessed the power to eliminate them. Yet he had refrained from doing so. Thus, his decision to save her now seemed less astonishing. But what could his true intentions be? What was he after? Trunks, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. I am on the verge of achieving my perfect form. If you dare to impede me now, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, just as I did with the Trunks of other timelines. After a brief moment of shock, Cell immediately issued a threat. For he was at the final juncture of his transformation and could not afford any interruptions. At that moment, Trunks too also arrived. Upon seeing Cell, he was taken aback, having never encountered such a being before. The energy emanating from Cell was peculiar, a blend of various forces. More importantly, he was formidable. Is that so? If you believe yourself capable, then by all means, give it a try. Trunks replied calmly upon hearing Cell's taunt. Even in his perfect form, Cell would be no match for him, especially after merely absorbing Android 17 and undergoing one evolution. To put it bluntly, he could obliterate Cell with but a single finger. You wretched scoundrel. No one can prevent me from achieving my perfect form. Those who attempt to thwart me will vanish from this world forever. Cell's icy voice rang out as he lunged towards Trunks with one hand raised. Trunks deftly evaded the attack with a swift movement, and in an instant, a terrifying divine energy erupted from his body. Buzz. In a heartbeat, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Cell was sent flying, crashing through countless mountain peaks, leaving a long trail on the ground before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Android 18 remained unharmed. Impressive. Android 18 gazed in astonishment, fully aware of the strength of the creature before her, capable of absorbing Android 17 and easily defeating Android 16. This alone was testament to its might. Yet here was Trunks, effortlessly sending that monster hurtling away with just a fraction of his energy. The disparity was monumental. Take a moment to rest, Trunks advised as he turned to 18. Given her current strength, she was of no assistance. That monster just absorbed Android 17. Could I ask you to save him? He is my younger brother, my only family. Android 18's voice trembled slightly, as she was unaccustomed to pleading. But it seemed that Trunks was her only hope for rescuing 17. He was now her sole family member, and she was determined to save him at all costs. Don't worry, Trunks nodded. He held a favorable impression of Android 17, particularly recalling their parting words from days prior. He certainly had no objections to becoming his brother-in-law. After all, such a brother-in-law was hard to come by. How could he stand idly by while 17 was entirely absorbed by Cell? Thank you. I appreciate it on behalf of Android 17. Android 18's voice was somewhat stiff, especially when expressing gratitude, which did not come easily to her. It seemed that in this world, only for Android 17 could she utter those words. Trunks smiled, then leaped forward, instantly appearing before Cell. You vile creature. You shall not go unpunished. Cell struggled to rise, having completed his first evolution. It was unfathomable for him to be so thoroughly bested by this brat. Before his evolution, he had already slain a version of Trunks from another timeline, making his current predicament a profound humiliation. To redeem himself, he had to eradicate this pesky Trunks. With cells from Frieza and Vegeta coursing through him, Cell inherited their arrogance and self-importance. Huh, he roared. And golden energy surged from his form as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, with the essence of Goku and Vegeta within him. Becoming a Super Saiyan was no challenge for Cell. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing behind Trunks and launching a surprise attack with all his might. The barrage of punches came like a whirlwind, rapid and relentless. Yet, Trunks seemed to possess a sixth sense, evading each strike with uncanny precision. What kind of joke is this? Does he have eyes on the back of his head? How could he dodge all my attacks? Cell was left utterly bewildered. Despite unleashing his full power and attacking from behind, he had failed to land a single blow on Trunks. Although he inherited Vegeta and Frieza's haughtiness, he also shared their cunning. After numerous failed attempts, he began to recognize the vast gulf between himself and Trunks. Throughout the ordeal, Trunks had yet to engage him earnestly, which made Cell realize that if Trunks truly intended to kill him, it would be a trivial matter. Just then, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, several figures appeared in the sky, none other than Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Goku and Vegeta had just exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Their powers significantly enhanced after training together for 2 days, a feat far superior to training with others, especially since Goku had an additional month of training under his belt. As he had entered the hyperbolic time chamber for a month during his childhood, the current stipulation allows each individual merely 2 days within this realm. It is evident that Gohan has also ventured into the chamber, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. However, he remains considerably weaker than both Goku and Vegeta. Witnessing Trunks deftly evade all of Cell's attacks moments ago, the expressions of the three were marked by astonishment. Is that really Trunks? How has his power escalated to such an extent? Goku inquired, his face a mixture of perplexity and surprise. Although Trunks was formidable 3 years ago, he certainly had not attained this level of strength. Dad, the one battling the monster is not the Trunks we encountered 3 years ago, but rather an alternate version from another timeline. The Trunks over there, who is not engaging in combat, is indeed the one we met 3 years ago, Gohan elucidated, as he observed Goku's bewilderment. Due to the urgency of their situation, they had not had the opportunity to explain the existence of 2 Trunks to Goku. Ah, I see. That Trunks is exceptionally powerful. Perhaps even now, Vegeta and I might not stand a chance against him, Goku stated gravely. His instincts warned him that despite the substantial power increase he and Vegeta had attained in the hyperbolic time chamber, they would still not be able to contend with the alternate Trunks. Chapter 22. Mr. Vegeta, cease your futile endeavors. Silence. Kakarot. Refrain from associating me with your inferior presence. My prowess has far surpassed yours through these past 2 years of rigorous training. I shall discipline that insolent whelp presently. Vegeta rebuked Goku with vehement disdain. Trunks is his progeny, and after the previous humiliation he suffered at his hands, he has undergone 2 years of intense training within the hyperbolic time chamber, qualitatively elevating his strength, even transcending the limitations of a Super Saiyan to attain loftier echelons. This time, he must demonstrate to Trunks that his paternal figure remains supreme. Vegeta, it would behoove you to reconsider. Trunks' power is disconcertingly formidable, Goku cautioned once more. His intuition is remarkably acute, especially concerning discerning the strength of formidable adversaries. There seemed to be an immensely potent aura emanating from Trunks, eluding his complete perception. Humph. Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, coldly averting his gaze, ceasing further discourse with Goku. Nonetheless, he had resolved to prove to all that he was the most formidable Saiyan. How could the Saiyan Prince, endowed with unparalleled talent and unadulterated lineage, be outmatched by his own offspring? The notion was preposterous. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Cell had launched over 100 offensives, all culminating in the same outcome: utter failure to connect with Trunks. Cell's countenance was now exceedingly grim, seemingly presaging his impending doom. Presumably, you have engaged in sufficient combat. It is now my turn, Trunks declared, pivoting with a subtle curve of his lips. He deemed it unnecessary to expend excessive time on Cell, who had yet to attain his perfect form. What? Cell exclaimed, taken aback. Despite the placid expression on Trunks' face, he sensed the beckoning of demise. Whoosh! Before Cell could react, Trunks materialized before him, unleashing an unheralded punch. Bang! Cell had no chance to evade, the blow landing squarely on his abdomen. Gah! A torrent of purplish fluid, a noxious concoction of stomach acid and blood, erupted from his maw. Clutching his abdomen, he collapsed to the ground in agony, retching uncontrollably. The force of the blow was devastating. Gah! Gah! A vile mixture of stomach acid, bile, and blood continued to spew forth. Soon, Cell regurgitated Android 17, whom he had recently absorbed, creating a revolting spectacle. Android 17. Android 18's face lit up with elation. Your existence concludes here, Cell. Witnessing Cell's expulsion of Android 17, Trunks wasted no time. He conjured a ki blast in his palm and discharged it directly at Cell. Boom! The ground quaked, and a deafening explosion reverberated as Cell's form vanished into oblivion, leaving behind a colossal crater with tendrils of black smoke coiling skyward. Is it over? Trunks too questioned, incredulous at the scene unfolding before him. The other Trunks had acted with such decisive swiftness, obliterating the monster known as Cell with such ease. Administer the Senza beam to Android 17. He was only recently absorbed, and I can still detect his life force, Trunks instructed, tossing a Senza beam to Android 18. Had too much time elapsed since the absorption, Android 17 would have perished. Fortunately, his absorption was recent, resulting only in temporary unconsciousness. As Android 17 possessed a human body that had undergone modifications, the Senza beam would still be effective. Understood, Android 18 affirmed, promptly feeding the Senza beam to Android 17, who swiftly regained consciousness. What transpired? Had I not been absorbed by that repugnant creature? Android 17 inquired, bewildered. He distinctly remembered being absorbed by the monster before succumbing to oblivion. Indeed, you were absorbed. Trunks rescued you, Android 18 explained, glancing at Trunks with profound gratitude. Without Trunks' intervention, Android 17 would have been utterly consumed, and she herself might have faced a similar fate. The mere thought of being absorbed by such a grotesque entity filled her with revulsion. Trunks? Android 17 paused, then turned to face Trunks, approaching him with a warm smile. I am indebted to you for saving me, Trunks. I owe you a significant debt. His words were sincere and heartfelt. He had never imagined surviving the moment of absorption. It was a trivial matter, Trunks responded. Indeed, it was an inconsequential act in his estimation. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that instant, Goku and Vegeta materialized before Trunks. Yo, Trunks. I am Goku. Goku greeted affably, his face radiating a cheerful smile. Few could resist responding in kind to such a genial countenance. Greetings. Trunks responded with a smile. Your power is immense. You effortlessly annihilated that monster. It is astonishing. How did you attain such strength? Goku inquired with a mixture of wonder and curiosity. He and Vegeta had been training ceaselessly, only recently surpassing the limitations of a Super Saiyan. Yet, Trunks, at such a tender age, possessed such formidable power. Trunks responded with an awkward smile. His strength was not the result of his own training, but rather a reward from the system. While his strength might not compare to that of Goku and Vegeta, it was by no means disgraceful. In a society that revered strength, power was paramount. Whether it was attained through personal training or bestowed by a system was of little consequence. You whelp. I demand a rematch. Vegeta interjected, unable to restrain himself. He felt emboldened by his 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Vegeta, while your strength has undoubtedly increased, presumably through training in the hyperbolic time chamber, I must be frank. You remain no match for me. Such an endeavor would only result in humiliation. Were I you, I would refrain from inviting further mortification, Trunks stated, his tone measured and confident. He continued to address Vegeta as Mr. Vegeta, unable to bring himself to utter the word father. Moreover, the Vegeta of this era was hardly deserving of the title. Chapter 23. Behold the Super Saiyan 4. Do not become overly complacent, you insolent brat. Do you presume that I have merely been lounging at home watching television these past couple of days? Allow me to reveal the fruits of my training during this time. Vegeta began with a reprimand, a confident smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. To the casual observer, it appeared they had simply vanished for 2 days. Yet, only they were aware of the truth. In the hyperbolic time chamber, they had undergone a rigorous 2 years of training. The weight of their humiliation spurred them to train with unparalleled fervor, resulting in an accelerated enhancement of their abilities. Moreover, these 2 years had enabled them to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan, evolving into beings beyond that form. Oh, indeed, you have grown stronger. Let me witness whether you possess the audacity to match such arrogance. Trunks maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by Goku and Vegeta. They were undoubtedly far beyond the realm of mere Super Saiyans. They might even have attained Super Saiyan 2. Without the system, Trunks would stand no chance against either of them. Nevertheless, no matter how hard they toiled, it was inconceivable that they could reach the level of Super Saiyan 4 in such a short span. During these 6 days, he too had not been idle, relentlessly training alongside Trunks 2 in the gravity chamber, significantly enhancing his foundational combat abilities. Humph, that fool Vegeta truly overestimates himself. With his meager strength, he could not even best me, yet he dares to provoke Trunks? Android 18 scoffed from the side. After all, just a few days prior, she had effortlessly subdued Vegeta. Thus, she found it preposterous to believe that he could have experienced any significant improvement in such a brief period. I share your skepticism. Yet, it is undeniable that Saiyans possess an inherent arrogance, particularly Vegeta, who seems to be more conceited than his peers. Android 17 nodded in agreement. If Vegeta truly harbored such extraordinary training talent, he would not have been so effortlessly defeated by Android 18 just days ago. As a proud Saiyan, he would never hold back in battle. Father's energy has undergone a remarkable transformation, as has Uncle Goku's. Both have become exceedingly powerful. How could such a significant change occur in merely a few days? Trunks too mused, perplexed. Unlike the androids, he could vaguely sense the energy of Goku and Vegeta. Their auras had shifted dramatically, indicating their newfound strength, despite the brevity of time. This was a mystery that continued to baffle him. Just as doubt and disdain filled the air, a deep roar erupted from Vegeta's throat. Whoosh! In the next moment, golden energy erupted from his body, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold, the unmistakable form of a Super Saiyan. Insolent brat, pay close attention. I shall now demonstrate my transformation beyond Super Saiyan. This is a level that no Saiyan has ever achieved. Vegeta's prideful grin widened, but then his expression shifted. His fist clenched once more, and with another deep roar, the golden aura surged anew. The energy erupted in a dazzling display, blue lightning crackling around him. Simultaneously, Vegeta's aura underwent a cataclysmic shift. Incredible! How could Father become this strong? Is this truly the Super Saiyan 2 beyond Super Saiyan that Trunks mentioned? How is this possible? In just 6 days, Father has transformed into such a formidable version of Super Saiyan 2. Trunks too was utterly astonished. Over the past 6 days, he believed his own progress to be astounding. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his father's enhancement. Observing his current state, surrounded by crackling blue arcs of energy, it was evident that he had reached the level of Super Saiyan 2, as described by Trunks 1. Gohan and Goku, however, remained relatively calm. They had long anticipated Vegeta's ability to attain this form. Trunks too appeared unfazed, for this was within the realm of his expectations. It was clear that they had indeed spent time in the hyperbolic time chamber, and the results of their training were exemplary. Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan 2, radiated confidence, the potent energy coursing through him providing an exhilarating sensation. What do you think, insolent brat? Did you not expect that I would surpass the limits of Super Saiyan? Vegeta proclaimed, overflowing with pride. In his eyes, having mastered this form placed him and Kakarot among the most powerful beings. This transformation was undoubtedly beyond Trunks' reach. I must admit, it is indeed impressive. To break through the Super Saiyan 2 form within 2 years is somewhat surprising. However, that is all there is to it. Trunks remained composed, his tone steady. In the original narrative, Vegeta had taken years to surpass Super Saiyan 2. To achieve such a feat in 2 years was indeed unexpected. Yet it was still insufficient to rival Super Saiyan 4. Still stubborn, are we? Your obstinate nature bears some resemblance to my own. However, the more you boast, the more thoroughly I shall defeat you. Vegeta believed that Trunks was merely posturing. There was no way he could possess greater power than himself. Yet, Goku and Gohan held a different perspective. Father, that Trunks might indeed possess strength exceeding both you and Uncle Vegeta. Yet, in the timeline of the future, He stands alone as a warrior. How has he achieved this? Gohan inquired. He sensed that Trunks was not merely feigning composure, rather, he genuinely possessed the capability to conquer Uncle Vegeta. I am uncertain. However, I am quite intrigued by Trunks' power. I wonder what his limits might be. Goku shook his head, then pressed his lips together, gazing at Trunks with keen interest. Perhaps there exists a form even more potent than that which transcends Super Saiyan. And it is possible that Trunks has mastered it. Goku then addressed Trunks. Trunks, you must have attained a form even more formidable than ours. Might I witness the extent of your current power? Indeed, he was curious about Trunks' ultimate strength. My power, you say? Very well. In that case, I shall showcase another transformation of the Super Saiyan. Observing Goku's enthusiasm, Trunks nodded. Perhaps allowing them to witness the form of Super Saiyan 4 would greatly contribute to their future strength. Chapter 24, Super Saiyan 4, Astonishment amongst the crowd. Other transformations of the Saiyans Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by expressions of eager anticipation. Their innate curiosity about the other transformations of the Saiyans ignited. For they were, after all, fervent warriors keen to witness the pinnacle of Saiyan evolution. Pa, this little brat, could he possibly be boasting? Is there truly a form more formidable than what Kakarot and I have achieved? Vegeta mused, a flicker of expectation mingling with skepticism. After all, they had exerted immense effort to reach their current forms, and at their age, it seemed implausible that Trunks, merely 17, could surpass them. In contrast, Goku and Gohan suspected that Trunks spoke the truth. Perhaps there indeed existed a higher Saiyan transformation. Amidst the collective anticipation, Trunks unleashed a fierce roar, clenching his fists as he assumed a battle stance. A radiant golden energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in a tempestuous aura. In an instant, Trunks underwent a remarkable transformation, having mastered the transition to Super Saiyan 4 with ease. The golden flames swirled around him wildly, and Trunks' upper body became adorned with vibrant red fur. His hair thickened and his tail, now crimson, swayed with agility. His pupils transformed into a light blue hue. While the surrounding Scara turned a striking crimson, he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 4. What is happening? This cannot be true. It's simply impossible. Vegeta exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted at the sight of Trunks' transformation. He had never encountered such a state among Saiyans, and as the Prince of Saiyans, he had never even heard of it. Yet, here was this impudent child, achieving what he could not fathom. Such a powerful aura. Trunks has become incredibly strong. Gohan gazed at Goku, astonished. The overwhelming energy radiating from Trunks was so potent that it seemed to saturate the very atmosphere of Earth. No. This is my first encounter with such a force. It is utterly beyond anything Vegeta and I can compare to, Goku admitted, shaking his head in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The strength of this transformation was staggering, far surpassing their own Super Saiyan 2 forms. Is this truly Trunks' power? 17 remarked, equally astonished. Although he could not sense Trunks' energy, the palpable danger it exuded was unmistakable. Thank goodness I didn't T-face him. He could have obliterated us in an instant. How striking. 18 quietly marveled. Trunks, post-transformation, possessed sharper, more defined features that undeniably enhanced his attractiveness. Despite her cool demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of admiration for this powerful and handsome Trunks. Trunks is quite an impressive choice, 18. If you miss this opportunity, you may not find another like him, 17 kindly advised, aware of his sister's lofty standards for a partner. Trunks, with his looks and prowess, surely met those expectations. To her surprise, 18 did not retort or chastise 17. She recognized the truth in his words. Finding someone stronger than Trunks among their peers was nearly impossible. And it was evident that even Goku and Vegeta could not rival Trunks' newfound strength. How infuriating. How could this little brat become so formidable? He is the only Saiyan in the future timeline. How did he accomplish this? Vegeta seethed, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He had dedicated his entire life to rigorous training, yet here was his son, possessing an overwhelming power that rendered Vegeta's efforts trivial, a stark affront to his pride as the Prince of Saiyans. Trunks, your transformation is astonishing. I never imagined Saiyans could reach such heights, Goku exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he approached Trunks. Unlike Vegeta, Goku felt no jealousy. Instead, he was inspired, believing that if Trunks could attain such a level, so too could he. What transformation is this, Trunks? Gohan inquired, his youthful voice filled with curiosity. This is the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. What you currently possess is merely the Super Saiyan 2 form, Trunks explained. In truth, Super Saiyan 4 fundamentally differed from both Super Saiyan 2 and 3. This form represented a significant qualitative shift, boasting remarkable stability with minimal energy expenditure, allowing it to be maintained almost indefinitely unless one's energy and stamina were entirely depleted. In contrast, other Super Saiyan forms required immense energy to sustain. Super Saiyan 4, are you saying that we are still 2 forms away from you? This is incredible. You are truly remarkable, Trunks. Goku marveled at Trunks' explanation. They could only transform into Super Saiyan, which meant they still had to bridge the gap to Super Saiyan 3. They understood the magnitude of effort required to achieve each transformation. Attaining Super Saiyan 4 might take them another decade, yet here was Trunks, achieving it at such a young age, a feat worthy of admiration. It's not that extraordinary. I merely encountered some fortunate circumstances, Trunks replied awkwardly. While he undeniably possessed greater strength than Goku and the others, it was not solely the result of his own training, leaving him with a sense of embarrassment in light of Goku's praise. I refuse to believe in such nonsense as Super Saiyan 4. Trunks, let me witness the power of this so-called Super Saiyan 4. Fueled by a tempest of fury, Vegeta issued a challenge to Trunks. Despite sensing the formidable aura emanating from Trunks, he could not suppress his unwillingness to concede. Chapter 25. Are you interested in joining me in the future? Do not act rashly, Vegeta. Can't you sense Trunks' current power? Goku interjected, observing the impulsive Vegeta. Although Goku himself was a battle enthusiast, relishing the thrill of combat with formidable opponents, the strength Trunks had just unleashed was extraordinarily overwhelming, far beyond what he and Vegeta could contend with. Trunks had already stated that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, a transformation that was 2 significant tiers above their current Super Saiyan 2 form. This disparity was insurmountable. Shut your mouth, Kakarot. I refuse to believe such a ridiculous notion, Vegeta retorted, once again channeling his energy. Golden flames crackled with blue lightning, resonating with a fierce intensity. His aura was maximized. You little brat, bring forth your full strength for battle. Do not expect me to show mercy. With that declaration, Vegeta vanished in an instant, moving at an astonishing speed, particularly impressive to androids 17 and 18. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Trunks. What incredible speed! Vegeta has truly grown stronger. 17 and 18 were astounded. Just days ago, in their skirmish, Vegeta had not even exhibited a fraction of this power. In an instant, he had closed the gap, his presence now a stark contrast to what it had been. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! Just as Vegeta felt confident in his punch, a deep thud echoed. Trunks remained utterly still. No, this cannot be possible. How can this brat possess such formidable power? Vegeta was left utterly bewildered, a storm of disbelief raging within him. Shock and incredulity filled his mind. Despite his substantial increase in strength, the outcome mirrored that of days prior. Trunks remained unyielding, effortlessly absorbing his full force blow. Goku and Gohan wore serious expressions. The ease with which Trunks had caught Vegeta's full attack spoke volumes of his immense strength. I warned you, fighting me is futile, Trunks stated calmly. In a flash, he vanished from Vegeta's sight, reappearing behind him, hand poised for a swift strike. Bang! With a soft collision, Vegeta's pupils widened, his golden aura dissipating, his hair reverting to black. He slumped to the ground, completely unconscious. Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, Dad, Goku, Gohan. And the second Trunks gasped in astonishment. Yet, they understood that Trunks had merely knocked Vegeta out, sparing his life. Unbelievable! Is this the power possessed by Super Saiyan 4? Goku remarked, still astonished as he addressed Trunks. Given the circumstances, he realized that even united, he and Vegeta would not stand a chance against Trunks. The gulf in their abilities was insurmountable. In truth, that was not all of my power. I possess even greater strength yet to be unveiled. Though it is not exclusive to Saions, Trunks remarked, alluding to the Ultra Instinct technique. However, you felt it unnecessary to divulge too much to Goku at this moment. According to the narrative of Dragon Ball, Goku would ultimately master Ultra Instinct. Remarkable. It seems our understanding of the Saions is still woefully inadequate. Goku mused. This realization bolstered his belief that they had not yet approached the limits of Saiyan potential. He eagerly anticipated discovering where those limits truly lay. Trunks had demonstrated that beyond Super Saiyan 4, other forms certainly existed. After effortlessly incapacitating Vegeta, Trunks turned his attention to androids 17 and 18. What are your plans now? He inquired. Nothing much. We are merely wandering aimlessly. What? Do you wish to join our team? 17 replied, shaking his head with a smile. If Trunks were to join them, it would undoubtedly be advantageous, given his extraordinary strength. With him on their side, they would be impervious to threats, ensuring that they would never face the same fate of being absorbed by that grotesque creature. I do not belong to this timeline. I will return to my own shortly. Would you like to accompany me to the future? Trunks proposed. The energy source for the time machine was nearing completion, and soon he would depart this timeline, as it was fraught with other dangers. As the Trunks of the future, he felt compelled to return to his own era. Sounds good, regardless of where we are. It makes no difference to us. Besides, it seems you are the only one who considers us friends, 17 responded without hesitation. The other warriors on Earth appeared to harbor animosity towards them, showing no goodwill whatsoever. Being with Trunks would at least grant them a friend, especially since he had saved their lives. And you, 18? 17 added. As your brother, I must remind you. A man as exceptional as Trunks is hard to come by. I doubt there are many others like him. Please, how shameless. 18 rolled her eyes at 17, exasperated that he would include himself in the mix. Nonetheless, his words held truth. Trunks was indeed remarkable. More importantly, he had rescued them in their darkest hour, further enhancing 18's admiration for him beyond that of others. All right then, if that is the case, let us venture to the future, 17 exclaimed, pleased that 18 had not outright rejected the idea, which indicated she too was considering it. Now, the only issue that remains is how to heal 16's injuries. As androids, we would be better off together. Do not worry, I will assist in repairing 16. We will go together, Trunks assured. Although creating 16 had been an arduous task, Bulma and Dr. Brief could manage to repair him. Chapter 26. Back to the future. Subsequently, Trunks returned to Capsule Corp with androids 17, 18, and 16. In the presence of these synthetic beings, Trunks felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Ever since he could remember, androids 17 and 18 had been harbingers of death and destruction in his world, embodying terror and massacre. Despite the differences between the versions of androids 17 and 18 in this timeline and his own, the deep-seated fear and aversion that had been ingrained in him since childhood were not easily altered. Consequently, he struggled to comprehend why future Trunks would choose to act in such a manner. Naturally, Trunks had no desire to elaborate on this, nor did he feel it necessary. Are these the androids 17 and 18 you mentioned? Bulma remarked upon seeing them. They seem rather amiable. Initially, she had anticipated that these so-called androids would be fearsome and malevolent. To her surprise, they appeared to be two young individuals of a similar age to Trunks. Yes, indeed. However, Android 16 has sustained severe injuries. Could you assist in treating him? Trunks nodded and spoke. Fortunately, since 16 is an android, he stands a better chance of survival than a human would under such grievous wounds. Isn't the Senzu bean effective for him? Bulma glanced at 16 and inquired. Being a member of the Dragon Ball protagonist group, Bulma was well aware of the Senzu beans and their remarkable healing properties. Unfortunately, it won't work. Android 16 is purely robotic, so Senzu beans have no effect on him, Trunks replied, shaking his head. If they were effective, I would still have 18 left. Very well. I shall attempt to do my best. Though I cannot guarantee a complete restoration, Bulma conceded, nodding as she began her examination. After a period of study, she could not help but admire Dr. Gero's genius. Had he chosen to be a benefactor rather than a villain, he would undoubtedly have achieved great things. Alas, Dr. Gero was a nefarious mastermind intent on world domination. Thus, the days passed, and a week swiftly elapsed. Throughout this week, Trunks dedicated himself to training in the gravity chamber. This time, in addition to future Trunks, androids 17 and 18 joined the training regimen, as their strength was woefully inadequate. As they moved forward, the number of adversaries would undoubtedly increase, as would their power. With their current capabilities, they lacked even the means to ensure their own survival. Fortunately, both androids were originally human, allowing for potential enhancement through training. A week of rigorous practice in the hyperbolic time chamber had indeed refined their abilities. While their progress was not as rapid as that of the Scions, it was certainly swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Trunks to investigate. It was Bulma. Trunks, the energy source for the time machine has been successfully developed. It is sufficient to return you both to your own timeline. Additionally, Android 16 has been fully repaired, Bulma announced. Though she understood that the two Trunks might soon depart, she recognized that their return to their own timeline was imperative, as the Bulma of the future would undoubtedly require their assistance even more. Really? Thank you so much. Trunks expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. The Bulma before him was not particularly old and appeared remarkably youthful due to her excellent care. Trunks found it awkward to refer to her as mother and ultimately decided to forego the title altogether. Look at you, still so polite. After all, you are my son from another timeline, Bulma said with a warm smile. The group then exited the gravity chamber, took a brief shower, and returned to the laboratory, where they found that Android 16 had indeed been restored. Trunks, Ms. Bulma, thank you for repairing me. I also appreciate your efforts in saving 17 and 18. They are good beings, 16 expressed his profound gratitude. Despite being a robot, he had been endowed with emotions, allowing him to discern right from wrong and feel gratitude. Had Trunks not intervened, 17 and 18 would have been completely absorbed by Cell, and he himself would likely have been reduced to scrap metal. There is no need for such formality. 16. By the way, 17 and 18 are preparing to accompany me to the future. What about you? Trunks inquired directly. In truth, Android 16 possessed considerable strength. With further modifications and training, he could become a formidable asset in the future timeline. Due to his unique system, he might not be able to remain on Earth for extended periods, which meant that the responsibility of protecting the planet would have to be entrusted to others. Android 16 and 17 were excellent candidates for that role. I shall join you. I can sense that you are all good individuals, 16 replied with a serious demeanor. In this timeline, he had no lingering attachments. His original purpose was to eliminate Goku, but after the previous battle, he realized that such a feat was unattainable. Furthermore, with Dr. Gero deceased, it was time to abandon his directives. Once the energy source for the time machine was prepared, future Trunks returned to his timeline first. Trunks then utilized the Dragon Balls of Earth to disable the energy control devices implanted in androids 17 and 18. These devices acted as ticking time bombs, posing a significant threat should they fall into the hands of powerful adversaries with technological prowess. To mitigate such a risk, it was prudent to eliminate these devices from their bodies. Trunks' meticulousness only served to enhance Android 18's fondness for him. After bidding farewell to Bulma and exchanging brief greetings with Goku and the others, Trunks led the three companions away. Upon their next appearance, the group found themselves in the future timeline, arriving in a city near West City. However, the city had been ravaged by the androids, leaving no survivors. The landscape was a desolate tableau of destruction and decay. What has happened? How could this city be so utterly devastated? Androids 17 and 16 surveyed the ruins, their expressions grave. They could sense that many lives had been extinguished here, a consequence of the actions of the androids 17 and 18 of this timeline. However, this bears no relation to you. Come, we must proceed to West City, Trunks explained. Although he had brought 17 and 18 along, it was clear that the inhabitants of this timeline would harbor deep-seated fears of them. A lengthy period of adaptation would be necessary. Chapter 27. Bulma acknowledges Android 18. A sudden surge of divine power. West City. Capsule Corporation. A piercing scream echoed through the Capsule Corporation. Trunks, did you not claim that you had annihilated the androids? What is happening? Bulma gazed at the recently arrived androids 17 and 18 with palpable fear. Mother, they are not the androids 17 and 18 from this timeline. They are entirely different from the ones we faced before, so there is no need for such trepidation. Trunks awkwardly explained, anticipating Bulma's reaction. After all, everyone on Earth still harbored a profound apprehension towards the androids. Yet, he believed that this fear would gradually dissipate. So it turns out that the versions of us in this timeline were eradicated by you. Android 18 remarked quietly, casting a glance at Trunks, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, there was no alternative. He could not allow them to destroy the Earth. Yet, Android 18's statement was merely a jest. The androids of this timeline had little connection to their counterparts from the past. Witnessing the ravaged cities had indeed left a stark impression on them, highlighting the inevitable fate that had befallen this timeline's androids. Is that true? Bulma asked, still visibly shaken. The fears imprinted in her psyche for over a decade were not easily dispelled. Yes, indeed. These are the androids 17 and 18 I brought back from the past. And this is Android 16. They are all good beings. Perhaps, when I am no longer on Earth, they will assist in protecting it, Trunks stated earnestly. Bringing 17 and 16 over had been his primary objective, while Android 18 was, naturally, meant to be his future spouse. All right. That will suffice, Bulma conceded, nodding in acceptance. She then glanced at androids 17 and 18. Despite their somewhat aloof demeanor, their eyes seemed to convey a stark contrast to the previously bloodthirsty androids. Moreover, she trusted that Trunks would not deceive her. By the way, you must be famished after your journey. Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Bulma promptly offered. Rushing into the kitchen. Clearly, she still harbored some apprehensions towards androids 17 and 18. Once Bulma had entered the kitchen, android 18 remarked coolly, "It appears that bringing us here may not have been the wisest decision. You could have been the savior of this world, but our presence might instill fear in others." Her tone was somewhat indifferent, yet it was evident that she considered Trunks' welfare. In truth, there was no need for Trunks to have brought them along. He could have remained the hero of humanity. However, their arrival might provoke unease among the populace. Regardless, I am indifferent to their perceptions or thoughts. I believe they will come to understand. If they cannot, then they should simply keep it to themselves, Trunks shrugged, responding nonchalantly. After all, he had rescued everyone from the androids, and he was indeed their rightful savior. Trunks felt no guilt if, after his explanation, they still held grievances against androids 17 and 18, that would be their shortcoming, a sign of their narrow-mindedness. You, of all people. Android 18 shot Trunks a disapproving glance, yet internally, she felt a sense of satisfaction. It was clear that Trunks did not regret bringing them from that timeline. It seems our reputation in this timeline is rather poor. Hence, in order to prevent any future misunderstandings regarding Trunks, we must conduct ourselves well, Android 17 jested. While Android 16 nodded solemnly in agreement. This Earth was in dire need of revitalization, and perhaps they could indeed lend a hand. At that moment, Bulma returned from the kitchen, carrying a spread of food, her countenance noticeably brighter than before. Clearly, she had begun to accept this new reality. After a simple meal, they resumed their training. Trunks understood that whether it was Super Saiyan 4 or perfected Ultra Instinct, these abilities were rewards from the system, not products of his own training. Thus, he resolved to exert himself to the utmost, enhancing his foundation so that he could wield the full power of both forms and be worthy of them. Half a year swiftly passed. Trunks' foundational battle power had seen substantial improvement, and androids 17 and 18 had also experienced significant gains. During this time, the people had begun to fervently restore the devastated structures. Signs of life were re-emerging in the cities that had once been destroyed. Androids 17 and 16 aided in the reconstruction efforts. Initially, the populace had harbored apprehensions towards the two androids, but as time passed, they gradually began to accept them. As for Android 18, she seemed somewhat less engaged. Meanwhile, Bulma had fully embraced both Androids 17 and 18, recognizing that they were entirely different from their predecessors. Particularly after Trunks shared their histories with Bulma, she expressed great sympathy towards them. Ultimately, all of this was the doing of that wretched Dr. Gero, who had transformed two innocent youths into instruments of slaughter. After a morning of training, Trunks and the others were enjoying lunch. Android 18, are you full? Shall I serve you some more? Bulma asked with a warm smile. Over the past 6 months, she had noticed her son's affections for Android 18. And it seemed that Android 18 reciprocated those feelings. Perhaps this was the reason Trunks had brought the past timeline's Android 18 to their present. Thank you. Android 18 replied, her cheeks flushed. Over these past months, Bulma had treated her with great kindness, clearly viewing her as a potential daughter-in-law. Android 18 was not oblivious to this sentiment. In fact, she found it rather delightful. Suddenly, Trunks, who had been focused on his meal, changed his expression. What is it, Trunks? Android 18 immediately inquired, noticing his sudden shift in demeanor. I just sensed an incredibly powerful divine energy nearby, Trunks replied gravely. In that fleeting moment, he had felt a formidable divine presence descending close to Earth, likely on a nearby celestial body. This divine power instilled within him an immense pressure, a strength he had never before encountered. Such a potent aura of the divine could undoubtedly not belong to a mere god of destruction. Chapter 28. It is highly likely that the god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened. God, the aura of a deity? What could that possibly mean? Android 18 asked, her voice tinged with surprise and confusion. Although she had spent considerable time training alongside Trunks, she had never heard him mention the divine aura, leaving her in the dark. It signified the presence of a god nearby on Earth. From the overwhelming aura she had sensed moments ago, it was clear that this divine presence was exceptionally powerful, even surpassing her own. Trunks' expression turned grave as he spoke with utmost seriousness. If it were an ordinary god, it would not exert such pressure upon him. The Kais could not possibly match this level of might. Even the combined strength of the 4 Kais who survived their encounter with Majin Buu would fall short of this magnitude, unless it were the Grand Kai at the height of his power. However, that was a thing of the past. The only being in the entire seventh universe capable of emanating such a terrifying and potent divine aura was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction. No one else could be responsible. As for Whis, while he too was a deity, his realm and strength far surpassed that of Beerus. The aura of an angel could never be perceived by someone like Trunks at this moment. Of course, other formidable deities had appeared in the future timeline, notably Black Goku, who was the candidate for the position of Kai in Universe 10. Yet, if he had only just manifested, his power could not possibly reach this level. Even with the transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, he could not instill this sense of pressure in Trunks, who had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the god of destruction, Beerus, had indeed awakened and was now near Earth. Is the divine aura truly formidable? Are you confident in facing it? Android 18 inquired, her tone laden with concern. Although their relationship had yet to be explicitly defined over the past few months, it was evident that they held mutual affection for one another, a fact both were acutely aware of. However, 18's prideful demeanor prevented her from voicing her feelings, while Trunks adhered to a more gradual approach, thus leaving their bond unspoken. Witnessing Trunks' serious expression only heightened her worries. To be frank, this is the most powerful aura I have ever encountered. I cannot be certain of my ability to overcome such a formidable divine presence, Trunks admitted, shaking his head solemnly. Even though he had attained Super Saiyan 4 and mastered perfect Ultra Instinct, defeating a fully powered god of destruction was no simple task. Moreover, beside the god of destruction stood an angel of even greater strength. Although angels often claim to maintain a neutral stance, who could guarantee they would not intervene if the god of destruction's life were threatened? What should we do? Perhaps it would be wise to avoid provoking them. As long as they do not attack Earth, there is no need to confront such a terrifying presence directly, 18 cautioned, her tone serious. She wished to protect Trunks from unnecessary danger. If such a formidable enemy posed no threat to Earth, Trunks could indeed choose to ignore them. At this moment, I truly do not wish to become entangled with them. However, I must confirm whether it is indeed Beerus. Rest assured, I will not engage them directly. Trunks replied with a smile, addressing 18. Given that these beings had arrived so close to Earth, there was a significant possibility they might inflict destruction upon it. If the god of destruction desired to obliterate a planet, it could be accomplished with a mere flick of a finger in an instant. Should that time come, Trunks would have no opportunity to intervene. This unsettling thought troubled Trunks deeply. If Earth were to be destroyed while unprepared, he would be powerless to stop it. Yet, by observing the situation now, he could at least formulate some countermeasures. Fine. Then take me with you. Although I know my strength is still lacking and I may not be of much help, I wish to be by your side in such a perilous situation. 18 asserted once more, her tone resolute. She was aware of her limitations, understanding the vast disparity in their powers. Nevertheless, she refused to let Trunks face such danger alone. All right then. If you wish to accompany me, let us go together. After all, if they truly intend to destroy Earth, it would be challenging to stop them. Ultimately, the fates of all will be intertwined, Trunks conceded after a brief moment of hesitation. If a battle were to ensue and he was outmatched, it would undoubtedly provoke the god of destruction. The consequences of angering such a being could lead to the annihilation of countless planets across the North Galaxy and Earth. Being so close would not escape its wrath. Furthermore, there was an angel with immeasurable powers at Beerus' side, fully aware of Trunks' existence on Earth. 18 nodded firmly. To be honest, as an android, she held no fear of death. If she could meet her end alongside Trunks, it would be a rather fortunate fate. Stepping out of the living room, Trunks lifted 18 into his arms, their bodies soaring into the sky like a shooting star, enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. Though an android, 18 was still a human at her core and could not survive in the vacuum of space. This silver aura ensured her survival amidst the void. In less than a minute, they found themselves in the cosmos, suspended in space, gazing at the surrounding celestial bodies. Is this the universe's perspective of the planets? It's so beautiful, 18 exclaimed, genuinely awed by the sparkling celestial orbs. Indeed, from this vantage point, the universe appeared stunningly magnificent. Truth be told, this is my first time observing the universe from such a height, Trunks admitted. All right, I have pinpointed the source of the divine aura. Let us proceed. Trunks smiled, quickly identifying the planet from which the divine energy emanated. Their bodies flickered once more, vanishing from their location, only to reappear on a somewhat desolate planet. Though there were sparse patches of vegetation, they had long since withered. This world no longer bore any signs of life, indicating that it had become a dead planet, a fate that had likely befallen it for quite some time. Chapter 29, the god of destruction Kappa and Angel Vados of the Sixth Universe upon their arrival on the surface of the desolate planet. Trunks immediately concealed his presence to the best of his ability. However, even this effort could not prevent their detection. After all, the power of the god of destruction and the angel was simply extraordinary, especially the angel, whose perceptive abilities and supernatural powers far surpassed ordinary comprehension. It was likely that even the slightest disturbance, such as a mosquito entering this planet, would be easily noticed. At that moment, in a barren valley of this desolate world, two peculiar figures emerged. To be precise, it was one individual and one cat. Standing on the left was a tall and voluptuous woman, blessed with striking features that left a lasting impression. She stood nearly 6 feet tall, her long, slender legs enveloped in green stockings, clad in an eccentric ensemble. She wielded an angel's staff. Her most distinctive traits were her light blue skin and a long, silver ponytail cascading down to her waist. Beside her stood a plump purple cat, undeniably rotund, its girth rivaling that of a barrel, with a neck that seemed to vanish into its ample waist. Notably, this cat had evidently gained sentience, standing upright on 2 legs and adorned in equally bizarre attire. Its most striking feature, aside from its obesity, was a golden earring dangling from its ear, and its tail was comically truncated. If Trunks were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them at once. It was the god of destruction Kappa and the angel Vados of the Sixth Universe. Lord Kappa. It appears our judgment was flawed this time. This is merely an ordinary planet, not the super Dragon Balls we sought. Vados remarked in a tone that was both cool and unembellished. Indeed, their clandestine visit to the Seventh Universe was primarily to search for the Super Dragon Balls. Over the past few years, they had covertly ventured here multiple times, successfully acquiring 2 of the Super Dragon Balls belonging to the Seventh Universe, both discovered on the fringes of the Southern Galaxy. However, this time, having arrived in the Northern Galaxy, they faced disappointment, failing to locate the coveted orbs. Ugh, how infuriating. I can't believe I wasted so much time without finding the Super Dragon Balls. This journey has cost me a great deal of calories. Vados, fetch me my drink at once. Kappa exclaimed, a frown marring his features, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As a corpulent being, enduring prolonged travel was particularly exhausting for him, despite Vados usually handling their flight. Even so, sitting in the back consumed a significant amount of his energy. Lord Kappa, you have already consumed an ample amount of calories today. Your intake has far exceeded the recommended daily allowance. If you drink more, you risk gaining even more weight. Vados gently cautioned. As a god of destruction, Kappa's obsession with food had reached an almost absurd level. Years of excessive calorie intake combined with a lack of exercise had severely altered his physique. If this continued, it would not bode well. Moreover, a striking angel accompanying such a corpulent god of destruction would inevitably reflect poorly on her. Enough with the lectures. I am parched. I calculated that I've walked nearly a kilometer, and the calories I previously consumed have all been depleted. A can of drink would perfectly replenish what I've lost. Kappa retorted vehemently. Vados' incessant reminders about his diet were truly vexing to him. Yet there was little he could do since angels possessed the authority to correct their gods of destruction. Their immense power and capabilities rendered them beyond comparison to a god of destruction, thus he could only endure the occasional scolding in silence. Lord Kappa, you truly have a knack for calculations. If you continue to gain weight at this rate, I shall be compelled to report you to Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest during our next encounter. Vados continued in her calm tone. As an angel, she was acutely aware of what the god of destruction feared most, namely, the omnipotent beings Zeno and the Grand Priest. Using their names to intimidate Kappa had proven to be an effective tactic time and again. Zeno and the Grand Priest? Upon hearing these names, Kappa's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of sheer terror. These 2 figures represented the deepest fears of every god of destruction. None could claim immunity from the dread instilled by their abilities, which could obliterate a god of destruction and their universe in an instant. Fine, I suddenly feel less thirsty. Kappa conceded, though he shot a resentful glare at Vados. This incessant threat of Zeno and the Grand Priest was a source of constant irritation for him. I knew you weren't thirsty, Lord Kappa. Now that you've quenched your thirst, shall we continue to explore the surrounding planets? Vados chuckled mischievously, reveling in her small victory. This tactic was simply too effective. Humph. My mood is rather foul right now. There's no need for this disappointing trash of a planet to exist. Kappa scoffed, raising his hand as a purple energy sphere coalesced in his palm. Not only had he failed to locate the Super Dragon Balls, but the absence of a refreshing drink had further fueled his ire. Thus, he would vent his frustration on this useless planet. The explosion of a planet, with its dazzling fireworks, was a sight that never failed to captivate a god of destruction. "Oh dear, it seems you've grown angry again," Vados remarked with a hint of resignation. Every time Kampa was displeased, he resorted to destroying planets. However, she thought, seeing as this planet exhibited no signs of life, its destruction would be of little consequence. Chapter 30. Beerus, an unseen transformation at this moment, several hundred zhang away on the mountainside. Number 18 lowered her voice and inquired, "Are those two the gods you mentioned?" She had sensed the gravity in Trunks' tone earlier, as well as his cautious movements, indicating that despite their peculiar appearance, these two possessed extraordinary power. "Indeed, that portly feline is the god of destruction. I had initially assumed it was our Universe 7's deity. But to my astonishment, it is actually the god of destruction from Universe 6. Trunks nodded, gazing at Beerus and Kampa in the distance, his tone still somber. Although he had anticipated a terrifying aura that was predominantly characteristic of a god of destruction, he had presumed it to be Beerus awakening. The reality of it being Kampa from Universe 6 was a troubling revelation. While he may not be the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction, he was still formidable. Engaging in conflict with such a being would be an unwise choice, especially considering his ruthless nature and pronounced vindictiveness, traits that made him particularly undesirable to provoke. Universe 6. Number 18 expressed her confusion. Her understanding of the cosmos was rather limited, yet she recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. If Trunks' strength fell short of that cat's, their situation would be perilous. "Shouldn't we leave? That creature seems intent on destroying this planet. We won't be able to escape if that happens," Number 18 urged, realizing that risking their lives on such a desolate planet was not a rational decision. However, she feared it might already be too late. They had been detected. Even if they fled now, the threat to Earth remained, as that being could very well continue its rampage after obliterating this planet. Trunks shook his head. They were merely several hundred zhang from Kampa and his companion. Even if Kampa had not noticed their presence, it was certain that Beerus, as an angel, had. If they were to depart now, it might lead to dire consequences for Earth, given the proximity of the two planets. Meanwhile, on the other side, God of Destruction Kampa was poised to annihilate the planet when Beerus interjected, "Lord Kampa, please wait. Two life forms recently descended upon this planet. Just moments ago, she had sensed two distinct life forces manifesting, despite their attempts to conceal their power. As an angel, she could easily detect them and had pinpointed their exact location in an instant." "Oh, how did I miss that?" Kampa expressed mild surprise, acknowledging that he had not sensed any fluctuations in energy. Normally, he could perceive the presence of other beings, but perhaps their deliberate concealment had obscured his awareness. There on that mountain," Beerus indicated, her voice calm yet firm. Although the newcomers had strived to mask their powers, she could still discern that they were unlike ordinary beings. "Humph, I don't know what they are, but I'm in a foul mood. Let's destroy them," Kampa scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The gathered energy sphere swiftly redirected towards Trunks and Number 18's location on the mountain. In an instant, the purple energy sphere was launched. The moment it collided with the mountain, a cacophonous explosion ensued, obliterating the peak into dust. Notably, Kampa had not employed his full destructive power. Had he done so, there would have been no explosion, as true destruction involves a seamless transition from existence to non-existence, devoid of any energy manifestation. In that split second as the mountain erupted, a crimson figure soared into the sky, appearing before Beerus and Kampa in the blink of an eye. "Oh, they actually dodged?" "Intriguing," Kampa remarked, astonished by the sudden appearance of the two figures. Despite casually firing an energy sphere, very few could evade such an attack in the realms of Universe 6 and 7. To his surprise, these individuals had managed to escape unscathed. "HM? A transformation? This seems to be a race not seen in Universe 6. Beerus noted. Her interest piqued as she observed Trunks. She had sensed their presence the moment they arrived, clearly noting that this individual lacked the characteristic red fur of his previous form, indicating a significant transformation had occurred. In the vast cosmos, many races could undergo transformations, yet this particular one was unprecedented in her experience. "Hey, what are you two? Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation?" Kampa questioned, his tone indifferent. They had not been present when he and Beerus first arrived on the planet, leading him to conclude they were listening in on their discussion. He wondered if they had overheard their talk about the Super Dragon Balls, though he regarded them as insignificant. Comparable to mere ants, news of their conversation reaching Beerus could complicate matters regarding the retrieval of the Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7. Thus, this information must remain concealed from Beerus at all costs. The solution was simple: silence the two before him permanently. For a god of destruction, this was a trivial task. We were merely passing through. Trunks replied coolly, facing Kampa's haughty demeanor. While the attitude was irksome, he pondered what could be done about it. Chapter 31. The ineffectiveness of threats. Kampa's wrath. After all, the power of the Destroyer God is undeniable. Lord Kampa. It seems that these two individuals merely passed through this planet and did not overhear our previous conversation, remarked Beerus, noting that he had felt no presence during their earlier discourse. Beside him, Vados glanced at Trunks before speaking, not to defend Trunks and Android 18, but simply to state the fact that they had indeed not been aware of the earlier discussion. This indicated that the conversation had gone unheard by the two newcomers as well. Silence, Vados, regardless of whether they heard us. The fact that they are aware of our presence in Universe 7 means we cannot let them go, Kampa declared, his tone frigid. To him, these two ordinary humans were nothing more than insects, easily crushed beneath his heel. Perhaps they were unfamiliar with Beerus, even oblivious to the existence of a destroyer god. Yet, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to ensure their immediate eradication. Ah, you remain ever unreasonable, Vados muttered under her breath. Although the angels possessed greater power than the destroyer gods, they were powerless to intervene in the decisions made by the destroyers. If Lord Kampa truly intended to eliminate these two humans, even she, as an angel, could not prevent it, nor would she have any justification to do so. How brazenly unreasonable you are, destroyer god, Trunks thought to himself, furrowing his brow. He recognized that, given his current strength, overcoming a destroyer was a daunting task, let alone gaining the upper hand. However, if Kampa intended to kill him, it would not be as simple as he might believe. You two can only blame your ill fortune. Not only have I discovered your presence, but my mood is particularly foul at the moment, Kampa said, clenching his fist while casting a cold gaze upon Trunks and Android 18. Perhaps annihilating these two would alleviate his irritation. Destroyer gods were notoriously unreasonable, and these unfortunate humans had no recourse against them. Trunks, what shall we do now? Is there still a chance for us to escape? Android 18 asked, her expression grave. Although this outcome was expected, she harbored no desire to perish. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Trunks replied earnestly, grasping her hand. The situation was painfully clear. Even if he wished to avoid conflict with the destroyer, it was evident that Kampa had no intention of letting them live. Furthermore, even had they chosen not to intervene, Earth would still be in jeopardy. They had but one path forward, to fight. Oh, how foolishly audacious. Do you still wish to struggle? Kampa mocked coldly. Having overheard Trunks and Android 18's conversation, humans were perpetually self-deluded, blind to their own insignificance until the very moment of death. In that case, let this ignorant human experience the depths of despair. Kampa, do not be so arrogant. You know better than anyone that a destroyer is not omnipotent. Have you not bowed and scraped before certain powerful figures, living like a dog? Trunks boldly retorted, challenging Kampa's haughty demeanor. In light of the circumstances, it was clear that Kampa would not relent. Even begging for mercy would likely change nothing in his mind, and such an act was certainly beneath Trunks. While there was a disparity in strength, he was not yet at the mercy of instant annihilation. What? This wretched insect knows I am a destroyer? Kampa's face contorted with disbelief upon hearing Trunks' words. The existence of destroyers was shrouded in mystery. Aside from deities, humans were typically unaware of their presence. Those who knew of a destroyer's existence were often eradicated. Yet this insect seemed entirely cognizant of it. And his tone suggested he might even be aware of Zeno and the Grand Priest as well. It was inconceivable that he could utter such words about the destroyer being akin to an ant before certain powerful figures. I am quite astonished. You actually know that Lord Kampa is a destroyer? Vados exclaimed, equally taken aback. In the entire 6th universe, very few humans were aware of the destroyers. And it was even more improbable for a human from the 7th universe to know of the 6th universe's destroyer. After all, under normal circumstances, the 12 destroyers rarely ventured outside their realms. This human not only knew of the destroyer, but evidently possessed knowledge of even more divine matters. Lord Kampa, it seems these two humans are not ordinary. They may well know about Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest, so I believe it would be wise not to eliminate them. Lest we invite trouble, Vados cautioned Kampa earnestly. Despite the absence of any divine aura within these two humans, if they truly possessed knowledge of Zeno and the Grand Priest, they could not simply be dismissed as typical humans. Kappa remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon Trunks as he inquired, "Insect, tell me how you came to know I am a destroyer. Also, share what other deities you are aware of. If you cooperate, perhaps I shall show mercy and spare your lives." His tone remained imperious. Android 18 furrowed her brow tightly. No matter how powerful this being was, his demeanor and attitude were intolerable. Moreover, she understood that Trunks was equally proud. It appeared that a confrontation was unavoidable. "Mercy? Huh?" Trunks scoffed, his tone growing increasingly cold. "Perhaps your strength exceeds mine by a considerable margin, and you may indeed possess the power to kill us. However, I can assure you that if we suffer even the slightest harm, your own life may be forfeit." Trunks issued this threat with the intent of intimidating Kappa, for even a destroyer had those who instilled fear in them. Such words could easily unnerve some destroyers. In a situation where the disparity in strength was so vast, it would be unwise to confront it head-on, regardless of how infuriated one might be. "How dare you?" Kappa seethed, fury igniting within his eyes. After eons of being a destroyer, this was the first time he had been threatened by a human. This was utterly unacceptable. You wretched insect shall soon learn the price of threatening a destroyer. Chapter 32, Super Saiyan 4 Trunks vs. Kappa, the awakening of Saiyan Wala. It appears that Lord Kappa is truly enraged this time. The situation seems rather dire. Beerus sighed from the side, sensing Kappa's fury. As the god of destruction, they have never regarded humans highly. Now, being threatened by a mere human is utterly unacceptable for a deity that once looked down upon all. "Ms. Beerus, please take care of my beloved," Trunks implored, realizing that the battle was inevitable. "If that is the case, let us fight." However, with Android 18 present, he knew he could not unleash his full power, as he must also find a way to protect her. This would only widen the gap between him and the god of destruction, Kappa. "Very well. I can guarantee her safety until your battle concludes. However, should you lose, I regret to inform you that your beloved may very well perish." Beerus nodded, raising her staff to gently tap the ground. An emerald energy barrier instantly emerged, enveloping both of them. Beerus gracefully leaped into the air, and the energy barrier ascended hundreds of feet high. "Thank you." Trunks expressed his gratitude to Beerus. He then clenched his fists, and the golden aura erupted from his body, fully revealing the might of Super Saiyan 4. Initially, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he was not particularly strong. However, extensive training in the main timeline, coupled with prolonged sessions in the hyperbolic time chamber, had significantly enhanced his fundamental combat prowess over the past 6 months. Daily training in a gravity chamber set to 3,000 times Earth's gravity had dramatically elevated his base power. Now, as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his strength was indeed unparalleled. His lavender hair billowed in the wind, and the aura surrounding him crackled with energy. Roar! Not bad for a mere insect to possess such formidable strength. No wonder you dare to threaten a god of destruction. It appears you possess a smidgen of power, Kappa remarked, but he quickly added, "Yet, I shall soon demonstrate that no matter how powerful you think you are, you remain nothing more than an ant in the eyes of a deity. To extinguish your life, I need only lift a finger." A flicker of surprise crossed Kappa's face, but it vanished almost instantly. A human attaining such strength is indeed remarkable. Yet in the eyes of a god of destruction, such power is still insignificant. Destroying this individual before him would be an effortless task. Humph. Let us commence, for this battle is unavoidable. I shall witness the true power of the god of destruction from Universe 6. Trunks, too, was resolute, with no turning back. All he could do was fight with all his might to protect both himself and Android 18. "You foolishly overestimate yourself," Kappa scoffed, and in an instant, purple flames enveloped his body. With a swift whoosh, Kappa vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Trunks. Despite his corpulent form, his speed was astonishing. Trunks only caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before he heard the taunting voice behind him. "Die, you presumptuous insect," Kappa declared as he swung a punch at Trunks' back, confident that this blow would eliminate the ignorant human before him. However, Trunks sensed the imminent danger and lunged forward, covering several dozen feet in the blink of an eye. Kappa's fist met nothing but air, creating a powerful gust that resonated through the atmosphere. "What? I didn't expect my first attack to miss." Kappa's face displayed shock, quickly morphing into malice. How could this insignificant being evade my strike? This unexpected turn left Kappa feeling that his dignity as a god of destruction had been slightly tarnished. In his mind, he believed he could dispose of Trunks in an instant. "You pest, I shall end you completely." As those words escaped his lips, Kappa raised his right hand high, summoning a colossal energy sphere above his head. As it continued to coalesce, the sphere grew larger, reaching several dozen feet in diameter in mere moments. Crackling with ominous black arcs, this energy sphere was undeniably terrifying. It could easily obliterate an entire galaxy without exaggeration. Yet, this was not even Kampa's full power. In his estimation, dealing with a mere human required no more than a fraction of his strength. How terrifying is that energy? Can I withstand it? Trunks' expression turned grave as he gazed at the immense energy sphere. Although he possessed the strength to evade its assault, doing so would force him into a defensive stance throughout the remainder of the battle, robbing him of the ability to confront Kampa head-on and extinguishing his courage. This would not only be a disgrace for a warrior, but could also jeopardize his future training and mindset. I absolutely must not evade. Clenching his teeth tightly, a frenzied expression emerged on Trunks' face. To transcend his limits, he needed to seek survival in the most perilous of predicaments. Such desperation could awaken the latent potential of a scion. Moreover, he had 18 Senza beans on hand, meaning that unless he were killed instantly, his injuries would heal rapidly. Scions possess a unique trait. Recovering from the brink of death significantly boosts their combat power. This was particularly evident during the battles between Goku and Vegeta against Frieza and Namek. And disappear completely. Kampa's voice resonated with divine power. This is the strength of a god, a power that you feeble humans can never fathom. Cackling maliciously, Kampa reveled in his superiority. Trunks, hurry, evade, please. Android 18 sensed the overwhelming energy contained within that sphere, instinctively knowing it could spell doom for Trunks. Panic and fear surged within her as she desperately urged him to flee. Yet Trunks remained unfazed, as if he had not heard her. Come on, what does a god of destruction matter to me? All I desire is to fight with all my might. Until the very end, until I completely defeat you. With a fierce roar, determination shone in his eyes. In that moment, it seemed he had awakened the proud will of the Scion race. Chapter 33, Despair of Number 18. My true affection for Trunks. Although Trunks exhibited no discernible increase in power, his fighting spirit surged like a tempestuous ocean in an instant. A colossal purple energy sphere descended from the heavens with immense force. In that fleeting moment, Trunks appeared diminutive, akin to an insignificant ant before its might. Yet, at that moment, his resolve burned with fervor, his gaze fixated on the enormous purple sphere, refusing to retreat or evade. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to withstand the impending impact. To evade now would render future endeavors to enhance his strength through training exceedingly arduous. Oh, how audacious of you! Wretched ant, the god of destruction, Kampa scoffed. Do you truly believe that your feeble form can withstand my energy sphere? This is tantamount to seeking your own demise. Observing Trunks' refusal to dodge, Kampa's disdain intensified. In his eyes, Trunks had become a mere corpse. No human could hope to absorb the force of a god of destruction's attack. Such a being did not exist in Universe 6. Nor could any creature in Universe 7 accomplish such a feat. Thus, in Kampa's view, Trunks' current stance was nothing short of suicidal. A low rumble echoed as the immense energy sphere neared the ground, unleashing a terrifying pressure that instilled a sense of impending doom. The earth began to crack and collapse, fissures spidering outward in all directions, yet the ground beneath Trunks remained untouched. A fierce wind howled, hurling debris like projectiles in every direction. Each fragment struck the surrounding mountains with explosive force, sending them crumbling, while the ground around Trunks rapidly caved in, painting a vivid picture of an apocalyptic scene. Kampa observed coldly as the massive energy sphere consumed Trunks. Once he eliminated this oblivious fool, he planned to wreak havoc on several planets in Universe 7, hoping to alleviate his earlier displeasure before returning to Universe 6. Trunks. No. Let me out. Number 18 cried. Her face pale as she watched the enormous purple energy sphere collapse around Trunks, who was now completely engulfed. Desperate, she pounded against the energy barrier created by Beerus. Fully aware that even her intervention would be futile, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yet, even in death, she wished to share Trunks' fate. But how could her energy attacks possibly breach the angelic barrier? It was an exercise in futility. Let me out. Trunks is on the brink of death. She shouted at Beerus, her usual composure shattered by panic. Tears welled in her eyes as she recognized her own emotions. The realization that she cared for Trunks surged within her. The thought of his peril filled her with a profound sense of dread, even pain. Let me out. He is about to die. Seeing Beerus remain unyielding, Number 18 unleashed her attacks, hurling energy spheres with reckless abandon. Yet, such power was insignificant against an angel like Beerus, who remained unfazed. Fool, Release me at once. Her agitation grew as Trunks' situation worsened. If this continued, Trunks would surely perish, even if she could not assist him. She longed to die alongside him. In her mind, that would be the most blissful end. You would do well to cease your insolence. While I have temporarily agreed to protect you, should you persist in your obstinacy, I will erase you first, Beerus warned, his expression darkening, eyes glinting with an icy menace. As an angel, he possessed an innate aura of power and intimidation that dwarfed number 18's presence. If you have the ability, then kill me. Do you think I fear death? If Trunks dies, do you believe I could survive alone? Even in death, I will ensure you pay the price. She retorted, her resolve unwavering. If Trunks were to fall, she would unleash her full strength to inflict maximum damage upon these two fiends, even if it meant her own demise. How foolish humans can be, Beerus remarked coldly, casting a dismissive glance at number 18. He found it incomprehensible that this woman was unafraid of death. Is this what you humans call emotion? He mused before continuing, that fool is not dead yet. His energy remains unchanged. However, should you continue your antics, I will eliminate you myself. He's not dead? Number 18 gasped, her eyes widening as she turned to the massive energy sphere, which continued its rapid descent, compressing the ground into a vast crater as if struck by a meteor. At that moment, Trunks was several hundred meters beneath the surface. The immense energy sphere bore down upon him like a celestial body. Damn it, I refuse to perish in such a wretched place. Absolutely not. With every ounce of strength, he pushed against the colossal purple energy sphere, sweat pouring from his brow as his golden aura intensified. Rhea, with a roar reminiscent of a primal struggle, Trunks' golden aura surged once more, erupting into a fierce jet. At that instant, the descending purple energy sphere halted abruptly. In midair, Kampa observed the enormous crater with an indifferent expression. By all accounts, that foolish human should vanish along with this planet, he stated. Beerus, we must depart. This planet will explode in mere seconds. He cast a frigid glance at Beerus, his contempt palpable. A mere human cannot possibly survive the shockwave of a planet's explosion. While I concede that this human is somewhat exceptional, that distinction is trivial. Chapter 34. Beerus. I have developed a certain interest in him buzzing. At the very moment the voice of the god of destruction Beerus echoed, the ground began to tremble violently. What is happening? Beerus's expression shifted slightly. He had not yet fully detonated the energy sphere. Why is the ground shaking so fiercely? Before he could react, a purple halo emerged from the vast pit. Then, the purple energy sphere began to rise slowly. No, this cannot be happening. How could this be? That damned insect is still alive. As Beerus witnessed the purple energy sphere gradually ascending, his eyes widened in disbelief. Although this human was somewhat different from others, in his judgment, that individual lacked the ability to withstand his energy sphere. Yet, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. To Beerus's astonishment, the purple energy sphere was now at their parallel position. At the base of the energy sphere, Trunks supported it with both hands. Though drenched in sweat, his expression and gaze were resolute. Trunks. How wonderful. Seeing Trunks unharmed and effortlessly lifting the energy sphere filled Android 18 with excitement. It appeared that the woman beside her had not deceived her. Quite intriguing. To be able to elevate Lord Beerus's energy sphere. Such strength would be unattainable even for the strongest assassin in Universe 6. Truly a fascinating individual. I seem to have developed a modicum of interest in him. Beerus, too, looked at Trunks with a mix of surprise and admiration, pondering to himself. It is rare to find someone with such formidable power across two universes. Even the strongest assassin of Universe 6, could not achieve such a feat. Moreover, this individual, aside from his immense strength, also possessed commendable courage. Knowing full well that Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, he still dared to challenge him without fear. At this moment, his gaze was unwaveringly determined. Perhaps this was the very reason he could withstand the energy sphere. After all, a steadfast will can unlock the hidden potential within one's body. Damn insect. Your persistence is utterly meaningless. It will only serve to increase my ire. In the end, I shall ensure your demise is even more tragic. Beerus felt as though he had been slapped in the face once more. His rage surged. If that wretched insect had simply perished comfortably earlier, it might have been his greatest mercy. Yet now, this fellow had the audacity to rise again. This left him feeling somewhat humiliated. Such consequences would only lead to a more agonizing end for that detestable insect. Trunks, you wish to kill me? You have a long way to go. Trunks spoke coldly. Then, as he released his grip on the energy sphere, he executed a 360-degree spin and promptly kicked the energy sphere toward Beerus. Upon hearing these words, Beerus's complexion shifted to a deep shade of purple. Although his face had already resembled that color, witnessing his energy sphere hurtling towards him was alarming. With a flick of his fingertip, the energy sphere vanished without a trace, clearly demonstrating his use of the god of destruction's divine skill, destruction. Insect, I must admit, your ability to provoke my wrath is impressive. After eons of being a god of destruction, you are the first human to elicit such intense anger from me. You should feel proud. However, you will also pay a painful price for your foolish ignorance. I initially intended to grant you a swift end, but now, I shall savor the pleasure of torturing you to death. Beerus's expression was frigid, and each word dripped with menace. Enough of your nonsense. If you wish to kill me, then come, Trunks retorted coldly. Immediately, he gathered energy in his palms, forming a massive azure energy sphere, which he hurled at Beerus. In an instant, he transformed into a blur and appeared directly behind Beerus. Beerus flicked his finger again, and the energy wave before him vanished as if it had never existed. Trunks then unleashed a punch from behind. Whoosh! The force of his punch reverberated through the air, piercing through Beerus's body. A mere illusion. Trunks' expression changed dramatically. Clearly, even the power of a Super Saiyan 4 was insufficient to inflict any harm on a god of destruction. Haughty insect, awaken. The greatness of a god is beyond your imagination. Beerus's voice resonated, giving Trunks no opportunity to react. He clasped his hands together and struck down upon Trunks' head with tremendous force. Bang! The sound of the impact echoed as Trunks' body plummeted to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Accompanied by a shower of debris, the ground was once again craters. Trunks knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, as a crimson droplet of blood fell from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. His head throbbed, and a dizzying sensation washed over him. However, his indomitable spirit quickly brought him back to clarity. Spit! Trunks expelled a mixture of blood and saliva, his gaze remaining unwaveringly resolute. At this moment, crimson fissures appeared in his eyes. Damn it! Is this wretched insect's body forged of steel? Beerus furrowed his brow once more. Such an assault should have obliterated even steel. Yet this rascal, having endured such a heavy blow, not only survived but managed to stand again. He felt humiliated once more. After rising, Trunks wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, lifting his gaze to Beerus with disdain and provocation. His expression seemed to convey, "Is this the extent of your power, almighty god of destruction?" Such a look only served to further ignite Beerus's fury. Insect, I wonder how long you can endure. Beerus bellowed, and with the swiftness of a diving eagle, he charged at Trunks. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The massive pit expanded once more, as Trunks and Beerus plunged into the earth. Buzzing. The cacophony of destruction continued to resonate. Chapter 35. The divine aura of Trunks shocked. Kappa and Beerus witnessed the scene. Crack. Boom. In the next instant, the ground ruptured, and Trunks was violently ejected from it, appearing quite disheveled. His body was riddled with numerous wounds, blood oozing incessantly from them. Whoosh. Shortly thereafter, Kappa emerged from the earth, effortlessly surpassing Trunks in the blink of an eye. With a dazzling spinning kick, his foot crashed heavily into Trunks' chest. Bang! Crack! The deep thud of the collision coincided with the sound of shattering bones. Trunks was once again driven into the ground, and the planet now appeared to be marred and battered, with crimson lava gushing forth from the massive crater. It seemed as though the planet could explode at any moment. If Kappa had even contemplated its destruction, this world would likely have been reduced to cosmic dust long ago. Thunderous. Trunks landed heavily, having lost all strength to rise. Kappa's assault had been particularly brutal. At this moment, Trunks managed to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form, a trait of this transformation that allowed him to sustain it as long as any energy remained in his body. Cough, cough. The injuries were indeed severe. Struggling against the excruciating pain, Trunks pushed himself up, hands pressing against the ground, sweat and blood mingling as they dripped from his chin and nose. Soon, the earth beneath him was stained with a large pool of crimson. Such injuries were surely bordering on death. A few more assaults like that, and he could very well fall victim to this grotesque creature. It was time to utilize a Senza bean. Hopefully, it would prove effective. Trunks swiftly retrieved a Senza bean from his system backpack, chewing it a few times before swallowing. Thankfully, it was stored in his backpack. Had it been on his person during that horrific assault, he would have surely perished. Crunch. Gulp. The moment the Senza bean was swallowed, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him. Instantly, his remaining wounds healed, and he felt invigorated, evidently much stronger than before. Such was the nature of the Science. His power had increased significantly. Indeed, This passive effect was remarkably beneficial. Rising to his feet, Trunks clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. Upon witnessing Trunks standing once more, fully healed, Android 18's expression mirrored his enthusiasm. She had been so worried that she had forgotten about Trunks' sins of beans. As long as he had breath, the beans could heal all injuries instantly. What? How is this possible? That wretched insect has fully recovered? And his aura is even stronger than before. What on earth is happening? The god of destruction, Kappa, was at a loss. This insect had seemed utterly defeated moments ago. On the brink of death, yet now he was completely restored, and his strength was even greater than before. How could this be? Is it a trait of his race? Yet, in Universe 6, he had never encountered such a characteristic. Glancing at Beerus, he seemed to inquire whether Beerus had any insight into this phenomenon. After all, Beerus was an angel, possessing powers and knowledge far surpassing those of a god of destruction. Perhaps Beerus might know the truth. However, to Kampa's dismay, Beerus simply shook his head. He too was baffled by Trunks' sudden recovery and increase in power, having never witnessed such a race in Universe 6. Oh well. Despite the overwhelming curiosity, it was merely a slight increase in power. In the presence of a god of destruction, he remained a mere insect. Although surprised, Kampa had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. Such a minor boost in strength was inconsequential to him. An insect is still an insect. Even with a slight enhancement, how could he possibly compare to the might of the great god of destruction? Meanwhile, on the ground, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through him, Trunks muttered to himself, "Let me see if I can transcend Super Saiyan 4 and achieve a higher form." He understood that with the power of Super Saiyan 4, he could not hope to defeat Kampa. The Ultra Instinct was his final trump card, one he would not reveal before a deity until the very last moment. "I hope I can break through." Huh. After a fervent prayer, Trunks unleashed a furious roar. The entire planet trembled in response to his cry. Crack, crack. The ground erupted in spiderweb-like fissures, quickly spreading outward, while Trunks' aura soared higher and higher. Huh. The roar persisted. Kampa and Beerus were astonished, sensing Trunks' aura continually rising. This fellow seemed utterly limitless. Suddenly, amidst the golden flames surrounding Trunks, small arcs of pale purple electricity began to flicker into existence. Gradually, these arcs multiplied and intensified. In the next moment, Trunks' hair transformed instantly. His once pale purple locks morphed into a vivid crimson hue, and simultaneously, his irises shifted from light blue to deep crimson, reminiscent of Goku's initial transformation into Super Saiyan God. At that moment, the golden aura around him dissipated, replaced by a red energy infused with purple arcs. Divine aura? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This insect's body is emanating a divine presence. What could this mean? What is happening? Kampa was utterly stunned. It was not merely the strength of Trunks' aura that shocked him, but the fact that, in an instant, this insect had exuded a divine essence, and it was remarkably potent. The notion of a human becoming a god was simply staggering. To witness such an outrageous event unfold before their eyes was inconceivable. Even Beerus, having existed as an angel for countless eons, was left speechless, having never witnessed anything of this nature. Chapter 36, Breakthrough. Limit Break. Super Saiyan 4. To their astonishment, a divine aura emerged from a human body right before their eyes. Such an occurrence was indeed quite extraordinary. If the young man had undergone divine training or had been tutored by an angel, the emergence of a divine aura within him would not have been so surprising. At this moment, Trunks ceased his roar, and the once tumultuous planet, resembling the apocalypse, fell completely silent. He had undergone a profound transformation. A layer of delicate purple-pink arcs enveloped his body, crackling with energy. His hair had shifted entirely to a hue of deep crimson. The aura surrounding him had similarly transformed into a radiant purple-pink. This presence had evolved into that of a deity. "Tr Trunks," exclaimed Android 18, astonished. After spending over 6 months with him, she had never witnessed Trunks in such a state. His hair had always been a light lavender, and even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, it retained the pale hue. But now, it had morphed into a vibrant crimson. This appearance and color were entirely new to her. The crackling arcs of energy surrounding him were palpable, radiating an overwhelming force. This indicated that Trunks had achieved yet another evolution, becoming even stronger. This was undoubtedly a favorable development for them. Perhaps this newly transformed Trunks possessed the strength to defeat the two adversaries before him. Damn insects. Though he could not comprehend how Trunks had acquired a divine aura within him, such a feat was a blatant affront to the mighty deities. As he gradually quelled his astonishment, Kappa's expression darkened further. The fact that this individual could experience a breakthrough in battle was troubling. More importantly, the presence of a divine aura within him was undeniable. Reluctantly, he acknowledged Trunks' extraordinary talent. Allowing him to grow unchecked would be unwise. What is happening? A divine aura has emerged within me. Trunks mused, examining his body. Every inch of his skin shimmered with those purple-pink arcs, and the sensation was extraordinarily pleasant. He felt imbued with immense power. This was a sensation entirely distinct from his previous Super Saiyan 4 form. He had initially believed he might evolve into an even stronger Super Saiyan 5, but he never anticipated this transformation. Upon closer inspection, Trunks realized that this form was not merely the full power of Super Saiyan 4. It was more akin to the Limit Break Super Saiyan 4 showcased in the promotional animations of Dragon Ball Heroes. In that series, the Time Patrol warriors Goku and Vegeta had manifested a similar appearance. The resemblance was uncanny. However, Goku and Vegeta had achieved this form by absorbing the Saiyan powers from their counterparts in Dragon Ball Super, as well as from Trunks and Gohan. Yet, he had not drawn upon anyone's Saiyan power to attain this form. It had emerged solely from within him. And his strength was undeniably extraordinary, an entirely different quality compared to his previous Super Saiyan 4. Thus, he resolved to name it Limit Break Super Saiyan 4. With the divine aura coursing through him and the visual similarities, it seemed fitting. Perhaps he was the first Saiyan to attain such a form. In that moment, Kappa reappeared before Trunks, his demeanor cold as ice. Insect, though I do not know how you have enhanced your power or how you possess a divine aura. I swear you will perish here today. His tone and posture revealed his unwavering resolve. He felt somewhat constrained, as they were in the 7th universe. He and Beerus had secretly ventured into this realm to seek the Super Dragon Balls. This information could not reach Beerus, for their relationship had always been fraught with tension. They quarreled incessantly upon meeting. Should Beerus discover their search for the Super Dragon Balls, their attempts to retrieve them from the 7th universe would become exceedingly complicated. Thus, he had to suppress his true strength during the battle. To unleash his full power would undoubtedly attract the attention of the angel Whis. This was the source of his frustration. Had he been in the 6th universe, he could have obliterated this insignificant insect in an instant. Let us continue. Trunks declared with unwavering determination. His visit was not solely motivated by the fear of Earth facing a catastrophic disaster. He was also eager to witness the power of a god of destruction. Engaging in battle with Kappa might allow him to surpass his limits. While fraught with danger, such peril often coexists with opportunity. Now, he had indeed succeeded in achieving the Limit Break Super Saiyan 4 form through his combat with Kappa. Continuing to fight would further enhance his strength. Although he possessed innate advantages as a traveler, he found it difficult to lower himself and abandon his dignity for the sake of appeasing Kappa and Vados with food. Such an approach would cost him a prime opportunity to elevate his power. Seeking death, Kappa muttered through clenched teeth. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Trunks with incredible speed, delivering a straightforward and unadorned punch. He refrained from amplifying his strength further. Doing so might alert Whis. An awakening Beerus would only complicate matters. This time, Trunks perceived Kappa's movements clearly. He extended his right hand and grasped Kappa's wrist, halting the punch in its tracks. Nanny? Impossible. This insect actually blocked my attack? Kappa stood in stunned disbelief. Although he had not unleashed his full power, he had exerted at least 60% of his strength, sufficient to obliterate an entire universe without exaggeration. To his astonishment, this insignificant being had casually thwarted his assault. It appeared that Trunks' recent breakthrough had significantly augmented his power. Chapter 37. The Destructive God, powerful to the point of despair as the formidable god of destruction, Kappa. Stood in astonishment, Trunks seized the moment. With a firm grip, he yanked Kappa's wrist back, pulling the corpulent figure towards him. In an instant, Trunks' right knee shot up, crashing forcefully into Kappa's abdomen, eliciting a sharp contraction of his pupils due to the intense pain. Kappa's body was propelled backward uncontrollably. With a flicker, Trunks vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, yet he reappeared behind Kappa. In one fluid motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Kappa's back, launching him into the air. These swift actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, as if Kappa had yet to register the assault. Looking up, a dark silhouette descended from above. Trunks, with his fists clenched, summoned every ounce of energy within him and struck down with tremendous force. This blow is for you, he roared as his fist crashed into Kappa's chest. The impact sent Kappa hurtling towards the ground like a meteor, creating a diagonal trajectory as he smashed into the earth. The ground erupted violently, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. The spectacle was far more potent than the explosion of 10 nuclear bombs combined. Lo and behold, Lord Kampa has been subdued, Babidi exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise gracing her features. She murmured to herself, untroubled by Kampa's safety. For she understood that as a god of destruction, he could never be so easily vanquished. Such an attack might not inflict substantial harm upon him. Her astonishment stemmed solely from the realization that Trunks, a mere human from Universe 7, possessed such extraordinary strength. Although Kampa had not unleashed his full power, the fact that a god of destruction could be restrained to such an extent spoke volumes of Trunks' prowess. Among the 12 universes, he was undoubtedly a paragon among humans. Nevertheless, this very approach would only serve to incite Kampa's fury further. From the onset of the battle, it was evident that Kampa feared being discovered by Whis and Beerus, thus refraining from utilizing his complete strength. However, should he truly enter a rage, even the scrutiny of Whis and Beerus would not deter him from obliterating Trunks. At this juncture, Trunks, suspended in the air, recognized that his previous assault would not suffice to annihilate Kampa. That attack posed little threat to him. With a fierce roar, he once more elevated his energy to its zenith. His palms came together, swiftly coalescing into a massive, crimson energy sphere. Here it comes, he declared, unleashing the colossal energy towards Kampa's position. Having forged a bitter enmity with Kampa, he resolved to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Even though the presence of Angel Babidi diminished the likelihood of success, survival in this battle necessitated such measures. The earth trembled as the terrifying energy collided with the ground, piercing through the very core of the planet. A colossal chasm opened, crimson lava cascading into the void of space. Moments later, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A magnificent shockwave radiated outward, blossoming like a resplendent firework in the cosmos. Nearby celestial bodies trembled violently under the force, and after a few fleeting seconds, the dazzling display faded, leaving the universe in a tranquil silence. Trunks gazed steadily at the remnants of the explosion, observing as the violet silhouette emerged from the dissipating shockwave, his brows furrowing in disbelief. How infuriating! It inflicted no damage at all. He had anticipated that transcending to the form of Super Saiyan 4 would allow him to harm this foe. Yet, it appeared this would not be the case. Narrowing his eyes, Trunks pondered in dismay. It seemed the only path to truly defeating this opponent lay in surpassing his current limits. Perhaps then he would find his opportunity. Meanwhile, Kampa's countenance darkened ominously, a sneer of disdain and bloodlust curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Trunks. Insect, is this all the power you possess? Such feeble strength cannot inflict any harm upon a god of destruction. However, you have successfully ignited all my wrath. Prepare yourself to endure the fury of a god. I shall make you experience a terror more profound than hell itself. Kampa was evidently incensed. Although Trunks' attack had not inflicted any tangible damage, the humiliation was palpable for a god of destruction. If Beerus were to learn of this, it would become a source of ridicule for him, a fate Kampa would not allow. At this moment, Trunks' expression grew increasingly grave. Firstly, he recognized that Kampa's power exceeded his expectations. This adversary was far beyond what he had anticipated. In the original narrative, Kampa had appeared relatively weak, particularly during the chaotic battles among the 12 gods of destruction in Dragon Ball Super, creating an illusion of inferiority. However, the reality became evident in their confrontation. His perceived weakness was merely a reflection of the overwhelming strength of the other gods. In comparison to humanity, Kampa's might remained unfathomable. Secondly, their battle had the potential to obliterate entire planets with each clash. If they continued to fight in this location, Earth would inevitably face destruction. One of Trunks' primary motivations for fighting was to safeguard the planet. If Earth were to be annihilated, the significance of this conflict would be rendered moot. With this thought in mind, Trunks glanced at Android 18. He then swiftly turned, propelling himself at breakneck speed in the opposite direction. If the battle were to persist, it was imperative to relocate to a different battlefield to avert the destruction of Earth. With a surge of crimson energy, Trunks' form darted through the vastness of space like an arrow. Android 18 grasped his intent immediately, understanding that Trunks was not retreating, but rather seeking a safer arena for their confrontation. Wait, what? Kampa was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, Trunks had exuded unwavering determination. Yet now he seemed to be fleeing without warning. How ridiculous. To think of escape at this juncture is far too late, insect. You have successfully stirred my ire. No matter where you hide, your demise is assured. Kampa's voice was laced with cold indifference as he summoned a violet aura around him, pursuing Trunks with relentless determination. Chapter 38. Surrendering Resistance? The perfect Ultra Instinct the Angel, Beerus, pursued alongside number 18. Upon achieving the breakthrough to Super Saiyan God 4, Trunks not only enhanced his strength but also accelerated to an astonishing speed. He darted through the cosmos like a streak of crimson lightning, striving to distance himself from Earth before engaging in combat, thereby preventing any damage to his home planet. Damn it! I never anticipated that this insignificant insect would possess such incredible speed, exclaimed Kappa, whose form followed closely behind. His brow furrowed in frustration as he realized that after 10 minutes of relentless pursuit, he still hadn't caught up with Trunks. However, this tedious chase was nearing its conclusion. In the next instant, the purple aura surrounding the god of destruction surged violently. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanished as if teleporting, materializing directly in front of Trunks. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Trunks. His patience had worn thin. It was time for this human from Universe 7 to pay for his arrogance. What? I can't believe Kampa appeared before me in an instant. Trunks gasped, caught off guard and unable to react. Evading was no longer an option, and he could only brace himself, crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest. Boom. The moment his arms were raised, Kampa's leg slammed down with tremendous force, unleashing a torrent of power akin to an ocean's might. Whoosh. Trunks was sent hurtling backward at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flying thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye, perilously close to colliding with a nearby planet. Gritting his fists, Trunks summoned a fiery aura from within, stabilizing himself just in time. Although he avoided direct contact with the planet, the immense pressure created a deep crater on its surface. What terrifying power! Trunks felt his arms go numb, devoid of sensation. Kampa had evidently begun to utilize his full strength, preparing to obliterate him completely. The ensuing battle promised to be even more perilous, with the stakes escalating. Yet, Kampa showed no signs of granting Trunks a moment's respite for contemplation. In an instant, he closed the distance again, appearing before Trunks once more, delivering a heavy punch. This time, Trunks had no chance to defend himself and could only watch helplessly as the fist impacted his chest. Bang! Crack! The deep resonance of the collision coincided with the sound of bones fracturing. The force of the blow caused Trunks' chest to cave in. He gasped as blood erupted from his mouth, and his body plummeted like a meteor. Boom! The impact reverberated as he crashed into the planet's surface, creating a massive indentation. Trunks lay on the ground, his chest aching with excruciating pain, his numb arms struggling to support his battered body as he rose to his feet. With a thought, he retrieved a senza bean from his system pack, chewing it hastily before swallowing. Kampa was now earnest, fully committed to the fight. If Trunks could not maintain peak physical condition, a single misstep could lead to his demise. Just as Trunks regained his footing, having consumed the senza bean, Kampa was upon him once again. Beerus and number 18 hovered in the air. What's happening? Trunks has recovered. Beerus gasped, astonished at the sight of Trunks seemingly unscathed. It appears he possesses some ability or item to heal his injuries. She recalled the earlier scene vividly. Kampa's punch had caved in Trunks' chest, which should have left him gravely injured. Yet now, he appeared completely restored, as if the damage had been reversed. This insect continues to surprise me, Kampa mused. Taken aback, he had not encountered such a tenacious opponent in ages, and this remarkable regenerative ability was something even the gods of destruction lacked. Trunks was indeed a troublesome adversary. If his strength were to increase further, the situation would become even more complicated. Thus, it was imperative to quash this threat at its inception. After recovering, Trunks released a long, calming breath. The fiery aura that surrounded him dissipated, and he reverted from Super Saiyan God 4 to his normal form. He understood all too well that in this state, he could never hope to match Kampa's might. Continuing as he was could easily lead to his demise. Thus, he had no choice but to employ his final card, the Ultra Instinct. The perfect Ultra Instinct bestowed upon him formidable combat capabilities, enhancing not only his speed and evasion but also optimizing all bodily functions to their zenith. If Ultra Instinct merely augmented speed and agility, Goku would never have been able to contend with Jiren during the Tournament of Power. In fact, when the tournament commenced, even with a 20-fold boost from the Kaioken atop his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku had been unable to inflict any harm on Jiren, who regarded him with disdain. However, upon mastering Ultra Instinct, he could hold his own against an upgraded Jiren, illustrating the immense power of the Ultra Instinct was far beyond mere enhancements in speed and evasion. Moreover, in the second season of Dragon Ball Super, The perfect Ultra Instinct significantly bolstered physical resilience, as evidenced by Goku's ability to shatter Moro's arm with his sheer strength. An insect? Has he finally realized the chasm that separates him from the gods of destruction and decided to relinquish his feudal resistance? As Trunks exited his transformation, a smirk of triumph graced Kampa's lips. To the gods of destruction, humans were eternally mere pests. Yet, even if this little pest had come to his senses, it was far too late. Those who lacked the requisite respect for the gods of destruction were unforgivable. Surrendering? You may be disappointed. Trunks slowly raised his head, his gaze transforming into a profound calmness. His tone became devoid of emotion. Almost instantaneously, a silvery gleam flickered in Trunks' pupils, which then morphed into a brilliant silver gray. Chapter 39. The gods are astonished. Whis approaches in an instant. Trunks' hair transformed from a pale lavender hue to a shimmering silver. A serene aura, imbued with divine essence, surged from within Trunks' being. What is this absurdity? Another manifestation of divine energy? This rascal. What on earth is happening? As he sensed the renewed waves of divine energy emanating from Trunks, the destroyer god Kampa's expression shifted dramatically once more. This individual indeed evoked a series of shocks within him. How could a mere human harbor the essence of a deity within? He had clearly reverted from his transformed state. Yet, why has this divine energy re-emerged within him? The multitude of questions left Kampa utterly bewildered. What? Is that the Ultra Instinct technique? How is this possible? Trunks is merely a human from the 7th universe. Why is he capable of mastering Ultra Instinct? Even the watching angel, Beerus, displayed an expression of profound astonishment. It must be noted that Ultra Instinct is an innate divine skill bestowed upon their kind. Without the guidance of an angel, a human could never hope to comprehend such a technique. In fact, humans are entirely unaware of the existence of Ultra Instinct. Furthermore, the cultivation of this technique is exceedingly arduous, with exceptionally high demands on one's mental state. If one cannot achieve a state of utter focus and tranquility, mastering Ultra Instinct is utterly beyond reach. Moreover, it was evident that Trunks had perfected the Ultra Instinct technique to an extraordinary degree, an accomplishment that even the 12 destroyer gods had failed to achieve. Among them, only Lord Beerus of the 7th universe had attained a rudimentary understanding of Ultra Instinct. The remaining 11 destroyer gods had not even reached that level, underscoring the stringent requirements for mastering Ultra Instinct. To witness a mere human from the 7th universe fully comprehend it was astonishing. This revelation even startled the typically composed angel. Could it be that Trunks is a disciple of Whis? Or perhaps a candidate for the position of destroyer god of the 7th universe? Bardoss speculated internally. Although he had never heard of a candidate for the role of destroyer god in the 7th universe, nor of Whis taking on a disciple, it remained true that only Whis possessed mastery over Ultra Instinct. Without Whis tutelage, a human could never even know of its existence, let alone practice it. You are Android 18, correct? I have a question for you. Does Trunks know the destroyer gods and angels of this universe? Their attire is remarkably similar to ours, Bardoss inquired. Glancing at Android 18, he sought to confirm whether Trunks genuinely recognized Lord Beerus and Whis. If it turned out that they were indeed acquainted, and if Trunks was a candidate for the destroyer god of the 7th universe, then it would not be so surprising that he could master Ultra Instinct. No. We have never encountered beings such as you. We do not know you at all. Moreover, Trunks would never associate with those who casually destroy other planets. Android 18 replied indignantly. Although she was unsure if Trunks truly knew the so-called Lord Beerus and Whis, their acquaintance was only a little over half a year. What is happening? Bardoss was increasingly bewildered. If he does not know Whis, then how did he grasp Ultra Instinct? If a human could achieve such mastery solely through their own understanding, she could not possibly believe it. For such a feat is utterly inconceivable, even if Trunks were a prodigious genius. Meanwhile, the destroyer god Kampa had begun to piece together some clues. Could this fellow's demeanor be indicative of Ultra Instinct? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ultra Instinct is a realm that even the gods cannot attain. How could a mere insect of a human possibly master its perfection? If that were true, it would be a tremendous affront to all the gods. In truth, after observing Trunks' demeanor, the destroyer god Kampa had already formed a conclusion in his heart. However, he was unwilling to accept such a reality. A domain that even the gods cannot reach. How could a mere human insect possess such mastery? That would imply that all of them, the destroyer gods, were inferior to a human. Such a preposterous notion was one he could not accept. At that moment, within the realm of the 7th universe's destroyer gods, the angel Whis was observing the battle between Kampa and Trunks through an image projected by his staff. Upon witnessing Trunks execute Ultra Instinct flawlessly, his face mirrored profound astonishment. He then began to mutter in disbelief. Remarkable. How extraordinary. That Trunks has actually mastered Ultra Instinct to perfection. What on earth is happening? He is a human from the 7th universe. Why was I not aware of this? For decades, while Lord Beerus has been in slumber, I have closely monitored the changes within the 7th universe. Yet, I felt no other divine presence. How then does this Trunks embody divine energy, and more importantly, how has he comprehended Ultra Instinct? It is known that without the guidance of an angel, a human could never master such a technique. This revelation is utterly shocking. A warrior capable of understanding what even the destroyer gods cannot comprehend. Perhaps he could become Lord Beerus' perfect successor. Should I inform Lord Beerus of this matter? Whis continued to ponder. Trunks possessed formidable combat prowess with exceptional talent. To reach this level through merely decades of training is an astonishing feat with further training. He could swiftly attain the level of a destroyer god. It would be a grave loss for such a powerful warrior to perish so prematurely. Moreover, the 7th universe is currently in need of a candidate for a destroyer god. This sudden emergence of Trunks appears to be a promising option. Yet, the predicament lies in the involvement of the destroyer god Kampa from the 6th universe. If I awaken Lord Beerus, conflict between the two is inevitable. In that case, it would be the two angels who face the ensuing troubles. After a moment of reflection, was ultimately decided against waking Lord Beerus. The complications that would arise from doing so would be far too numerous. It would be better to let him continue his slumber. He could take a closer look. Such a promising candidate for the role of destroyer god should not be destroyed by Kampa of the 6th universe. With this thought in mind, Whis gently tapped the ground with his staff, enveloping his body in a shimmering silver light. In the next instant, I vanished directly from the realm of destruction. Chapter 40. The ultimate burst of freedom. Xiangpa, the god of destruction, declared ominously, regardless of whether you have truly comprehended the art of ultimate freedom. Today shall mark your demise. With a swift tremor of his arms, a terrifying violet aura erupted from his being. This time, he resolved to eradicate this nuisance entirely. After all, mastering the flawless technique of ultimate freedom was a disgrace to every god of destruction. In an instant, Xiangpa vanished, his speed astonishingly rapid. And he appeared before Trunks almost instantaneously, launching a tempestuous barrage of attacks. However, Trunks, having activated the ultimate freedom technique, exhibited a dodging ability that was now vastly superior. The essence of this technique lay in its capacity to allow the body to instinctively predict and evade danger without conscious thought. Xiangpa's fist rained down like a machine gun, each blow seemingly capable of tearing through the very fabric of space, a testament to the formidable power of the gods of destruction. Despite being the weakest among them, Xiangpa's strength remained unfathomably profound. His speed escalated, and though Trunks had mastered the perfect ultimate freedom, evading such a relentless assault became increasingly arduous. Indeed, while the ultimate freedom technique was exceptionally powerful, its efficacy waned in the face of overwhelming disparity in strength. A miscalculated dodge resulted in Trunks receiving a heavy blow to his shoulder, propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing through several mountains before finally halting. Embedding his feet into the ground, his arm felt numb, completely devoid of sensation. Frustration welled within him as he acknowledged the bitter truth despite employing the perfect ultimate freedom. He could not match the speed of a god of destruction. What must I do to contend with this battle? How can I defeat a god of destruction? Trunks pondered desperately. However, in the face of absolute power, it seemed that any clever stratagem would prove futile. Only by transcending the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4 to attain Super Saiyan 5 might he stand a chance against Xiangpa. Though Trunks is indeed a rare talent, capable of grasping the ultimate freedom technique, the gulf in their foundational combat prowess remains insurmountable. He cannot possibly be a match for Lord Xiangpa, Bardos remarked calmly. After all, the gods of destruction had existed for eons, each possessing formidable talent. Otherwise, they would not hold such titles. Their countless years of training rendered their strength immeasurable. Nevertheless, Trunks had remarkably managed to persevere this far. You little insect. If I am not mistaken, you are now employing the divine technique of ultimate freedom. Yet, even if you have truly grasped it, what of it? Before the gods of destruction, you shall forever remain a pitiful insect. Even if you were granted 1,000 years of training, you would never triumph over a god of destruction, Xiangpa taunted after repelling Trunks with a single punch. Trunks clenched his teeth in frustration, reluctantly conceding that a part of Xiangpa's words rang true. At present, even with the perfect ultimate freedom, he was still incapable of overcoming the god of destruction. Moreover, throughout this confrontation, Xiangpa had yet to unleash his divine abilities. Perhaps, Due to his reservations regarding the seventh universe, he was holding back. Insect, prepare to bid this world farewell. You have wasted far too much of my time. Upon finishing his sentence, Xiangpa conjured a massive violet energy sphere in his palm, rapidly expanding to the size of a football field, imbued with world-destroying might. While it lacked the destructive capability of a true god of destruction, such an energy sphere could obliterate half of the universe. Are you jesting? I refuse to perish in such a manner. I shall not fall to the hands of a gluttonous beast like you, Trunks retorted fiercely, gritting his teeth as a radiant silver aura enveloped him. The divine energy within him intensified, his silver hair fluttering with the rising power, causing the temperature in the vicinity to surge dramatically. In the next instant, as Trunks elevated his divine aura, he vanished from sight, his speed astonishingly swift. Xiangpa was taken aback once more. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a searing pain from behind and was sent flying. The energy sphere dissipating in an instant. To think you would attempt to take my life. Such foolishness. After sending Xiangpa soaring, Trunks leaped high into the air. Acutely aware of the energy and vitality rapidly draining from his being, he felt as though his body had transformed into an insatiable abyss, consuming his energy at an alarming rate. Quickly, he retrieved 2 senzu beans and swallowed them, feeling the lost energy surge back into him. With renewed vigor, he descended forcefully towards Xiangpa. The impact was monumental, embedding the god of destruction into the ground, descending at light speed. Impossible. This insect's power has surged to such heights? What has transpired? Xiangpa, sensing the excruciating intensity of the divine energy emanating from Trunks, felt a twinge of panic. For a fleeting moment, Trunks' strength had escalated so dramatically that it instilled a sense of unease within him. Die, you pathetic god of destruction. Trunks unleashed the full extent of his power, launching a relentless barrage of strikes against Xiangpa. Blow after blow rained down. Xiangpa, bewildered by the sheer ferocity of the onslaught, raised his arms in defense, struggling to comprehend how this insect's power had transformed so drastically in mere seconds. It was as if he were facing a frenzied beast, reminiscent of a desperate struggle for survival. With each thunderous attack, another planet erupted in chaos. Seizing the opportunity amidst the devastation, Xiangpa managed to withdraw, panting heavily, his breath ragged from the unexpected ferocity of Trunks' onslaught. Conversely, Trunks' expression darkened further as he grappled with the chaotic energy within him, akin to a deflating balloon. Once more, he consumed 2 senzu beans to sustain his energy and strength. Damnable insect, you have truly provoked a deity of destruction. This time, I shall afford you no further chances. The countenance of the deity darkened ominously. He sensed that if this continued, he might very well find himself in dire straits. The elevation of this individual's power was indeed extraordinary. In a mere span of time, he had transformed from a mere ant, easily crushed under a single fingertip, to this formidable presence. It was evident that the current course of action could not persist. As his words lingered in the air, a violet sphere of energy coalesced instantaneously. This time, however, the energy was entirely different, imbued with a chilling aura of destruction. Indeed, he was prepared to unleash the ultimate technique of the deity of destruction, intent on utterly annihilating this insignificant ant. Chapter 41. Whis. Trunks is the candidate destroyer of Universe 7. The energy sphere coalesced in the palm, its purple hue swelling to an immense size, exuding a cataclysmic potency, as if it could obliterate the entire universe at any moment. Damn you, pitiful insect. Your end is nigh. I must admit, you are the most tenacious human I have encountered. To compel me to resort to destruction in order to eliminate you is indeed a source of pride. The energy sphere in Kampa's palm had grown to the size of a basketball. Though it appeared modest in size, it was imbued with destructive energy. A mere touch would render anything utterly annihilated. Must I truly confront such destructive energy? Trunks furrowed his brow, for the destroyer's power instilled in him a profound dread. Once tainted by such energy, one could vanish without a trace. This was the governing force of the universe, an authority no being could withstand. Yet, Trunks was not prepared to yield so easily. His hands came together, summoning a terrifying silver aura that coalesced into an unparalleled energy sphere. Regardless of whether it could rival Kampa's energy, he refused to relent. Vanish, human. The destructive energy slipped from Kampa's grasp, evidently sealing Trunks' fate. No matter how astonishingly he had performed before, in the face of destruction, all were but insects. No human could ever contend against such power. Huh, Trunks roared, the energy sphere he had conjured hurtling towards Kampa. In this dire moment, he was compelled to unleash all the power within him, risking everything. This is dire. It seemed Trunks was on the brink of death. Although the divine energy he summoned was formidable, it could not possibly compare to destruction. Beside him, Beerus furrowed her brow slightly, then murmured, "The power of destruction encompasses the very laws of the universe. Such a force is incomparable to any other, including divine power. While Trunks is indeed strong and possesses divine abilities, he remains utterly defenseless against the might of a destroyer." In an instant, the two energies surged towards one another with astonishing speed. However, just as they were about to collide, a soft sound of air being displaced echoed, followed by a brilliant flash of white light that appeared directly at the center of their impending clash. The silvery luminescence vanished, revealing a familiar figure who effortlessly intercepted the two energies. Whis. Trunks glanced at the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the sudden arrival of the Angel Whis from Universe 7 was unexpected. Damn it, why has Whis appeared now? Why not earlier or later? Is this deliberate? Kappa observed Whis with a grave expression, whispering to himself. Whis' presence was evidently intended to halt this battle, and should an angel wish to intervene, even a destroyer could do little to resist. "Ah, you did come after all. I thought Whis would not make a special trip for this mere human." Beerus expressed her surprise, though it was fleeting. Trunks was a remarkably promising human. With proper training, he could soon wield the power of a destroyer. A human with both strength and talent could serve as an excellent candidate for destruction. Thus, Whis' intervention was not entirely astonishing. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis effortlessly dissipated both energies. Even the destructive force of a destroyer appeared utterly powerless in the presence of an angel. "Lord Kappa, it would be wise to cease this. We are in Universe 7, and your battle has already devastated several planets. Should Lord Beerus learn of this, it could lead to significant complications. I trust you understand this." "Mind your own business, Whis. You know well that while angels possess greater power than destroyers, they have no authority to interfere in our matters," Kappa retorted angrily. "If I do not eliminate this human today, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. Furthermore, judging by his gaze, he does not seem the type to forget an affront. Allowing such a one to linger in memory is not prudent. Today is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Lord Kappa, we are in Universe 7. And Trunks is a disciple of Lord Beerus. He's also a candidate for our universe's destroyer, destined to become our official destroyer. Thus, he cannot perish at your hands." Whis interjected swiftly. While it was true that angels sometimes refrained from meddling in destroyer affairs, if Trunks was indeed a candidate for destruction, Whis bore a responsibility to protect him. Moreover, Kappa brazenly wreaking havoc in Universe 7 and seeking to take a life was decidedly excessive. If Lord Beerus were to find out, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. "Nanny? Are you saying this insect is your candidate for destroyer in Universe 7? Do not jest, Whis. Why have I never heard of this before? Even Beerus was unaware that there was a candidate for destroyer in your universe," Kappa exclaimed, astonished. Though he had sensed divine energy emanating from Trunks, he had harbored doubts. This was indeed a matter pertaining to Universe 7, and it was unsurprising that Kappa was unaware. After all, why would Trunks possess divine energy? How could he master the perfect Ultra Instinct? Surely, Lord Kappa understood that without the guidance of an angel, a human could never attain such mastery. Trunks possesses extraordinary potential, making him an exceptional candidate for the role of destroyer. So far, I have not encountered any human in Universe 7 with strength surpassing his. Whis concluded. Chapter 42 Whis. Do you wish to become a candidate for the God of Destruction? Upon hearing Whis' words, Trunks exhibited a look of astonishment. He was utterly perplexed as to why Whis, an angel known for maintaining neutrality, would choose to assist him. It was common knowledge that angels only acted upon the requests of the gods of destruction, otherwise, they refrained from intervening. Given the temperament of Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, had he been aware of the troubles caused by Kappa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, he would undoubtedly have confronted him himself and delivered a stern reprimand. This left Trunks bewildered. What could be the reason behind Whis' intervention? Moreover, the fact that Whis would fabricate such a lie for his sake was astounding. When did he become a candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7? When did he become Beerus' disciple? Kappa's countenance had grown increasingly grim. With Whis' statement, it was evident that eliminating Trunks under the angel's watch was now an impossibility. Yet today was the perfect opportunity to eradicate this nuisance. If he did not obliterate Trunks completely, the latter's prowess and potential could very well spell disaster in the future. Lord Kappa, you have already destroyed several planets in Universe 7. Over the past few decades, you and your sister have visited Universe 7 multiple times. However, since you did not engage in any egregious acts then, I chose to remain silent. Surely, you want Lord Beerus to be informed of these incidents? Whis remarked. observing Kampa's darkening expression. Upon hearing this, Kampa's demeanor shifted once more, growing even more severe. The matter regarding the collection of Super Dragon Balls must not reach Beerus's ears. Not only had he not gathered all of them yet, but this also implied future visits to Universe 7. If Beerus learned of this, returning to Universe 7 would become exceedingly complicated. It appeared that today he could not rid himself of this irritating pest. Bardoss, he muttered through clenched teeth, revealing his discontent. Kampa called out to Bardoss, who promptly appeared before him. Lord Kampa, shall we return? Bardoss inquired. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Lord Kampa could not slay Trunks now, especially in Universe 7. Should the situation escalate, it would yield no benefit for Kampa. Return. Kampa's expression was dark as he cast one last glare at Trunks, biting down hard before uttering the command. Whis, we shall take our leave. I must admit, your and Lord Beerus's insight is commendable. Mr. Trunks possesses strength and talent that is indeed exceptional, even among the 12 universes. Should he ascend to become the god of destruction of Universe 7, he may rival Lord Beerus as the most powerful god of destruction. Bardoss remarked with a smile as she turned to Whis, then glanced at Trunks. With a gentle tap of her staff on the ground, a brilliant light enveloped the two, and in the next instant, they transformed into a silver streak, vanishing into the cosmos. Once Bardoss and Kampa's forms dissipated, Trunks immediately reverted from his Ultra Instinct state. Feeling exceedingly weak, he had expended too much energy and, after continuously using Senzu Beans, sensed that his body had sustained some foundational issues. At that moment, Android 18 quickly flashed to his side, supporting him. Are you all right? She asked with concern. I'm fine. Trunks shook his head. However, he felt that the power he had just wielded had indeed exceeded his physical limits, resulting in a painful, tearing sensation throughout his body. He then turned his gaze toward Whis and managed a strained smile, saying, I never imagined that as an angel of this universe, you would resort to deception. Oh. Whis replied with a charming smile, turning to Trunks. Had I not lied just now, you might have met your demise at the hands of Lord Kampa. Undeniably. Your strength is formidable. Few among humanity can reach your level. Yet, no matter how powerful you are, survival amidst destruction is unattainable. Although Trunks is indeed powerful, even among the 12 universes, there are very few who can match him. However, this is still insufficient to contend with a true god of destruction. Had Lord Kampa unleashed his destructive powers from the outset, Trunks would have likely ceased to exist by now. In any case, he would not have been able to survive destruction. You are indeed correct, Whis. If not for your timely intervention, I would have been slain by Kampa. Therefore, thank you. Trunks earnestly nodded. Regardless of Whis's motivations for saving him, he had indeed been rescued, and Trunks felt it necessary to express his gratitude. You're welcome, Trunks. Your strength is indeed impressive, granting you ample qualifications to become our candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7. I wonder if you have any interest in this position? Whis inquired, still adorned with a smile. Perhaps in the entirety of Universe 7. No one would be more suited for this role than Trunks. More importantly, Trunks had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, which astonished Whis. To achieve such mastery without the guidance of an angel was an unprecedented feat. A candidate for the god of destruction? Trunks was taken aback, then replied, I'm afraid I have no interest in that. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this matter should be unknown to Lord Beerus, correct? I wonder if angels have the authority to make such decisions. Although becoming a candidate for the god of destruction would bestow some divine privileges, they are minimal. The greater concern is that should one become a candidate or a god of destruction, one would face numerous constraints. As one S superior would be the formidable Grand Minister or the Omni King. These beings can obliterate a god of destruction or even an entire universe at a moment's notice. Engaging with such entities without absolute power is exceedingly unwise. Chapter 43. The mastery of Ultra Instinct is hierarchical. Mr. Trunks, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Becoming a candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7 carries numerous advantages, including the opportunity for direct mentorship from an angel. Although I am unaware of how you have attained perfect Ultra Instinct, are you aware that it is also categorized into levels? Under the guidance of an angel, your mastery of Ultra Instinct would undoubtedly reach greater heights, and as a candidate for the god of destruction, you would be eligible to learn the skills of a god of destruction. Should you acquire these skills, encounters like today's would leave you far less vulnerable. Whis continued, subtly expressing his desire for Trunks to become the candidate for their universe's god of destruction. After all, such talent is exceedingly rare. I will give it careful consideration. Mr. Whis, once again, I am grateful for your assistance, Trunks replied with a nod. He understood, despite his mastery of perfect Ultra Instinct, that there remained a distinction between his abilities and those of the Angels and Grand Priest. In the Dragon Ball Super manga's second arc, Whis had previously mentioned to Goku that while the training Angels and the Grand Priest also wield perfect Ultra Instinct, their levels of proficiency are entirely different. Thus, it is evident that Ultra Instinct is indeed stratified by rank. As for the destructive power Whis mentioned, Trunks, being equipped with a system, was not particularly concerned. Perhaps one day, the system would reward him with such power. Once he grasped the destructive force, he would be far less defenseless in future confrontations like the one with Zamasu today. Very well. Since that is the case, Mr. Trunks, take your time to contemplate this matter. I shall take my leave now. Whis maintained a gentle smile, and with a light tap of his staff upon the ground, his form vanished into the cosmos. Following Whis' departure, Trunks promptly retrieved a Senza bean and consumed it. Gradually, the excruciating pain within him began to subside. Yet his energy restoration remained painfully slow. It was evident that the toll on his body had been substantial, even damaging its foundation, rendering a Senza bean insufficient for a swift recovery. Let us return. After regaining some energy, Trunks led Android 18 back to Earth. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 16 had arrived at Capsule Corporation, having sensed the tremors on Earth and deduced they were related to Trunks. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Trunks and 18 were absent, and Bulma had no knowledge of their whereabouts. Trunks, Android 18, are you all right? What caused the tremors just now? Upon their sudden appearance, 17 immediately expressed concern, as one was his dear sister and the other his future brother-in-law, his closest kin. Android 16, too, displayed a concerned countenance. For Trunks and 18 were among his few friends. We encountered an immensely powerful deity, and Trunks fought valiantly against him. That being was extraordinarily formidable. We nearly did not return. Fortunately, another individual came to our rescue, 18 explained, glancing at 17. Had it not been for that fellow named Whis, they might have perished in the cosmos. A deity? Trunks couldn't even defeat him? My heavens, such a powerful god exists within this universe? Both 17 and 16 were taken aback, having seldom heard of deities. In their minds, Trunks was the epitome of strength, and it astonished them that such a powerful being could overshadow him. This universe is teeming with formidable entities. There are countless I struggle to contend with. Otherwise, do you suppose I would devote myself to such rigorous training? My aim is to ensure that when I encounter these beings, I am not rendered helpless. However, it seems my training is still woefully insufficient. My power pales in comparison to the gods of destruction and angels. Trunks spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his expression was resolute. Although he had been training tirelessly, it was clear that it was not enough. He must urgently enhance his foundational combat strength. For each transformation of a scion amplifies their power based on their base strength. Upon hearing this, 17 and 16 exchanged solemn glances, silently resolving to train together and elevate their combat capabilities. Only then could they ensure that Trunks would not bear the burden of battle alone against powerful foes in the future. Trunks, we shall train alongside you. This Earth is our shared home, and you should not shoulder all the responsibility. Although our training pace may never match yours, at the very least, we can stand by your side in the next battle, 16 declared with unwavering determination. He was a being who cherished the earth and nature profoundly. He wished to protect both from destruction and his friends from harm. Indeed, I feel the same. I once believed you to be the invincible force on this planet, which dulled my desire to further my strength. However, it has become evident that my prior thoughts were rather naive, and I shall join you in training, 17 said earnestly. Though they were androids, their strength was not fixed. With training, they could achieve significant enhancements in their abilities. I too, 18 affirmed with a resolute nod. Today's events left a profound impression on her. Witnessing Trunks in a state of helplessness, while being unable to assist him, filled her with feelings of shame, guilt, and despair, emotions she never wished to experience again. Observing the unwavering resolve in the eyes of the three, Trunks could only nod in agreement. Very well, from this day forth, we shall train together. He set his sights on a firm goal. The next time they met that insufferable foe, he would stomp him down mercilessly, allowing him to truly understand the sensation of humiliation. Chapter 44. Zama's and Black Goku arrive on Earth before long. The four individuals once again entered the gravity chamber to commence their training. In this timeline, both the sacred world of the Kais and Korin Tower had been obliterated, rendering training in the hyperbolic time chamber impossible. Nonetheless, training within the gravity chamber proved to be exceedingly beneficial for enhancing their foundational combat abilities. Their resolve for training was unwavering, dedicating nearly all their time to rigorous practice, aside from moments spent on nourishment. Thus, 9 months swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, the god of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados from Universe 6 did not make any appearances in Universe 7, and Whis remained entirely uncommunicative, showing no interest in seeking out Trunks. Life on Earth continued in a state of peace. After more than a year of restoration and reconstruction, Earth, though not yet restored to its former vibrancy and grandeur, gradually began moving in a more positive direction. At this moment, in the sky, 2 figures suddenly materialized. One bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, while the other sported a silver mohawk, green skin, and donned the distinctive attire of a Supreme Kai. Zama's. Is this the Earth of Universe 7 in the future? Black Goku remarked, noting the absence of Goku's presence and the energy signatures of the Science. Having sensed the surroundings, he felt a twinge of disappointment at not detecting Goku's energy, for previously, in other timelines, Goku had acted in defiance against the gods. His goal extended beyond the absolute dominion of the universe. He also sought to eliminate every incarnation of Son Goku. It was a pity that, at this moment, Goku seemed to be absent, as he couldn't feel any trace of his energy. Indeed, this individual had exchanged bodies with Son Goku using the Super Dragon Balls and had utilized the Supreme Kai's time ring to traverse to the future timeline as Black Goku, who was the candidate Supreme Kai from the 10th universe of an alternate timeline. Based on prior information, it appeared that Earth in Universe 7 had recently endured a catastrophic event, during which many warriors had perished. It was highly plausible that the Son Goku you mentioned also fell victim during that calamity, the green-skinned Zamas remarked coolly. Since their human eradication plan was set to commence in Universe 7, it was only natural that he sought to understand the current state of this universe. Black Goku, however, seemed particularly invested in the fate of Son Goku from Universe 7. What a pity. It appeared that eliminating this parallel version of Goku would not be feasible. Yet it mattered little. Their immediate objective was to dominate this controllable Universe 7. Black Goku's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Despite his profound hatred for Son Goku, his primary task was to expedite the completion of the Zero Human Plan. As for slaying Son Goku, there were numerous other versions across different timelines. He could methodically eliminate them one by one. Achieving total control over Universe 7 was no simple feat. The god of destruction Beerus was the mightiest among them. And even the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, would likely prove no match for him. The disparity between their powers and that of the gods of destruction was immense. Although Black Goku had acquired Son Goku's body, he could not fully harness the latent strength it contained. Furthermore, his immortality offered little advantage against the gods of destruction. Zamas furrowed his brow before speaking up. While he harbored a deep disdain for these feeble deities who permitted such lowly beings as humans to exist, the task of overthrowing them to realize his vision for humanity was no trivial endeavor. After all, each god of destruction across the 12 universes possessed the formidable strength to easily extinguish them. Presently, they were still too weak. In genuine combat, immortality would prove utterly useless and offer no assistance. More critically, each god of destruction wielded the power to dictate the rules of their respective universes. It was conceivable that his immortality might not withstand the destructive might of a god of destruction. How could you forget such an essential piece of information? Especially as a candidate for Supreme Kai? Have you forgotten that the Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction are intertwined by fate? If we eliminate the Supreme Kais across the universes, the gods of destruction would inevitably fall alongside them. Black Goku stated with an icy demeanor. While it was challenging for them to vanquish the gods of destruction, exterminating the Supreme Kais would be a far less daunting task. Once the Supreme Kais were gone, the gods of destruction would follow suit. As for the angels, their functions would cease upon the death of their respective gods of destruction, rendering them ineffective. It seems you've adequately prepared for this endeavor. You are indeed correct. With our current powers, eliminating the Supreme Kais from other universes would require minimal effort. Let us commence with Universe 7. Once Beerus is eliminated, this universe will swiftly fall into our grasp. The green-skinned Zamas nodded in agreement. It appeared that they were not far from achieving their dominion over this universe. Soon, these filthy humans would no longer hold the right to tarnish this beautiful cosmos. They would establish a true utopia devoid of such loathsome beings. Subsequently, the two masked their energy signatures, their bodies flickering out of existence as they vanished from sight. Their target being the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Once they dispatched the Supreme Kai, controlling the entirety of Universe 7 would be a straightforward task, as they were acutely aware of the Supreme Kai's weaknesses. As for the attendant Jebbet, he was even more feeble and would pose no challenge. They could easily eliminate them in less than a minute. Meanwhile, within the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, Trunks, who had been diligently training, abruptly ceased his efforts. "What is wrong, Trunks? Has something happened?" 18 inquired, having noticed Trunks' sudden change in demeanor. His expression suggested that something was amiss. "I suddenly sensed two divine energies. They were present for only a brief minute, but now they seem to have vanished," Trunks replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "These energies are completely different from those of the gods of destruction, lacking even a fraction of Kampa's might. They are not gods of destruction." "Gods? Is it that fellow named Kampa?" 18's brows furrowed with concern. If it were indeed him, the situation could be dire, especially since they had only trained for 9 months and hadn't made significant improvements in their combat prowess. "No, it's not Kampa. This presence is quite weak." "Could it be?" Trunks shook his head, but two faces suddenly materialized in his mind. "Who are they?" 17 and 16 hurriedly approached. "Zama's and Black Goku?" Trunks murmured under his breath. He could confirm that these two divine energies did not belong to any god of destruction nor the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. According to his speculation, it is highly probable that it pertains to Zamasu and Black Goku. After all, based on the original narrative, Zamasu and his cohorts are destined to emerge in the future timeline and subsequently unleash destruction. Chapter 45, Black Goku. "I shall annihilate you all." Zamasu and Black Goku. Who are they? I've never heard of them. Are they formidable? Android 17 inquired, perplexed. He was familiar with the name Son Goku, but Black Goku was entirely unknown to him. As for Zamasu, this was indeed the first time he had encountered the name. Android 18 and Android 16 displayed similar expressions of astonishment and confusion, as they too were unaware of the identities of these two individuals, dismissing them as mere minor characters. However, their timely arrival provided an opportunity for some practical training, enabling the group to gauge their current strength in combat. Trunks smiled lightly and remarked, "Despite Zamasu's minor notoriety in Dragon Ball Super, their current abilities were still quite feeble, even if they transformed into the fused Zamasu." Trunks held absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish them. Moreover, they had yet to attain the power of Super Saiyan God. A recent assessment revealed that they were indeed quite weak, unlikely to surpass the strength of Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Vegeta. Trunks and Android 16 had undergone extensive training over time, pushing their limits daily, resulting in significant improvements in their strength. Defeating Zamasu and Black Goku should pose no challenge. "Hearing you say that piques my interest," Android 17 chimed in, his enthusiasm evident. "After such a long and monotonous training regimen, wasn't it all for the thrill of battle? It was a perfect opportunity to test their combat skills while enhancing their fighting techniques in real scenarios. Let us hurry. Their energy signatures have vanished from Earth. If we delay, we may not catch them," Trunks urged. He quickly changed into the combat attire crafted by Bulma. While these suits could not fully absorb power, they would at least mitigate some of it, especially against the relatively weaker Zamasu and Black Goku. After donning their battle gear and exchanging a few words with Bulma, the four of them vanished in an instant from Capsule Corporation. As they approached the atmosphere, Trunks erected an energy barrier using his divine power. Knowing that Androids 17 and 18, being human, could not survive in space unprotected, Trunks moved swiftly, leaving Earth within mere seconds. "Trunks, can you sense those two?" Android 17 asked eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation for combat after such prolonged training. The monotony of practice had ignited within him a fervent desire for battle. "Yes, I can feel them. They are advancing rapidly," Trunks confirmed, accelerating his pace. A silver flash zipped through the cosmos. Meanwhile, within the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kaioshin of Universe 7 observed the unfolding events through a crystal ball, which depicted Zamasu and Black Goku. "Elder Kaioshin, who are these two? Why do they radiate divine energy? One of them even wears our Kaioshin specially tailored attire. Could he also be a Kaioshin?" Kaioshin of Universe 7 inquired, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball's image. Given that Goku and Vegeta of this timeline had perished prematurely, the Kais had never encountered them. Thus their attention turned entirely to Zamasu, whose powerful divine aura and attire suggested a possible connection to the Kaioshins. "Fool, can't you discern? That individual is likely a Kaioshin or candidate from another universe. However, I am acquainted with all the Kaioshins from the other 11 universes, and none match his description. He must be an unknown candidate or Kaioshin," the old Kaioshin retorted, analyzing the situation. Despite being sealed away for an extended period, he had a profound understanding of the 12 universes' Kaioshins. "Could it be that during your sealing, other universes appointed new Kaioshins?" Jebet suggested. "It is a possibility. However, Judging by their demeanor, they seem to be heading towards our Kaioshin realm. We shall inquire upon their arrival, the old Kaioshin conceded. If they are indeed Kaioshins, they should harbor no malice. Moreover, our current Kaioshin of Universe 7 does not recognize the other universe's Kaioshins, so there should be no animosity. Yet, I sense a nefarious intent from those two, Kaioshin of Universe 7 murmured, feeling an ominous vibe surrounding them. Half an hour later, a sudden whoosh echoed as two figures materialized before the Kaioshins. It was unmistakably Black Goku and Zamasu. Who are you two? What brings you to my realm? Jebbet demanded. His expression stern. His intimidating appearance belied a disparity between his looks and his actual power. What's this? The Kaioshin of this timeline does not recognize you? Black Goku regarded Zamasu with surprise. In their timeline, Kaioshins were familiar with one another, and he had previously met the Kaioshin of Universe 7 several times. Yet, it appeared that this Zamasu was unfamiliar with both the Universe 7 Kaioshin and Jebbet. No, I have not encountered them, Zamasu replied, shaking his head. I see. That makes things even simpler. A sinister smile crept across Black Goku's face. If you are unfamiliar with us, it will be even easier. Now, who exactly are you? And what is your purpose here? If you have no business, kindly depart. This is the realm of the gods, Kaioshin of Universe 7 asserted firmly. As the ruler of this divine domain, fear not, we, the Kaioshin of Universe 7, will indeed take our leave. However, before that, I shall slaughter you all. A malevolent glint sparked in Black Goku's eyes as dark, purple energy surged from his being, overwhelming the Kaioshin and Jebbet in an instant. Chapter 46, the 7th Universe's Supreme Kai on the brink of destruction. Divine energy? Could this individual also be a deity? The old Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai Asin were instantly taken aback. Before them stood a being whose very essence radiated divine energy. More significantly, this entity possessed formidable strength. Merely the aura emanating from him instilled a profound sense of pressure within them. Who are you? Why have you come here? What is your intention in seeking our demise? Supreme Kai Asin inquired with a furrowed brow. These two ruffians dared to declare their intent to kill them. It was imperative to note that they were the Supreme Kai of an entire universe. Should they meet their end, chaos would inevitably ensue throughout the cosmos. In a short span, an entire universe could potentially descend into decline or even obliteration, although their power was not overwhelming. Their role as the highest deities in the universe was undeniably significant. Without their creation and maintenance, the universe would gradually deteriorate. Which universe do you hail from? Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions in attempting to slay a Supreme Kai? The old Supreme Kai questioned darkly. The earlier mention of the destroyer god of the 7th universe indicated that they were not deities of this realm. Yet, as divine beings, they ought to recognize the inviolable principle against harming the gods of other universes, a transgression that would surely invite severe punishment. It was utterly unforeseen. He had once been sealed within the Supreme Kai sword by Lord Beerus. Recently, by sheer luck, these two buffoons had unwittingly liberated him from that confinement. Indeed, it was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse had granted him freedom. Yet, he had scarcely emerged from the sword when he was now faced with the imminent threat of death. How unfortunate. Silence, old fool. Once we seize control of the entire universe, no one shall dare punish us. Black Goku proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Their Human Zero plan was undeniably foolproof. The only challenges lay with the Omni King and the Grand Minister, who posed a slight complication. As for the so-called angels and destroyer gods, they would devise a means to eliminate or incapacitate them. Zamas, eliminate them. Black Goku seemed disinterested in further conversation. After all, villains often perish due to excessive dialogue. Prolonging the discourse could lead to unforeseen complications, which he could not permit under any circumstances. Today, the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe must perish, alongside the destroyer god Beerus. Once that occurred, the entirety of the 7th universe would be theirs to command. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zamas nodded. It was evident that this Zamas, from this timeline, lacked the ruthless resolve of Black Goku. Simultaneously, he unleashed a burst of purple energy. Although their combined strength was not overwhelming, in Trunks' eyes, they seemed no more significant than insects. However, they were more than adequate to confront the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. As for the aging old Supreme Kai, he posed no threat. Black Goku dismissed him entirely. In the next instant, the two moved in perfect synchrony, vanishing from sight. Within moments, they stood before Jebbet and Supreme Kai Asin. Without hesitation, they unleashed a devastating punch. The speed was astonishing, and they held nothing back, attacking with all their might. Supreme Kai Asin and Jebit were unprepared for combat, having resided in the realm of the gods for eons. They had not engaged in battle for over 1,000 years. While it could not be said that their bodies had rusted, their reflexes had undeniably dulled. Faced with the rapidly approaching fists, they had no opportunity to evade. They could only raise their arms in a desperate attempt to block. The sound of two heavy impacts reverberated simultaneously. Almost instantaneously, Supreme Kai Asin and Jebit were sent reeling backward, their feet skidding along the ground for dozens of yards, carving deep gashes into the once solid earth. What? Such incredible power. These two are far too strong. Supreme Kai Asin was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Fear coursed through him as he realized that this single blow had rendered his arms nearly numb. The prospect of victory in this battle seemed utterly unattainable. What should they do now? If this continued, they would surely perish at the hands of these two young foes. Yet, there was no way to contact Lord Beerus. The old Supreme Kai was beside himself with anxiety, yet he could offer no assistance. In his frail state, he possessed no combat capability. If only Lord Beerus were present, he could swiftly eliminate these two intruders. But, alas, they were completely unable to reach him. Black Goku and Zama's were evidently unwilling to grant Jebit and Supreme Kai Asin even a moment's respite. Black Goku understood that they possessed the ability to teleport. Should they call for reinforcements or summon Beerus, their meticulously crafted plan would come crashing down, and they might very well find themselves slain. Black Goku was acutely aware of Beerus' temperament. Killing a candidate for a Supreme Kai was for him as simple as crushing an ant. Before Supreme Kai Asin and Jebit could regain their footing, the onslaught of attacks continued unabated. Punch after punch came, their speed increasing with each passing moment. Supreme Kai Asin and Jebit could only react defensively, dodging and blocking with no capacity to counterattack. Despair consumed them, for they knew their strength was utterly insufficient to overcome these two adversaries. Their coordination was impeccable. It would not be long before they were utterly annihilated. As thoughts raced through their minds, contemplating their next move, Zama's and Black Goku each delivered a powerful kick to the chest of Jebit and Supreme Kai Asin, sending their bodies hurtling backward. In perfect harmony, Black Goku and Zama's leaped into the air, their palms coming together to conjure a swirling sphere of purple and black energy. This time, they channeled all their might into this attack. Their objective was clear: to obliterate the Supreme Kai of the seventh universe in a single, decisive blow. For them, this was a life and death struggle. If they failed to kill the Supreme Kai, they knew all too well the fate that awaited them: total obliteration at the hands of Beerus. "Begone!" Black Goku shouted sharply, releasing the gathered black energy sphere with great force. Following closely, Zama's hurled forth his purple energy sphere. In that moment, Supreme Kai Asin and Jebit felt an overwhelming sense of despair. They knew they could not withstand the impending onslaught of these two energy spheres. Chapter 47, Number 17. Witness how I shatter your heads. Yet, the two quickly summoned the energy within their bodies to engage in a desperate struggle. However, the disparity between them was evidently vast. In the moment the energy spheres collided, the energy spheres of the Kaioshin and Jebit were swiftly subdued and subsequently devoured. The two pressed their feet firmly against the ground, then began to retreat rapidly. Is this the end? Kaioshin Asin was engulfed in complete despair, for they were in the realm of the gods, and there was no hope for salvation. With their combined strength, they could not hope to contend with the foes before them. The only outcome was their utter demise. The universe would then be thrown into chaos, bereft of the Kaioshin, leading to its ultimate destruction. Stubborn and unyielding, vanished completely. Black Goku bellowed triumphantly, seemingly having orchestrated a perfect beginning to his human annihilation plan. Kaioshin and Jebit were drenched in sweat, their bodies rapidly retreating, arms trembling, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, piercing sounds of earth-splitting filled the air. The old Kaioshin raised his head with keen awareness, only to behold a protective barrier enveloped in silver energy, within which were four figures. That was the one who had fought against the god of destruction, Kampa, from Universe 6. The old Kaioshin instantly recognized Trunks. Recalling the fierce battle that had transpired in Universe 7 just months prior, instigated by Kampa and the youth named Trunks. Now, Trunks appeared in their divine realm, leaving one to ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, upon reflection, as they stood on the brink of annihilation, it could hardly be worse than their current plight. In that very moment Trunks arrived, he flashed before the Kaioshin and Jebit, effortlessly swatting away the energy spheres of Black Goku and Zamasu. "Who are you?" Black Goku and Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment. This was the Kaioshin realm of Universe 7, where, logically, no one other than the Kaioshin and his servants could trespass. Yet, the newcomers were evidently not Kaioshin. Kaioshin and Jebet shared a look of bewilderment, yet a glimmer of hope flickered within them. Were they truly being rescued? Trunks lifted his head, casting a disinterested glance at Zamasu and Black Goku, his tone unfazed. It appears my earlier speculations were entirely accurate. These two are indeed Zamasu and Black Goku. Their audacious intention to eliminate the Kaioshin here is a remarkably foolish decision. After all, they are no match for Beerus' strength. Attempting to slay Beerus would amount to courting death. Trunks then glanced at the old Kaioshin, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise and skepticism. According to protocol, the old Kaioshin should have been sealed within the Divine Sword. In the main timeline of Dragon Ball, the old Kaioshin was inadvertently released when Goku broke the sword. Yet here, the Kaioshin and Jebet seemed devoid of such capability. How had this ancient being escaped? It appeared that this timeline differed from both the future and the one where Goku resided. Hey, do you insignificant insects comprehend what you're doing? Be ignorant. Lowly beings daring to interfere in divine matters. Black Goku's eyes ignited with fury upon beholding Trunks and his companions. Mere bugs, audaciously obstructing his plans. Let us dispose of them swiftly. Goku. Number 17 and number 18 gazed at Black Goku in astonishment, for he was the spitting image of Goku himself. Aside from their differing attire, it was nearly impossible to discern any differences. Number 16 clenched his fist upon seeing Black Goku, as he was created specifically to eradicate Goku. What audacity does this mere candidate Kaioshin of Universe 10 possess to boast here? You are unworthy to raise your voice before me, Trunks remarked disdainfully. This statement astonished not only Black Goku and Zamasu, but also the old Kaioshin and his companions. They had not anticipated that these two were candidates for the Kaioshin of Universe 10. Yet, the expressions of Black Goku and Zamasu darkened further, for this individual had unveiled their true identities. They could not allow them to escape. Let them be buried here alongside the Kaioshin of Universe 7. Number 16, number 17. Teach these two a lesson. Make them regret their insolence. Trunks, not wishing to soil his hands with such trivial adversaries, deemed number 17 and number 16 adequate for the task. Excellent. After such extensive training, it was time to reap the rewards. Number 17 nodded with excitement. The purpose of their training was for practical combat, and such an opportunity could not be missed, particularly that greenskin one, who inexplicably evoked discomfort. Today, he would be left reeling. Number 16 also nodded solemnly. Perhaps due to the directives implanted in his mind by Dr. Gero, he inherently harbored animosity towards Goku. Though this man was not the true Goku, his resemblance made defeating him seem equally satisfying. Foolish and arrogant lowly beings. Do you dare to challenge the divine? Zamasu and Black Goku clearly dismissed Trunks and his companions. Though uncertain how these individuals had infiltrated the realm of gods, they were certain they could not be their match. Moreover, their current strength far surpassed that of the Kaioshin from other universes. Killing a few mortals would be a trivial task. Lowly beings? Let us demonstrate how such beings can crush your heads. Number 17's expression shifted. As an artificial being, he inherently rejected such self-righteousness. Now, they dared to invoke the authority of the gods. They would soon witness how a god could be shattered. As number 17's voice faded, he and number 16 leaped into action, their speed astonishing. After 9 months of rigorous training under Trunks, they were ready to unleash their skills. Chapter 48, Trunks Strikes. One punch to defeat Black Goku in an instant, androids 16 and 17 appeared before Black Goku and Zamasu, their speed astonishingly swift. Compared to a year ago, their power had evidently undergone a qualitative transformation. What? How can these two insignificant humans move so quickly? Zamasu, with his green skin, was taken aback. In his subjective perception, humans were merely a tribe of barbaric, greedy, and despicable beings, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. He had never regarded humans with any seriousness. Yet, he was utterly astonished by the formidable strength of these two individuals. He barely caught a glimpse of an afterimage before they materialized right before him. As for Black Goku, he displayed little surprise. Having previously battled Son Goku and recognized that there were indeed many powerful individuals among humans, he once shared Zamasu's views, considering humans nothing more than greedy creatures incapable of surpassing the gods. However, Son Goku's emergence had thoroughly transformed his mindset. Yet, no matter how strong these beings were, they could never hope to match them. No one could thwart their plan for humanity's annihilation. as Zamasu was still grappling with his astonishment. Androids 16 and 17 launched simultaneous punches. Zamasu, whose strength was already feeble, had no time to defend himself. With a resounding thud, 17's fist landed squarely on Zamasu's face. Bang! Whoosh! In a mere moment, Zamasu's body was sent hurtling backward, skidding along the ground for several dozen meters. Meanwhile, Black Goku, possessing greater power after taking over Son Goku's body, faced 16's punch head-on. Boom! The collision of their fists sent ripples through the fabric of space, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated in all directions. A tempest of wind and energy followed, throwing the old Supreme Kai off balance. Both 16 and Black Goku were forced back several paces. Damn it! This lowly insect possesses such strength. Yet, I sense no energy fluctuations from him. Black Goku's expression darkened. After acquiring Son Goku's body, he had learned to perceive energy, but from this opponent, he felt none of the energy that Son Goku and others spoke of. This indicated that the entity before him was likely a robot. After all, he could sense even the divine energy. A mere heap of scrap metal. A robot nonetheless exhibiting such power left him incredulous. But that was all it was. Having gained Son Goku's body, he had yet to fully master it, meaning he could not yet unleash the true potential within. As the battle progressed, the original power of this body would gradually awaken, and he would swiftly gain control over it. At that point, a mere robot would be no match for him. On the other side, 17 unleashed a barrage of attacks on Zamasu, who could only defend himself, utterly powerless to retaliate. After more than a year of training, 17's strength had significantly increased. This Zamasu was no match for him. Weren't you just boasting? Is this all the power you possess? So-called gods. 17 taunted amidst his relentless onslaught, reveling in the thrill of combat, especially after such a long period of restraint. Lowly beings, stop your arrogance before the great divine. Zamasu, seething with rage, had always looked down on humans. Being treated in such a manner by one was intolerable to his pride. Yet, despite his fury, he could do nothing. His strength was still inferior to 17's. Gods. Mere trash, 17 scoffed, gripping Zamasu's face and forcefully pressing him down into the ground. Zamasu's body trembled violently, yet he was utterly unable to break free from 17's grasp. Insect, remove your filthy hands from the divine, Zamasu bellowed, only to be met with relentless punches from 17. Meanwhile, 16 was locked in a tense battle with Black Goku, their strengths seemingly evenly matched, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. However, as time passed, Trunks could sense Black Goku's power escalating rapidly. From an initial stalemate, Black Goku was now gaining the upper hand over 16. That guy, similar to Son Goku, is quite extraordinary. In merely a few minutes, his power has dramatically increased. 16 cannot withstand him, Trunks remarked to 18, who also recognized the shift. If this continues, 16 will surely be defeated. He may even be killed. Indeed, this individual had acquired Son Goku's body, initially struggling to adapt. Yet, in the heat of battle, the power within that body would awaken swiftly, allowing him to adjust to it. Thus, his strength surged at an alarming rate. However, it mattered not. Today, he was doomed. Trunks remained calm. Even if Zamasu possessed all of Son Goku's power, even transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, he would still be no match for him. Bang! Almost as soon as Trunks finished speaking, 16 was sent flying by a heavy blow, crashing to the ground before Trunks and 18. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, his gaze fierce and unwavering. At that moment, Black Goku had gathered a massive, dark purple energy sphere, clearly intent on obliterating 16. All right, 16, your battle is over. This guy's power is rising too quickly. You cannot defeat him. Leave the rest to me. Trunks gently patted 16's arm, stepping forward. Continuing the fight would not change the outcome but would only lead to further injury. Thus, Trunks resolved to handle it himself. Understood, 16 nodded, retreating to stand beside 18. Filthy insects, disappear before the might of the greatest divine being in the universe. It is your utmost honor to perish by my hand. The dark purple energy sphere intensified, and Black Goku's expression grew wild with fervor. This energy sphere was capable of annihilating the entire realm of gods, and all present would meet their demise. What a pitiable confidence. Allow me to escort you. Trunks cast a fleeting glance at the frenzied Black Goku. At the very moment his words fell, Trunks' pupils transformed into a striking silver gray. His hair instantaneously turned a brilliant white. Although employing the ultimate instinct technique against a foe like Black Goku may seem like overkill, it is prudent to resolve this swiftly to avoid wasting time. As he unleashed the ultimate instinct, Trunks' form vanished like a specter. Before Black Goku had the slightest chance to react, Trunks had already materialized before him. Nanny, how are you so fast? Black Goku exclaimed, panic washing over him, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, Trunks uttered no further words. With a mere flick of his finger, he touched the energy sphere that Black Goku had conjured. The purple-black energy sphere vanished without a trace. No, it's impossible. You shall perish. As Trunks' voice, cold and unyielding, echoed once more, he delivered a powerful punch without the slightest mercy. Thus, encased in silver energy, his fist pierced directly through Black Goku's chest. A single strike, and victory was achieved. Chapter 49. Immortal body? Then I shall make your existence a living hell. But, how infuriating. How could I possibly perish at the hands of a despicable human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Amidst the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Black Goku remained incredulous at the unfolding events. He had indeed acquired the body of Sun Wukong, possessing immense power. Yet, why was this wretched individual so formidable? With a single punch, he had pierced through Black Goku's form. At this moment, alongside disbelief, shock, and agony, a wave of regret surged within Zamasu. Why had he destroyed the Super Dragon Balls so hastily? Why hadn't he wished for his own immortal body? Had he done so, this lowly human would never have been able to take his life. The notion of a noble deity falling to a base human was a disgrace, an absolute humiliation. However, as the searing pain intensified, blood continued to drain from his body, and vitality began to dissipate rapidly. Trunks, with a cold expression, gazed at the tormented Black Goku. Then, in an icy tone, he declared, "You, worthless creature, even with your filthy means of usurping another's body, will never attain true strength. You are destined to remain a pathetic insect, forever incapable of defeating a scion. In any timeline, you shall perish at the hands of a scion. Conceited deity. Vanish from this world forever." As Trunks' chilling words echoed, he withdrew his fist, and blood gushed forth from Black Goku's chest wound. Yet, Trunks offered no respite. Aiming his palm at Black Goku's body, he rapidly concentrated an energy wave. Whoosh. As the energy wave was unleashed, Black Goku's form was instantly engulfed, vanishing like a wisp of smoke in a tempest. This is astonishing. The old Kai and the Kai were utterly dumbfounded. They knew that the creature just slain possessed an unfathomable level of strength, capable of effortlessly eliminating their kind. Yet, before Trunks, he was but a fragile entity, obliterated in the blink of an eye. For androids 18 and 16, their expressions remained calm. They understood Trunks' prowess. Perhaps he was not yet a match for the god of destruction. However, dealing with such minor adversaries was well within his capabilities. Zamasu. Upon sensing Black Goku's demise, the green-skinned Zamasu's face contorted with shock and fear. To so easily obliterate another Zamasu was no ordinary feat. Aside from the god of destruction and the angels, few possessed such power. Yet, the beings before him were merely humans, the very lowly creatures he scorned. Green-skinned creature. Tend to your own affairs. Just as Zamasu was engulfed in shock and dread, the voice of Android 17 resonated nearby. In an instant, the green-skinned Zamasu was sent flying by a single punch, skidding across the ground for hundreds of feet before coming to a halt. Though he bore some scratches, they quickly healed, as he and 17 had previously gathered the Super Dragon Balls and wished for immortality. Thus, no one could possibly kill him. Perhaps even the destruction of a god would not suffice to end his existence. That individual appears rather peculiar. Android 17 had inflicted countless wounds, each significant. Yet the creature bore no visible scars. Android 18, watching intently, expressed her surprise at the green-skinned Zamasu. After rigorous training, 17's strength had surged dramatically. In this battle, he had dominated the green-skinned creature, yet despite numerous attacks, it seemed he had caused no genuine harm. Aside from some tattered clothing, the creature was unscathed. This was utterly absurd. No, that creature has indeed sustained injuries. However, it appears to possess an extraordinarily powerful self-repairing ability, allowing it to heal rapidly after each assault. Android 16 explained, having observed closely. 17's attacks are not ineffective. The green-skinned monster's recovery capabilities are simply overwhelming. TCH. What on earth is that creature? It's as if it is made of resilient taffy. Though I can inflict damage, it recovers almost instantaneously, 17 noted, furrowing his brow. Despite being infinite energy androids. If this continued, they would find themselves at a disadvantage, for the green-skinned creature's regenerative prowess was remarkable. Foolish, filthy humans, this is the greatness of a deity. How could you, mere ants, ever hope to slay the greatest of divine beings? Zamasu, now standing, taunted maniacally. With his immortal body, he felt invincible. Unless faced with the destruction of a god, no one could hope to defeat him. These pitiful creatures undeniably possessed great power, even surpassing all the Kais. Yet, to kill him? Absolutely impossible. You shameless wretch, even in such a battered state, your arrogance persists. I am quite curious to see if you can recover from any injury. 17 gritted his teeth and launched into a frenzied assault on Zamasu. Nevertheless, the creature's recovery ability was indeed formidable. After each blow, it healed swiftly, further fueling 17's frustration. Enough, 17. This being possesses immortality. With our current strength, it is indeed challenging to subdue him. Return for now. Trunks spoke to 17, recognizing that he could not inflict significant damage on Zamasu. Immortality was indeed formidable, but it did not equate to an absence of pain. Although reluctant, 17 returned to Trunks' side, feeling the discomfort of being unable to eliminate the green-skinned creature despite his superior power. It felt akin to striking cotton, deeply unsatisfying. Have you finally come to a realization, Ants? Your strength will never suffice to kill me. Zamasu proclaimed triumphantly, seemingly forgetting the fate of his companion who had just been obliterated. At this moment, aside from Trunks, everyone wore a grave expression. If this creature truly possessed immortality, slaying him would indeed prove challenging. However, observing Zamasu's arrogance, Trunks stepped forward and stated, "We may not be able to destroy your immortal body, but you must feel pain. Do you not? I am quite eager to see which you prefer, the sweet release of death or the torment of a life worse than death." Chapter 50. Zamasu, kill me quickly, it hurts too much. Upon uttering these words, Trunks' lips curled into a sinister smile. Although he might not be able to annihilate Zamasu entirely at this moment, he understood that there existed myriad ways to torment a person beyond mere death. Sometimes, to kill someone could be a merciful release. Since Zamasu believed he could not kill Trunks, he would refrain from doing so. Living in torment, worse than death, could be far more excruciating. What? The green-skinned Zamasu appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly failing to grasp Trunks' intent. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Trunks clenched his right hand, conjuring a silvery energy shield that enveloped Zamasu's body. Trunks then lightly tightened his fist, causing the energy shield to constrict rapidly. Zamasu's form began to shrink in tandem. Ah! The anguish screams resonated throughout the entire divine realm. As the energy barrier continued to compress, Zamasu's body diminished by half, blood-red fissures appearing within his pupils. It was evident that he was enduring unimaginable torment. Though his body could not be destroyed, this suffering was far more agonizing than death itself. How does it feel? Oh, great deity? Is it not pleasurable? Would you like a little more intensity? Trunks queried with a grin. Sharp silver needles materialized within the confines of the energy shield, piercing straight into Zamasu's form. Ah! Zamasu's cries grew louder, while the old Supreme Kai and Kaioshin Asin recoiled in fear, their gazes fixed upon Trunks. This individual, who appeared so benign, like a charming neighbor, wielded methods of unspeakable cruelty. Although Zamasu was indeed a malevolent entity, nearly resulting in their demise, they could never bring themselves to inflict such torment upon him. Kill me. You wretched insect, if you have the audacity, then do it. Zamasu could no longer withstand the heart-wrenching agony. Every inch of his skin screamed in pain. Even a deity could hardly endure such suffering. In that moment, he fully comprehended the human's earlier words. A swift death was far preferable to a torturous existence. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly choose the former. This torment was unbearable. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, Zamasu remained obstinate. Trunks marveled at this remarkable creature. His entire being was frail, yet his resolve was unyielding. In his anguish, Zamasu cried out, urging for death. Trunks stepped closer to Zamasu, feeling a twinge of guilt at witnessing such suffering. However, he was powerless to grant Zamasu the mercy of a quick death. Ah! Kill me. Do it quickly. Zamasu's features had contorted grotesquely with pain. It was unbearable. More painful than losing a loved one. I truly apologize, great deity. As you can see, I wish to assist you, but I am utterly unable to do so. After all, you possess an immortal body, and I cannot kill you. Trunks shrugged, his expression laced with regret. Zamasu was engulfed in both pain and rage, desiring death yet unable to attain it. Wretched insect. Ants, filthy lowly beings. He continued to curse frantically. However, the more vehement his curses became, the tighter the energy shield constricted, intensifying the excruciating pain. as if countless golden needles were piercing his heart. And indeed, that was the reality. The silver energy had already penetrated his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. I initially believed your body would match your obstinate tongue, but it seems otherwise. Enjoy this suffering. You shall eternally linger in this torment. The life of a deity is long. Perhaps this agony will accompany you until the end of time. After speaking, Trunks turned away. Sometimes, dealing with obstinate individuals necessitated a taste of suffering, especially considering this individual had obliterated 12 universes in the original Dragon Ball Super. To him, humans were merely filthy, insignificant creatures, even lesser than ants. Inflicting such pain upon him was, in truth, an act of mercy. Having concluded his words, Trunks approached Kaioshin Asin. Let this obstinate one remain in the Kaioshin realm forever. Why yes, I will keep a close watch on him, Asin stammered, his fear palpable as he nodded vigorously. Perceiving Trunks as a mad demon at that moment, such ruthless and cruel methods were beyond their capacity for execution. Do not be afraid, I am not a devil. I do not harm others without cause. However, this individual is unlike any other. His goal is to eradicate all humans and deities to dominate this world. In other timelines, he has indeed succeeded, annihilating countless lives. Such a demon must be confronted with even greater cruelty, Trunks reassured, sensing the Kaioshin's dread. For others, Trunks would not have resorted to such cruelty, but Zamasu was different. Since he regarded all humans as mere insects, he must experience the pain he inflicts upon them. I understand. Asin nodded vacantly, his mind consumed by fear, hardly absorbing Trunks' words. Just then, the old Supreme Kai approached. Though equally terrified, he maintained a semblance of composure. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Trunks. Had you not intervened, the entire divine realm might have been obliterated. Rest assured, we will keep this individual under strict surveillance. It was evident that the old Supreme Kai was far more composed than Asin. Very well, I appreciate your assurance. However, there is one more matter I hope the Elder Kaioshin can assist with, Trunks stated, glancing at the old Supreme Kai. Since he had arrived in the divine realm, he could not leave without purpose. Chapter 51. The conclusion of potential development and the transformation of temperament. The old Kaioshin wore an expression of astonishment. It was essential to recognize that the young man before him possessed an extraordinary level of strength. It is not an exaggeration to assert that even if the 12 universe Kaioshins were to join forces, they would stand no chance against this young warrior. To his surprise, this formidable individual sought his assistance, an unusual request indeed. Did this young man perhaps know of his existence prior? Yet, that seemed implausible, given that he had been sealed within the Kaioshin sword for an extensive period. In fact, the duration of his confinement was so lengthy that even he had lost track of time. All he remembered was that the Kaioshin had changed 15 times since then. Indeed, this matter can only be addressed by you. No one else possesses such capability. He continued, I believe you have discerned that I am a scion. Trunks nodded earnestly and replied, I am not particularly inclined to refer to you as master. Perhaps my aversion stems from having watched Dragon Ball GT, wherein the old Kaioshin berated Goku and the others for the calamity caused by the evil dragons. It was then that my fondness for the character waned. However, my discontent does not extend to outright disdain. It simply feels somewhat unnatural to address someone weaker than myself as master. Yes, I have indeed recognized you as a scion. The old Kaioshin acknowledged. What surprises me, however, is that while scions are classified as a warrior race, their combat abilities are rather limited. At least, to my knowledge. No scion has ever reached your level of power. He nodded thoughtfully, admitting that his understanding of scions was limited. During his tenure as a Kaioshin, he had gained some knowledge of the 4 galaxies, which included awareness of the scion race. However, at that time, despite their self-proclaimed status as a warrior race, scions were not particularly formidable in terms of overall combat strength. In fact, numerous species throughout the universe could easily overpower them. Trunks' emergence astonished him. A scion with such immense power was indeed a rarity. Moreover, the divine energy he exhibited during his confrontation with the being known as Black Goku and while controlling Zamasu was remarkable. The very fact that a scion could harness divine energy piqued his curiosity. Before him, the old Kaioshin felt utterly diminutive, akin to an ant in comparison to Trunks. So, how exactly do you require my assistance? He inquired. However, I must make it clear that if I am unable to help you, I hope you will refrain from harming those two. He gestured towards the Kaioshin and Jebet. I have long been sealed away, so if I were to perish, it would matter little to me. Yet, these two, despite their shortcomings, represent the hope of the 7th universe. Rest assured, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. As for the assistance I seek, you will undoubtedly be capable of fulfilling it. Trunks stated with determination. It is quite simple. Help me unlock my potential. I am aware of your abilities in this regard. The old Kaioshin briefly paused, taken aback. It seemed no one else knew of his potential unlocking capabilities. This young man, appearing to be under 100 years old, had somehow learned of this ability, which astonished him. Very well, I shall do my utmost, he affirmed, realizing he had little choice. The sheer strength of the scion before him was undeniable. Although Trunks claimed not to be a killer, one could never be certain. If he were to unleash his wrath, no one could contain him. Thank you, Trunks replied courteously, appreciating the old Kaioshin's willingness. Do not mention it. After all, you are somewhat of a savior to us all, the old Kaioshin responded. However, unlocking potential may require a considerable amount of time, approximately 5 days, or perhaps longer, depending on an individual's latent abilities. That is of no concern. I have ample time, Trunks assured him. Currently, he faced no formidable foes aside from Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and it seemed unlikely they would encounter each other soon. Then let us commence, the old Kaioshin instructed. Please take a seat. During the potential unlocking process, you must focus and refrain from engaging in any other activities. I understand, Trunks nodded, settling into a meditative posture. Meanwhile, androids 17 and 18 remained quietly in place, eagerly anticipating the transformation Trunks would undergo following the unlocking of his potential. The process appeared somewhat trivial, as the old Kaioshin merely circled Trunks repeatedly. This mirrored the original storyline, and Trunks showed no surprise. However, Android 18 felt the method lacked seriousness. It hardly seemed like a legitimate approach to unlocking someone's potential. Days passed, and 6 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. The old Kaioshin appeared weary, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Trunks remained motionless, his eyes closed in concentration, maintaining this posture for the entirety of 6 days. Everyone dared not interrupt, waiting patiently. At last, the old Kaioshin exhaled a deep breath and sank to the ground, clearly fatigued. It is done. You may open your eyes now. The potential unlocking has concluded. This is the limit of what I can achieve with my current abilities. As soon as the words left his lips, Trunks abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, a silver glow, reminiscent of a crescent moon, radiated from his pupils. His aura and gaze transformed into something incredibly fierce. Chapter 52, Astonishment Among the Crowd. The divine realm on the brink of collapse, it appeared that significant changes had indeed transpired. Although Trunks's presence was undetectable, the transformation in his gaze was unmistakable. Observing this, Android 17 promptly spoke up. Despite being artificial beings incapable of sensing Trunks's energy, the alteration in his demeanor was evident, indicating a profound change within him. Indeed, I hope Trunks has grown stronger and that such calamities as before do not recur. Android 18 nodded, her face reflecting hope. The last encounter with the so-called god of destruction, a grotesque figure, left them trembling in terror, as they had narrowly escaped death at his hands. They earnestly wished that this potential development would prove beneficial for Trunks, enabling him to possess the strength to confront the god of destruction. Under the watchful eyes of all, Trunks rose slowly, assisting the elder Kaioshin to his feet. The elder had expended considerable energy in aiding Trunks to unlock his potential. Thank you, Elder Kaioshin. I owe you a favor this time, and I shall repay it when the opportunity arises, Trunks said in a remarkably calm tone. He could distinctly feel the immense power coursing through him, akin to a ferocious beast. Trunks, how do you feel? Android 18 inquired eagerly. While she sensed a change in Trunks, the extent of his newfound strength remained a mystery, piquing the curiosity of everyone present. Trunks, may we witness the power you have attained from unlocking your potential? Android 17 chimed in, his expression filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin and Jebet, not far off, were equally intrigued, having never before witnessed a Kaioshin assisting another in developing their strength. They speculated whether this was a unique ability of the Elder or a trait inherent to all Kaioshins. It seems you are all quite interested in my newfound power. Very well, I shall indulge your curiosity. Trunks acknowledged, nodding in agreement as he too wished to gauge the extent of his enhanced combat abilities. Yes, Android 17 exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The group, however, displayed wisdom in retreating, creating a considerable distance for safety. They were acutely aware of Trunks's formidable strength, recognizing that proximity could result in grave harm from his unleashed energy. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Trunks's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists tightly. With a resonating hum, An overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The air trembled violently, and the entire divine realm quaked in response. A deep, guttural roar escaped Trunks' throat, enveloping him in a silvery blaze. This energy was distinctly different from when he utilized the perfected Ultra Instinct. It sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades. The ground was cleaved clean, and mountains and trees around them crumbled under the force. Androids 17 and 18 quickly retreated further, realizing they had underestimated Trunks' power. Even at their current distance, the sheer intensity of his energy made it difficult to keep their eyes open. What terrifying energy! To what extent has this individual ascended? Android 17 exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the dramatic leap in Trunks' abilities. Remarkable! I hadn't anticipated that the old man had such prowess. Android 18 marveled. Initially assuming him to be just a frail elder, she was astonished by the significant enhancement in Trunks' foundational combat strength. The divine realm continued to tremble violently, the aura expanding further into the distance. Incredible! I've never felt such a potent energy before. Not even the Majin Buu of your could match this level. The Kaioshin and Jebit were utterly astounded, having thought themselves the pinnacle of power in the universe, only to realize that Trunks' strength had reached unfathomable heights. Trunks continued to amplify his energy. The ground beneath him crackled with sound, fissures spreading like the width of a thigh in every direction. The divine realm seemed on the verge of collapse, ready to be annihilated. Trunks, please cease. If you persist in escalating your energy, the divine realm will be obliterated. The elder Kaioshin shouted, astonished by Trunks' newfound strength, which had ascended to unprecedented levels without the aid of divine power, relying solely on his human essence. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Trunks exhaled deeply, stabilizing his energy. Yet, he could palpably sense a power within him akin to an ocean, incomparable to his previous state. His foundational combat strength had multiplied exponentially. This sensation was exhilarating, far surpassing the gains achieved through months of arduous training. Indeed, this journey to the Kaioshin realm has yielded tremendous rewards, Trunks declared, filled with satisfaction as he reveled in the profound strength that now resided within him. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the God of Destruction. Beerus the grand finale. As Trunks completed his potential awakening, a powerful surge of energy caused the entire seventh universe to tremble uncontrollably. Particularly, the planets in close proximity to the Sword God realm quaked violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Trunks, you must restrain your energy at once. If this continues, your emotions will wreak havoc across the cosmos. The Kaioshin urged, fully aware that after receiving assistance from the ancestor, Trunks' strength would dramatically increase. However, he was taken aback by the overwhelming transformation in Trunks' aura. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim Trunks as the mightiest warrior in the universe. The intensity of this energy was unparalleled, only reminiscent of Lord Beerus. Even the elder Kaioshin wore a face of astonishment. Having been sealed within the sword of the Sword God for far too long, he had not encountered any beings of greater strength in recent years. Thus, he regarded Trunks as the most formidable entity aside from Lord Beerus. The Scion race truly evokes a sense of wonder, merely a human, yet capable of wielding powers surpassing that of deities. Is this truly the power I possess now? It is simply unfathomable. The elder Kaioshin's talent for awakening potential was indeed legendary. With his current strength, Trunks believed he could contend with the god of destruction, Beerus. Now, his greatest desire was to challenge Beerus. As long as he could hold his own, there should be no issue. However, under the insistence of the two Kaioshins, Trunks soon subdued his energy, realizing that further exertion could lead to catastrophic consequences for other planets. This was never his intention, and the thought of annihilating other life forms filled him with guilt. Trunks, you have truly surprised me. I never imagined your strength could ascend to such heights, even surpassing that of the four Kaioshins from millennia ago. The Kaioshins' gaze towards Trunks had wholly transformed. It was essential to note that the power of those four Kaioshins was immensely terrifying, yet compared to Trunks, there remained a considerable gap. This mere human had elevated his powers to such an extraordinary level, few in the universe could rival him. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him the strongest in the cosmos. You overestimate my strength, my Lord Kaioshin. You also underestimate the prowess of the four Kaioshins of your era, particularly the Grand Kaioshin, who possessed unimaginable power. It was merely due to certain circumstances that he could not unleash his full strength against Majin Buu. Trunks did not let his newfound power lead him to arrogance, as he understood the might of the Grand Kaioshin. Had it not been for the sealing of Moro's magic, the Grand Kaioshin's power would not have diminished. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the Kaioshin was further astonished. Could it be that Trunks had knowledge of the other Kaioshins? Yet, He appeared no older than a teenager and had never encountered the four Kaioshins. How could he possess such insight? Of course, Trunks would not divulge the truth. For he was a traveler from another realm, possessing comprehensive knowledge of the events unfolding in the Dragon Ball universe. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, the angel Whis furrowed his brow slightly. The terrifying aura he had sensed was overwhelmingly potent. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that it rivaled that of Lord Beerus. If the two were to engage in battle, it was uncertain whether Beerus would emerge victorious. Whis, get in here at once. Suddenly, the voice of the god of destruction, Beerus, echoed. Whis inwardly cursed and hurried into Beerus' palace. After a slumber of 39 years, Beerus had finally awakened. What is it, Lord Beerus? Why have you only slept for 39 years this time? In the past, even a mere afternoon nap was insufficient for you, Whis inquired, astonished. It was well known that Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, was infamous for his penchant for sleep. His laziness had nearly led to the destruction of 12 universes by the Omni King. I just had a rather peculiar dream. I dreamt that a formidable adversary appeared in the Kaioshin realm, proclaiming himself my rival. Is there any truth to this? Beerus questioned, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Whis. The vividness of the dream suggested it was no ordinary vision, but rather a premonition. My lord, there is indeed an exceptional individual present in the Kaioshin realm. However, I cannot ascertain whether he is the rival you dreamt of. Would you like to investigate? Whis replied honestly, for as the attendant to the god of destruction, it was his duty to relay the truth. Such a being exists? Then I must see for myself if he is worthy of being my rival. Beerus' eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling light. Although he doubted anyone in this universe could match him, the premonition could not be ignored. It was imperative to ascertain the truth about this individual and whether he was indeed a worthy opponent. Only then could he ease his mind and resolve his curiosity. Understood. My lord Beerus, I will make the necessary preparations immediately. You should also change your attire. Was instructed, and after a brief preparation, the two set off towards the Kaioshin realm. At that moment, Trunks and the Elder Kaioshin sensed Beerus' aura in the Kaioshin realm. This extraordinary divine energy unmistakably belonged to the god of destruction. Had he truly awakened at this moment? Now that he had, Trunks was eager to witness the full extent of Beerus' power and determine if the title of the strongest god of destruction was indeed well earned. Feeling the overwhelming divine aura, Trunks clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce desire for combat. An epic confrontation was inevitable, one that Trunks had long awaited. P.S. The first part of this book has concluded. The second part, Trunks will engage in a one-on-one battle with Beerus, commencing in 2023. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Thank you.